His paws get beat up.
Good morning, everyone. If everyone would please take their seats. Thank you very much. You all did much better than the crowd at the Mound House on Friday. They were unruly. Thank you all very much. Good morning. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Fort Myers Beach Town Council. It is Monday, November 18th, 2019. It's 9:01 a.m. And if you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. But before the invocation, I'd just like a moment of silence for the passing of former mayor and council member from the original town council, Mr. Gar Reynolds. Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle.
We gather together here today intent on doing good work. We seek to represent fairly and well those who have given us this task. May our efforts be blessed with insight, guided by understanding and wisdom. We seek to serve with respect for all. May our personal faiths give us strength to act honestly and well in all matters before us. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. If I could please have a motion to approve the final agenda. I would like to ask the council before that motion is made if anyone would agree that item E on the administrative agenda, a discussion of the short-term rentals relative to weekly rental time duration, whether or not this should actually be at the LPA before it's to us. If anyone agrees with that, we could pull that. Or if you feel there needs to be a discussion here preliminarily, then we'll do it that way. Any thoughts on that? Anyone? Bueller? Okay, may I have a motion, please, to approve the final agenda?
Wait,
I guess I thought it was going to be at an M&P.
I did too.
So I would say yes. I'd like it to go, I don't want it to go to LPA first. I'd like it to go to a town council M&P first.
Very good. Anyone else agree?
Sure.
Okay, so we'll pull item E from the agenda and move it to a management and planning. And now may I have a motion to approve?
I would like to pull all the consent items.
Okay, all right. So we'll have no consent. That will just be further discussion. Now may I have a motion to approve the final agenda with all consent items pulled for discussion by Mr. Butcher?
And
And
administrative.
and administrative item E pulled for a management and planning hearing.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by
Joanne.
Councilmember Shamp and seconded. For some reason, I'm not able to press my vote button here, Michelle, so motion by by Joanne Shamp, seconded by Rexanne Hossafrost. Is there any discussion on the
Yes.
motion? Go ahead, Ray.
Not so much on the items themselves, but the form of the items. I have not seen this before, but I was a little taken aback when I did see it, how these agenda items are now being set up on the agenda, such as, I'll just start with the consent agenda. Motion to approve resolution, A. B, motion to approve an agreement. C, approve extra. D, motion to authorize. These items, I think, shouldn't be telling us what motions to make. They should just be describing the item itself. And I've not seen this before, and I don't know where this is coming from now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, if I may,
I would suggest we move this to council member items. This is
No, I
not,
would suggest we just get it out of the way right now, since we're talking about the agenda itself. And I'll tell you why. Because I've not seen this before, and I was a little put back by this. Not only that I feel that I'm being steered down a certain way, but also the people that are appearing before us. And I direct your attention particularly to the public hearings, item C, where it says motion to deny the special exception. I mean, you're putting it right there on the agenda item to deny this item. I mean, how is this applicant supposed to feel coming in here, looking at this item where it's already telling us to deny it? So I'm just telling you right now that I don't approve of this format, and I don't know when it started. But what I do feel is that if the staff or whatever, if they have a recommendation that they make, they put it on the blue sheet, which they've always done, or not always done. There are certain times when there's no recommendation made, when I'm really looking for a recommendation. But this particular item here today is telling us what to do ahead of time. I think that these items should just be stated, that the items that are to be discussed, and not have any of this motion business already put on there.
Okay. We'll comment on that later in the agenda. And for the, Ray, I've had this conversation before, so we will, I agree with you. We will attend to the motion, which is to approve the final agenda. The motion was made by Joanne. Your computers are up for your vote. It was made by Joanne and seconded by Rexanne. There was some discussion by Vice Mayor Murphy. I'm waiting on both Councilmember Bruce and Mr. Murphy to vote, and the motion, Ray, it says it's waiting on you.
The motion was to pull admin item E.
Pull
and-
admin item E
and the
all
entire
the
consent agenda.
That's correct. For some
changed my
reason, Ray, I think you need to use the mouse. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to public comment. And our first speaker is Mr. Veach.
Bill Veach for the record. This is about the mural ordinance that you guys are looking at. Me personally in CRAB, I'm speaking here just for me personally, we've been working to try to encourage mural painting on the island. The ordinance to me seems like it's a little bit cumbersome. There's things like requirement of bonds to maintain the murals, code about what color they can paint the rest of the building. And I know one project working on right now with a large corporate building here in town that's really ugly, it would fall apart if we had those requirements in it. I think that, and other things about, requiring a bond to maintain it, there's already parts of the ordinance about maintenance standards for buildings, so it's a little redundant. So the way I read it, I think it's a little bit cumbersome, and making it as simple as possible would be encouraging murals. The ordinance as is written, I think, would kind of discourage murals.
Thank you, Bill, very much. The next speaker is Donna Franzen, and Donna will be followed by Brad Cornell. If Brad wants to go ahead and come to this microphone, please. Good morning, Donna. Could I just make a note here, folks? If you are here to speak on behalf of any one of the public hearings, you really should speak during the public hearing. You have the right to speak now, but your comments should be part of the record for the public hearings. Go ahead, Donna.
I'm just here because of...
Donna, would you say your name for the record, even though I've
Donna
said it 10
Franzen.
times now?
Donna
Good morning,
Franzen.
Donna.
I have two items that I'd like to comment on. The first one has to do with a picture I found in the sandpaper. We just arrived in the beginning of November, but I am a tourist who comes at least 5 or 6 months, sometimes more than 6 months. And when I saw the picture of the arches in the paper and the discussion as to moving or building those arches on Crescent Beach, I thought, oh, wouldn't that be pretty? Well, I also thought, well, they have to do it one way or the other. Not not perpendicular, but parallel. However, after talking with several residents of Fort Myers Beach in the past week, I found that the people who live here year-round are adamantly opposed to placing the arches at Crescent Beach. Everyone I've talked to since I saw that picture said, oh no, they belong where they were originally. Obviously, they can't be in place of the beginning of the bridge, but they, according to the people I've talked to who are residents full-time, they say, no, those arches belong on St. Carlos Island, not on Crescent Beach. I'd love to see some things done to Crescent Beach. It's a great park. I love it. I definitely want it to stay. But the only thing I could think of is when I walk by it all the time, couldn't there be more things for people to use? I like the volleyball courts, but I'd love to see more game-like things happen there, or playground equipment for children. That kind of thing I think would be better than building arches that really belong on Crescent Beach. I'm sorry, that belong on San Carlos Island. My other comment that I'd like to make is just that for all the years I've been here, I've made lots of friends, and everyone I've talked to are adamantly opposed to Margaritaville. I'm absolutely assured that it is going to ruin a lot of the businesses here on the island, and I also feel that it'll just snarl up traffic terribly at the beginning of the island. And so I just want to make a comment that I myself and everyone I know, and I've been here for many, many years, are adamantly opposed to building that monstrosity. Thank you.
Ms. Franson. Next speaker is Mr. Cornell, who will be followed by Jean Hall, if you'll come here to this podium.
Madam Mayor, I'm
Yes, sir.
Brad Cornell. I'm
Good
here on
morning.
behalf of, good morning. I'm here on behalf of Audubon, Florida, but I do want to speak to public hearing item 10C. So at your urging, I'm not going to speak to you now. I'll save my comments later. And there
Thank you,
may be
Mr.
several
Cornell.
other folks. And I will make this one general comment that the public sign-up process is a little confusing on the
Oh,
computer.
we know. We're working
That's
on
why
it.
I'm here.
We're working on it. This is a little new system, and we're trying to be patient through the process. And but thank you for that heads up.
I applaud you for doing something new, and it seems like it could be very efficient. It's
It
just,
certainly could.
yes, I look forward to that.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. We'll look forward to
too.
your comments. So then the next speaker is Jean Hall. Good morning, Ms. Hall.
Hi, I'm Jean Hall, and I'm ditto to Brad. I want to speak during the other
Okay.
public comment.
Thank you very much. If you do want to speak to the public hearings, just tell me when I call your name, okay? Terry Kane, public hearing. Now, I don't have anybody else registered, but we know our system is still a little, is there anybody else who would
Mayor
like to
Sarceda,
speak?
this gentleman has indicated he'd like to make public comment.
Yes, sir.
John Olson, and I'm asking about the electric bicycle
Good morning, Mr.
issue.
Olson.
I'm a retired first responder from Chicago Fire Department. I have severe lung damage. I really need to have access to my electric bike. I got my placard here, and when I was told that last year, I didn't understand what was going on. So I wanted an exemption for myself to be able to use my electric bike as needed.
Sir, we don't make comments back and forth during public comment, but if you would, you could speak to the town manager during a break or afterwards. If you'll give Michelle your phone number, I'll be sure to follow up with you on this issue.
I'd like that resolved immediately.
Well, I've got a meeting to attend to, so
How about
as-
today?
I'll-
You know
I'll
what, I
get-
don't want to wait till I leave town at the end of May.
Yes, sir, we'll get back with you as
Thank
soon
you
as
for your
possible.
time.
You're welcome. Is there anybody else who would care to speak? Mr. Milsick? Anyone else? Leon, are you going to speak? Would you go ahead and come up here? I'm just trying to stack people up because it's going to be a long agenda. Go ahead, Mr. Milsick.
Lee Malsick. I'm here this morning on behalf of your advisory committee on Bay Oaks. Got up much earlier than an old retired guy likes to. But this is very important. We hope that there can be a unanimous vote today of this council to proceed into the future of Bay Oaks. You have the plan. We worked hard on it. We worked long on it. We think it's a very good plan. We think that the future of Bay Oaks Recreation Center can be an excellent one. We think it can become a gathering place, much more than it has been, a gathering place where the people of Fort Myers Beach can go and do good numbers of things, more than they can do today. There's going to be a lot to get done if this plan is adopted, but at least we begin the process. The process may be long. It will take time. I personally look forward, as a member of the advisory committee, to helping in every step of the plan for Bay Oaks. It can be a crown jewel of this island. So we're hoping that all of you agree and that we have a unanimous vote today for this plan so we can finally get started tomorrow doing the things that need to get done up front, such as property, who owns what, and perhaps even a survey. But let's get it done today. Let's get the plan adopted today and begin tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milsick. Mr. Moyer and Seal, are you going to also speak? And I did Barbara Hill. I said, Barbara, would you go ahead and come up? And Seal, you'll come in after Mr. Moyer. Go ahead, Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning, council, staff, and visitors. I am Leon Moyer. Haven't been here in a while, and I want to compliment you on your improvements to the internet system, as well as these boards keeping us advised of where we're at on the agenda. That's very helpful. I want to speak generally about something which I'll have more particular comments on during the public hearing, but Ordinance 1804, which established Margaritaville, or TPI, is fatally flawed, and nobody's spoken about this previously, I don't think, because of paragraph 26 on the last page of the ordinance. I'm going to read it here. It's one sentence. The applicant has offered to provide residents of the Fort Myers Beach community a discount plan which provides a 25% discount on food, alcohol, and non-alcohol beverages, family beach club admission, and retail store purchases to anyone with a valid Florida driver's license with a home address and zip code 33931. End quote. That's fatally flawed because state statutes do not allow government officials to accept anything of value to influence their vote. And that's an ethics violation. Now, you didn't realize what was happening perhaps, and I'm sure Mr. Torgerson meant the best when he made this offer to merely try to gain goodwill with the people of the town. But it cannot be undone because the vote was already taken, and that vote was influenced by this, obviously, since you put it in the ordinance. And I think the only way to correct it is to end the ordinance and start all over with another rezoning project if Mr. Torgerson still feels like putting the Margaritaville in. Because this has 5 years statute of limitations to file a complaint with the Ethics Commission against the council at that time who voted to approve this. And I want to bring that to your attention. If you choose to deal with it, fine, and if not, it's going to be a legacy of this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Mayor. Barbara Hill, Fort Myers Beach. Actually, I was only going to speak to one issue, but given what's been said, I'd like to speak to three. First is to reiterate what Lee Melsick, my fellow advisory board member of Bay Oaks, says, to say we would love a unanimous vote of approval for our strategic plan. We do believe that we are moving in the right direction, and hopefully we have everyone's support. The second is the issue of the arches, and I agree with the woman, there you are, that spoke about the us as longtime Fort Myers Beach residents who oppose putting the arches on Fort Myers Beach. It's an issue that is personal to me because I grew up with the arches. Nobody loves the arches more than I do, but to put it on Fort Myers Beach is inappropriate. To reduce its scale by 40% does not do justice to the grandeur of the arches and certainly is not a replica. It becomes a caricature. So I hope that when you all discuss the issue of the arches, that you do not support the county's recommendation to put it in Crescent Park. The third is that I totally approve of TPI's project, and I applaud the council that voted unanimously for it, and I hope that that project will begin beginning in January of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Seal, come on up. And anybody else? Yes, ma'am, you can come up and just, come on up to the, you'll speak right after Seal Spuler. Go ahead, Seal.
Good morning, Seal
Good morning.
Spuler on Estero Boulevard. I had the opportunity to attend the 20th anniversary of the Estero Bay Buddies, and we were talking actually about something that's on your agenda today that I was so heartened to hear, and it's the dune walkovers. I applaud whoever on the staff that has worked on this to deny this. I live opposite the tidal pool, and I think if one of those were approved, there would be many walkovers. And that is a pool, a tidal pool, that when we moved there, we were just absolutely astonished at the amount of birds that congregate there. It's a serene, it's quiet, it's a resting place. So I certainly am hoping that that denial of that walkover, because I feel that if one went over, we would have them all the way down. And when we moved there, we knew that it was there. And so I believe it should have that pristine, quiet, serenity feeling of the tidal pool. And I thank whoever worked on that to deny that. We are thrilled, many of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Seal. Seal, there is a public comment, Seal, there's a public hearing coming up on that, and if you would like to repeat your comments during that public hearing to be part of the content of that, you're welcome to. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, good morning.
I'm Gail Mason from Restore the Arches, and I do somewhat agree with Ms. Hill when she said
Ms. Mason, could you
they
just-
belong on
there you
San
go.
Carlos Island. We would love to have them on San Carlos Island, but it's not practical. With FDOT, they wouldn't meet, they still wouldn't be the same because structures and sizes of streets and stuff are different. I think we have forgotten in this country the art of compromise, and I think that's what putting them in Crescent Beach Park is compromise, trying to save a piece of history. Yes, they won't be perfect in size, they won't be perfect in location, but the arches signify the beach. I mean, look behind you. They're there. You walk into most any business and, oh yeah, I've got a picture of them. And so I think they mean a lot to a lot of people, and you can't always get what you want, but you know, sometimes you have to take what you can get. I spent some time in Crescent Beach the other day with Fox 4, and I tried to visualize where they would be if they were perpendicular and where they would be, and there's some nice little fencing there that I tried to use as a judge to, you know, if they were 40 feet, 60 feet, 80 feet, 100 feet, whatever. And the more I thought about it, first of all, I'm not certain that they wouldn't, if they did it perpendicular, they might encroach on that little tiki that's already there. And I kind of hemmed and I kind of hawed, and if you look behind you, there's two big arches, a tall, thin one in the middle, and then on the sides. Some people have commented about blocking the view. There's not enough big structure there probably to block the view. I also noticed the volleyball courts. There's no definition to those courts. How do you know where the serve line is? How do you know where the outline is? There's no markings, there's just whole bunches of sand, and I thought, well, maybe if they put the arches along that fencing there, people could use the size of the arches to determine imaginary lines. I mean, when you look, you're looking at 2 feet of archway that would be blocking view. You're still going to have a beautiful view of the Gulf. And possibly we could even expand the one in the center a little bit and use it over that center entranceway so it could be the gateway to the beach. And I think that probably does it.
Thank you, Ms. Mason, for being here this morning. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, come on up. Good morning.
My name's Maureen Gunther. I live in Laguna Shores.
Good morning, Maureen.
Hi. I just want to go on record as opposing an easement that was granted in 2005 for a drainage project. The easement was signed by the town and by the property owner for a temporary easement. Considerations were supposed to have been paid. They were not paid. Therefore, we don't believe that they're valid easements. The property owner is not very happy about the situation, and I've spoken to 2 attorneys who told me that the easement isn't valid because the valuable considerations were not paid. So I'm just going on record stating that it doesn't seem like an actual real contract. So thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Is there anyone else? Marty?
Thank you very much, Council. I'm Marty Campbell, and I am a permanent resident living at 100 Hercules Drive. I am in support of the arches. I agree they belong on San Carlos Island, but it's not going to happen. And there's a group that has worked for, I think, 3 years to get them, and it seems that there is a good compromise, and it's going to be introduced, as I understand, tomorrow to the Board of County Commissioners to rebuild them and using bed tax money. So it will not cost taxpayers a penny. And what we would gain is an iconic landmark. We would not have, Fort Myers Beach residents would not have any expense to build them or maintain them. And I just think it would be, but the one thing I want to mention, if they are placed in the park, that they be parallel to the Gulf. If you put them against the parking lot, it's not going to be it's not going to be a photographic area. From 1955, no, excuse me, for 55 years, it was the most photographed area in Lee County. And why not bring it back and have the beautiful Gulf behind it? And I think we'll see a lot of tourists there and a lot of pictures taken. Quickly, I want to change hats and just mention quickly that I do strongly support the short-term rental ordinance. We had a major issue on Hercules last year, and the residents working with the town, and it took us 6 months, a magistrate hearing. We did prevail. The owner was from out of town, and now he's got it for sale. He had no interest in Fort Myers Beach except to make money. So please continue to support it. We're in a quiet area. We do not need weekly rentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marty. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Going, gone. Nobody? All right, thank you very much for your comments. We'll move on to the next item, which is local achievements and recognitions. And Roxanne, I'll start with you.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm first, because I know everybody's going to mention the wonderful event that occurred at the Mount House in celebration of being added to the National Registry. The evening could have not been more perfect.
Thank you. Ray?
I don't have anything, but I'm very sorry that I was not here for that. And I heard it was a lovely evening. And congratulations to Allison, the staff, and the town. And we look forward to many more great events there at the Mount House.
Bruce?
I have nothing. I was there. It was nice. It was great. Enjoyed it.
See, Joanne?
First, we had a moment of silence for Gar Reynolds, but I just wanted to state on behalf of everyone here on the island how much we appreciated his service, his personality. He was a vibrant character in the community, and he'll be missed. We always miss our characters when they're gone. So Mound House, it was a great celebration. I want to thank everybody who planned that, but even more so, everybody that did everything leading up to that moment. There's been so much over the years and so many, and you know who you are. I hope you're smiling and knowing that your work all has paid off and will continue to. And then last, the holiday fundraisers. There's so many on the island. I hope you'll support them. 3 come to mind right now, and I apologize if I've missed any. We've got the bake sale for the Lions Club, got the Beach Kids Foundation at Diamond Head, and then
Let's give dates, Joanne.
Okay,
The bake
the-
sale is the 21st. Is this Thursday? No?
that's correct, and that's at
Beach
the
Baptist?
Beach Baptist. Beach Kids is December 6th, Friday night, December 6th at Diamond Head. There's also the Otsego Bay Foundation at Bonita Bill's that same evening. And then the chili tasting and the trees at the Women's Club, which goes several days in December. I don't have those specific days, but I know it'll be coming up in the newspaper. So I wanted to mention those. Thanks for the leaders in the community who do that, and thank you for everybody who supports those.
I echo all the comments that have been made, and since this is going to be a long meeting, I'll just move on to the next item, which is advisory committee items and reports. Mr. Hughes, did you decide, where's Dan? I'm looking for him. Back row. Dan Hughes, did you decide that you were going to make a comment here or not? I think it was, no? No. During the public hearing. Yes, sir. Is there anybody else from any committee who would like to give a report? Thank you very much. We'll move on to an approval of the minutes for the Management and Planning meeting of October 29th, 2019, and November 4th of 2019. If I could please have a motion to approve those as distributed or with changes.
So moved.
Okay, there is actually a motion by Joanne and seconded by Rexanne, and a voice vote here by Mr. Murphy. And if everyone would go ahead and place their votes on the screen. Ray, you have to use your mouse. I'm going to give you a training program in this.
Mine works touchscreen.
Does it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I just
does
touch
mine?
it.
Okay. And Ray's doesn't.
moment.
Yours does?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is there any other, discussion on this? Yours still isn't going. The motion carries unanimously, and we'll figure out how to change Ray's screen here. So the next item is the consent agenda. All items have been pulled for discussion. So Bruce, we'll start with the adoption of the Bay Oaks Recreational Center Strategic Plan.
So first of all, to be clear, I'm not against the strategic plan, and it's done very well as typical of the people that put it together. But I had some concerns with the fact that was spoken in the comment earlier about the land ownership. And I'm trying to understand in here where we talk about the progression of steps that need to be taken and the activities that need to be taken before we jump into some of these strategic items. And specifically, I'm speaking about settling the land ownership question. Then what are we going to do about it once we understand what the land ownership question answers are? And then about going to the county and seeing what their participation might be. So to me, that should have been laid out in here somewhere, and maybe it's in here and I don't understand it. That it did have a comment in here about engaging help in developing an interlocal agreement with Lee County School Boards. But that's my concern. And then also the blank lot that we have, the unimproved lot that we have acquired.
On Estero?
Yeah, on Estero. And I guess I didn't see that mentioned in here in terms of a plan for that. So those are my concerns with the plan, that we have an understanding, because they're talking about going out to the public to get public input, which is good, which has been done before, but it's worth trying again. And seek direction from the town council to initiate project management for campus upgrades and reconfiguration. So when I saw that, I guess that is dependent upon having an answer what the public input is. And if that's the case, well, I guess nothing is going to be done to that public input. But we also need, again, the county input. I also went on I went downtown to the clerk's office to understand how to look at plat books. And I did, and I looked up the plats for the Bay Oaks, not using the tax assessor's outlines, but I looked at the plat book, and that was really supposed to be a subdivision initially, Winkler subdivision, and it shows each individual lot, and it's assigned to the Bay Oaks, and then some of it's assigned to the school. There was one segment of lots that I could not find who they were assigned to, but it was right in the middle of the school lots, so I'm presuming that it belongs to the school. And it was just an error in the plat book, or describing what blocks and what lots were assigned to whichever. So that's my comments about this. I think the land issue, the understanding between the government organizations that might be involved in this needs to be cleared carefully before we finish this strategic plan. So to me, that should be part of that strategic plan, to get that clear and understood and stated so.
Allison, can you just come up for a second? Go ahead, Ray, you were leaning in. Did you have a comment?
I'll wait.
Allison, you have any comments on this?
Yes,
Mr. Butcher's
Allison
comment?
Geeson. You remember after the last joint
Work
session that we
session?
had,
Mhm.
I sent you all a detailed, it's actually the staff step-by-step plan. Do you remember that?
I do.
This is the public plan that will be adopted, and within these are specific goals and objectives with timelines.
You might not
All
have
of-
gotten that. Did you get that, Bruce?
I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, send
That
it all
doesn't
to.
mean that I didn't receive it, I didn't see it.
So those specific questions that you're asking are in there, step by step, about the parcel, about establishing ownership, about going, and it is in order, once those are accomplished, to then go to the next goal. If you wanted me to add more information on this, if you were comfortable with that, that's fine. These go hand in hand. This is the official document, the shorter version, but I can add something in there that, or share that with you again. It's a working document that the staff uses in order to be able to be accountable for the goals and objectives, just like the town has it for their plan, to be able to go back and update and check to make sure all those objectives are completed.
Joanne?
Thank you. That was a good backup information, and I felt that Strategy 1C, to research and define the ownership of all the land, and Strategy 2A, to engage help in developing the interlocal agreements, covered your concerns very well for this overview, knowing that the greater detail will follow. So I understand your concerns, Bruce, but I'm comfortable with the way this is written for now, as this is the general strategy, and then it's going to be more deeply defined as she's already started.
Allison,
so.
could you send another copy of that to Bruce? Did anybody else not receive that? These things get lost in our email streams, but go ahead, Bruce. Anything else?
Well, I guess just the other comment about that, having not seen that, and referring to what Joanne is saying here, but it doesn't state how we act if, let's say, Lee County says, yes, we want to participate, and the school board says, well, we're not going to give up the land. But if we don't give up the land, what's the strategy going to be? If we don't get the land, from the school board.
Counselor, I think, these types of situations are chicken and egg situations. You know, you can't really walk into them and say, will you give me your land, without kind of saying, this is how I propose to use your land. So I think you have to develop a little bit of a, you know, at least a sketch or something to say, look, this is what we'd like to do. We need some more land from you to do it, and this is what would be the benefit. So, you know, I think they kind of work hand in glove. You know, if you just walk in and say, hey, can we have some more land from you? You're going to probably say, no, not till we know what you're going to use it for and how you're going to use it and how it's going to impact us, so on and so forth. So based on that and the document that Allison alluded to, we do have a strategy to move forward, to try to put together a concept, run it through the committee, run it through the council, and then to the extent that we need more land to implement it, we'll go to those entities and modify the existing agreements to incorporate that land if we can do that successfully.
Just for the record, I'm comfortable with the plan as it is. It's a plan, not a law. It could be amended, changed as we move forward and have different things happen. So I would be happy to move for the adoption of the plan.
I'll second that motion.
You would use your, is there any other discussion on this? Okay. If there's no other discussion and there's no objection, then the motion carries unanimously. But Amy, if you could hear me, could you ask Colton just to come in and take a look at Mr. Murphy's machine, because for some reason I can see him punching his button, but it's not coming up. Okay, so the next item, Bruce, the approval to purchase National Fitness Court.
Yeah, don't go away. Well, can somebody explain, I mean, this is part of my problem with the first problem, with the first section, because I don't know where this fitness thing is going to go. I don't know how much we're really going to spend. I don't know why we're spending it. I don't know what it's going to look like. And you're asking for a $90,000 spend minus some grant. So please explain it.
So the National Fitness Court, we applied for that after Board Cab unanimously, looked at the presentation and thought it would be a great addition. This is with park impact fees, and I think Mr. Lang is on hand to let you know exactly how much is in that fund. This is just to move it forward. There is a process to be able to locate an appropriate site on the campus, as this is all coming together at once, and that would be the next step to do that. I think it's a great thing, but it will not impact anything that we're doing now as far as our gathering information about the new parcel, about the land ownership. The area that it takes up is half of a tennis court. So if you can envision that area, it is easily relocated if we ever do want to relocate it.
It's a mobile thing?
It has a foundation, so you can actually relocate it if needed. There would be some cost in the foundation, but you can do that if needed.
And what is it?
So, should have gotten it has different stations on it. So it is an outdoor fitness court that has different stations. They have an app to it. It's for all age groups. It goes from seniors to young adults, so anybody could download the app or have a certified trainer to be able to do programs. It is something you can do on your own or with a trainer, and it is, they have them all over the state and including the United States. So if you can envision, I didn't bring any photos, I am sorry.
So is this the one that has the step blocks on it, and then at one end it has like chin-up bars and sit-up positions and that
yes,
sort of
it has
thing?
different areas of fitness, and you use your own resistance for things, so it is very similar to that. So each area has where you can do different multiple exercises using your own body's resistance around the court. And they have a website. I could bring it up.
It appears to be much like a Vita course, only it's on a pad, I guess.
It's on a foundation, right?
And that foundation, that pad, is that what? What's that made out of?
It's concrete, and then they have a layer that goes over that. and then they install the items for the fitness court.
Personally, I think it's a good idea, and I've got a great place that I'd like to see it, but, well, that's true, because it wouldn't get used much there.
Lost me at resistance, too.
Okay, Bruce, do you have any other questions, or does anybody else have any other questions? If not, could I have a motion to,
So move to approve the
okay?
purchase
There's a,
and the installation of fitness court equipment and authorize the town manager to execute the agreement.
What he said.
okay. Hearing no objection, the motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the extra duty traffic detail agreement.
Move approval of
Wait.
the item, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
You're going to move approval of the item, and is there a second for that? Okay, there's a motion and a second. I can't get out of this because it still says Ray didn't vote. I'm not going to use this until Colton figures out what's going on with his computer. Discussion, yes. And go ahead, Joanne.
He pulled it. I'm glad you did, Bruce. I was going to. I just was hoping that perhaps we can specify the pedestrian wait times when we meet with Sheriff and Voice. Those of us who drive through Times Square all the time in season, now it seems like the pedestrian shows up, and as soon as they get there, whoop, traffic stops.
Yes.
In any place else, when you get to a pedestrian thing, you push the button and you wait a certain period of time. I think we need to just establish what that period of time is, let pedestrians collect or whatever. So I would like to, however our town mechanism is, have some discussion and specify pedestrian wait times to keep traffic flowing. That's my only comment.
And Bruce, your comments on this?
My comments had to do more with the money, although I agree wholeheartedly with what Joanne just said. And in fact, it would seem to me that we ought to computerize that signal so that people go press the button, they wait so much time, and then there's a lag time between when the button will activate again, 2 minutes or 3 minutes, I don't know what it ought to be. And then you don't need the guy there holding up traffic. And you can put that guy at Old San Carlos or put him down by Crescent Street or the Lani Kai or have him move around all those areas. So that was one comment. The other comment I had was at the foot of the bridge, it's giving a daily and a Saturday and Sunday rate, which is different than the daily rate, presumably because of overtime. Thanks. And then at Old San Carlos, it says it's $63,000 for the season. And it says AM, PM light duty. So I didn't really understand what AM, PM light duty meant. And then when I look at $63,000 versus these daily rates, I don't understand why one's on a daily rate and one's on a seasonal rate, and what's the difference?
The 63,000 is a total. It's when it's light duty, that means the way the sheriff's office describes it is the light at the light duty. And that's what they do. So that's, okay, so that's.
So it's not like a light-duty truck.
Right,
It is
right.
light,
It's
traffic light.
duty at the light. It's assignment
I
at
read it the
detail
same
at the
exact
light.
way.
LIT.
So the $63,000 represents having the voice officer and for part of the day and a sheriff's officer during the heavier traffic period of the day throughout season, as well as having an officer at Old St. Carlos and Estero. The objective, based on the council actions, and I think you have one in your agenda later today, is to hopefully have the signal at Crescent and Old St. Carlos in 2 years or less. And then, as you all know, we're also talking about the traffic operations at the foot of the bridge, and the mayor and I have a meeting with the county on Thursday to discuss that. So this is the ongoing manual operation, if you will, until traffic signalization and other computerized, synchronized mechanisms could be put in place.
Okay?
Okay, so the old San Carlos Estero intersection, is that manned 7 days a week?
No, sir, it's manned on weekends.
So, and then the foot of the bridge, was that planned on being,
That's manned daily. That's why you have the way they, we just try to use how they described it, but they have the Monday through Friday rate, and then they have the weekend rate.
oh, I tell you, the numbers seem odd to me. Because if you do the foot of the bridge, it's $500 a day during the week, $2,500 plus $1,400, call it $1,500. That's $4,000 a week. Is that right? Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
12 weeks of season, like $50,000. So how does the other one 63,000, and it's only on the weekends?
No, it's a total of 63,000. So to allay your concern, Counselor, why don't you just clarify the motion to say that the amount that you're authorizing is not to exceed $63,000 for both?
Oh, that's for both.
Yes.
Right, to incorporate Old San Carlos on the weekends and the signal at the foot of the bridge during the week, throughout the week.
Okay? So now that that's clarified, we have a motion and a second. Is
And
there
are we going to modify the motion saying not to exceed $63,000?
If you wish to, otherwise I think the record's pretty clear in
I'll
describing that.
I'll amend the motion to,
Okay?
not to exceed.
Okay, and the seconder agrees. Is there any further discussion? The motion passes.
Aye.
It passes unanimously without dissension. Without dissension. The next item is upgrades to council's chambers sound system. Bruce?
Okay, my only question here is, did we get other competitive bids on this?
Michelle and Amy handle that. I'll let them speak to it. But I believe the answer is yes, because your procurement policy requires that.
Yes.
Also saw that they
I'm afraid I don't know the details. If you'd like them, I can get them for you, but we did follow the procurement policy.
also saw they piggybacked on with
Hillsborough County.
Hillsborough County.
I just looked online and looked at systems and things, and it just seemed pretty expensive to me, was my only comment. So I just wanted to be assured that we had competitive bids, but
Well, I think our emphasis was initially to use something that another government is using in a similar format that we intend to use it in, to be sure that they've had it in operations and it works well and there haven't been maintenance issues or other types of issues. So that pretty much dictated the sort of make and model. And then the secondary thing was pricing, to get the best available price.
then they have some sort of warranty with that, troubleshooting?
I believe, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but we can try to get you the answer to that from Amy.
Amy, you want to give me a thumbs up? There is a manufacturer's warranty at, yes. Okay, may I have a motion? We have a motion from Rexand. Is there a second on this? And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. I'm just going to take a 5-minute break here, literally 5 minutes, to see if Colton can reboot Vice Mayor Murphy's computer here. Colton, 5 minutes, please, everybody. Okay, last call for a seat, otherwise you could step outside. Thank you very much. We have a long agenda. Here comes Councilmember Butcher. Okay. We're reconvened. We're moving into the public hearings, and Council, I just wanted to ask, I've been asked by Penny Jarrett and Bill Veach of the Marine Resource Task Force whether or not they can use some images in their comments on public hearing number C. Does anybody object to that?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you very much. The first public hearing is a second reading and public hearing of Ordinance 19-15, amending short-term rentals and qualifying condos. This is a motion amending Section 2391 of the Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code to exclude condominiums from the restriction on weekly rentals in certain zoning districts. Our staff is here. Hello, Jason. Come on up. Do you have any comments on this? Anything you need to fill us in or add to the packet or previous discussion?
Jason Green, Community Development, no, I don't believe so.
Mayor, shall I read the ordinance title?
Yes, please, if you would.
Ordinance 19-15, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Section 34-2391 of the Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code to exclude condominiums from the restriction on weekly rentals in certain zoning districts, providing for severability, codification, Scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date.
Thank you, Michelle.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, John.
if I may, the matter has been publicly noticed
Thank you.
and advertised in the newspaper, so it is properly before you on second reading. As you all know, we've had the second reading, we had some discussions, some changes have been made based upon Councilmember Butcher's comments at the first reading. Hopefully those comport with what you all are looking for, and it exempts or provides for certain benchmarks for the condos to come in and register or notify us that they qualify for this exemption. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Thank you. Is there any questions for staff? Joanne, anything?
For the attorney? Yes. And also, would you also clarify for the public, Mr. Herron, that this, which specific condominiums this is? With regard to the regulation? That
Yeah,
it's ones that had?
it's any condominium that allowed these types of rentals on or before March 3rd, 2003, which is the date of the original adoption of your short-term rental regulations. One additional issue that you all may have a question about, or the public may have is the issue of preemption. Since the adoption of this ordinance, the state legislature did adopt a statute that says that it preempts this area from regulation, but that preemption is very narrow, and it doesn't apply in this particular instance. It says that you cannot prohibit short-term rental regulations in zoning districts, and we're actually theoretically doing the exact opposite here. So there is not a preemption issue here.
Thank you.
And that was my other question, if there was a state preemption issue with regard here. Thank you.
Roxanne?
I have nothing. I'm glad to see we're moving forward with this.
Bruce? Nothing? Ray, any questions?
No.
Okay. I'll open the public comment or public input on this hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to make a comment or testify? Okay, the public hearing section is closed for comment.
Madam Chairman?
Yes,
I'll
sir.
make a motion to approve the ordinance amending Section 34-2391 of the Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code to exclude condominiums from the restriction on weekly rentals in certain zoning districts.
I will second.
Okay. There's a motion by Vice Mayor Murphy and a second by Rexanne Hossafras. And is there any objection? Once again, it says waiting for Ray Murphy. Okay, so you know what? Thank you all for your votes, and the
And this should be a roll
This
call.
should be a roll call, absolutely. Maker of the motion was Mr. Murphy, and how do you vote?
Aye.
And seconded by Rexanne.
Aye.
Joanne,
Aye.
how's your, and Bruce?
Aye.
And Anita is also aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to the next hearing, which is quasi-judicial in nature. So I'll first ask if it's been properly advertised, Mr. Heron?
Yes, ma'am. This
And-
has been properly advertised, and not only is this item, but the C is quasi-judicial as well.
Yes. And so I'll ask the council for any ex parte communications. Bruce, anything on this?
Nothing more than our initial discussion about TPI and the drive-by the Canal Street.
Okay. Ray?
None.
Rexanne?
I think we got an email from somebody about this that I
Right.
read.
Mhm. Yes, there is an email on file.
Well, then I amend mine then.
Yes.
I don't recall that, but if you say it happened.
I believe it was sent to everyone.
Okay, then I had that as well. I'm sorry, I didn't.
And Joanne?
Just discussions with staff and the attorney, and a couple of residents asked me specifics about this and the process, which I explained.
Okay. And I did have a site visit. I did speak to the attorney about this, and there are emails on record. Okay. So Jason or John? Oh, John, you're going to swear in, please
Yeah,
swear in anybody who's going to testify, which would include anyone giving public comment.
And just to make it quicker, for this item and the subsequent one dealing with the dune walkover, so we can swear in all the witnesses all at one time.
Okay.
All right.
All
Anyone
right.
who's going to provide any testimony with regard to the right-of-way matter or the dune walkover, please stand, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witnesses have been sworn.
Thank you very much. Jason?
Oh, I'm out of order, I apologize.
That's okay.
I thought we were doing the dune walkover first.
No.
No.
Okay.
Town right away.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant, yes, town right away, that's one. So in your packet include, obviously the application, and with that application was modified with also what's included in your packet is a sketch and description of right-of-way that's adjacent to the Pierview Hotel, geographically. That was modified, as we discussed, related to the 12-foot by 10-foot area. That was removed from the request for vacation. That part is what was already part of your agreement with Lee County, proposed agreement for traffic control devices. These are combined essentially because they deal with the same location of the property. I've also included in your packet, there's 3 different reports. I don't know if you came across those. Those are town staff reports that include the summary of not just obviously community development, but public works and utilities. And so the conditions that were created were based on those conversations with public works and town staff, which is required by the code to take their inclusion of their comments.
Yes,
So
sir.
that is a comprehensive report. And so you're right, I didn't actually say the word public works in there, but it's town staff as a whole that provided that comment on that. So those reports are in there. I know there's one on page 57. It starts on page 57. There's one on page 60. And then there's the third one, which I was trying to find, which deals with the plat vacate. But that one is not necessarily required for public works, but they were provided input on those individually. So our request essentially is for you to move to approve, hopefully the vacate of the rights of way and the vacate of the plat, which will then allow the property to be combined, kill and combined essentially, consistent with the CPD and the rezoning that was approved previously for this property. And again, the conditions that are there will run with the land and or run with this approval, and also include a reverter clause that was added to ensure that if there wasn't any construction done in 5 years, that the town can recover that right away.
Okay.
So that's kind of the main summary of it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer about the resolution or any of the other components.
Thank you. Just as a matter of process, John, do I need to read the resolution title into the record, or is that not necessary at this point?
It's not necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Green? Bruce?
So when would this take effect?
At signing, essentially, and recording in the public. But again, there's that reverter clause that would be conditioned with it. So your resolution is binding to that vacation.
Do that last part
Is that
again?
correct, John? As far as basically at signature and recording?
The effective date would be upon adoption, but there's a reverter clause in the resolution that provides if the improvements that TPI is obligated to make to build the project, if they don't meet if they don't fulfill those obligations, the property automatically reverts back to the town.
So when you say when we adopt it, you mean here at the council meeting? That's when it becomes effective?
Yes.
I guess my only hesitancy, and it's probably making something out of nothing, is the fact that they're still involved in the legal dispute. And it would seem like to me it would just be reasonable to say that this would.
Am I working now?
Probably not.
No one's working.
Go ahead.
That this would take effect upon resolution of the current legal dispute.
If you so wish, we can modify the effective date provision of the resolution to reflect that, if that is the will of this council.
I guess I was thinking this through. A, I like that we had the reverter clause in there, but B, just because there's an appeal pending, there is, in my understanding, no injunction, no restraining order against anybody from moving forward with this project. Isn't that correct, Mr. Heron?
That is correct. As it currently stands,
It's just an appeal.
TPI could move forward with the project at its discretion. Obviously, from a practical standpoint, we're all waiting to see the outcome of the pending appeal. All the briefs have been filed, and we anticipate a ruling on the case certainly, hopefully before maybe the end of the year. Ambitious, but certainly at the turn of the new year, sometime in January or February, one way or the other.
The other thing, Madam Mayor and members of the council, is that, in your initial approval of the project, you set forth certain timelines.
Exactly.
And some of them were to TPI, and some of them were to the town. And we want to be sure that we don't inadvertently position ourselves where we didn't do something when we had to, that then would allow them to come back and say, well, we don't have to do this now, or we could do it later because you didn't do what you were supposed to do as the town. So we're cognizant of the appeal is still pending, but we feel with the reverter clause, based on my conversation with Mr. Heron, that the town's protected. Should at some point between now and 5 years, CPI decide for some reason not to proceed.
Other questions, Bruce? Ray, questions for the staff?
No.
Rexanne? No. Joanne?
Yes, I just want to clarify for the record with regard to Section 10-220 procedures for number B, because we are using process D and not and that's based on number B, which is the report. The town public works director did see this as you said, that's in here. And the finance director had no comments included in here with regard to the CIP. Is that correct, Roger?
Yes, I think just to be absolutely crystal clear for the record, since this project seems to be contentious from time to time, is we'll bring them both in and have John swear them in and let them put it on the record. So
that'd be great.
So therefore,
that would be great. And then I think that's all then. And then you're comfortable with invoking number D then based on the foregoing, that process, as long as we've done everything else, correct?
That is correct. And that was the direction that the council directed us to pursue, and we have. So,
I
subject
just
to,
wanted to clarify those two things from 10-220, though, to make sure they're precise.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Chelsea O'Reilly, if you would please be sworn in.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Chelsea. Joanne, would you ask her the question? Or John?
Yeah, with regard to Section 10-220 of the Land Development Code, for vacations of the right-of-way, the Town Public Works Director needs to have reviewed the report, and if had comments, they would be in here, or if had no comments. So did you get a chance to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Lang?
Run upstairs to get it.
Okay.
And you have no objections then?
No objections. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're running upstairs to get it.
Okay, so we'll let Mr. Lang come in at another time. Jason, you have anything else to add to this?
No,
Or,
no, just as a procedural thing, we always include the rest of the staff. It's not just us isolated doing reviews, so for the public's knowledge, they get notice and they get opportunities, so we appreciate you pointing that out.
I just wanted to put
Absolutely.
that on the record in this particular case, however.
Absolutely, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? We'll bring in Mr. Lang in just a moment, but in the meantime, I will open the public testimony. And the first person I have to speak is Christine Patton. And Christine Patton will be followed by Donna Franzen. So Donna, if you would please come to this microphone. Yes, ma'am, it is. Donna Franzen, did she leave? Okay. Go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
Christine Patton. I own and reside at 153 Primo Drive, Fort Myers Beach, and I've been a resident of this island for nearly 60 years. I object to the vacations before you today, especially the town-owned lands. Plat Book 4, page 39, Crescent Beach subdivision, expressly states on the signed dedication appearing on face of the plat to Thomas Phillips Jr., quote, hereby dedicate said streets and avenues to the use of the public forever, end quote. The parcels in application 2 and 3 are still subject to these restrictions of record. A member of the public that has been using the areas included in the vacations to access the beach, and the town should not give away my rights or the rights of the public to, to continue to use this land. Application 3 would vacate Canal Street. It is a very heavily used public historical beach access that people in the neighborhood, including myself, have been using to access the beach for more than 60 years. And this public beach access is also particularly used by handicapped persons who use the mobile-friendly access to the beach. It also provides access for beach renourishment federal grants. Application 2 would vacate a heavily used public historical beach access easement that people in the neighborhood, including myself, have been using to access the beach for more than 60 years. It also provides access for beach renourishment federal grants. The applications 2, 3, 4, and 5 are legally incorrect because the ownership affidavits and title certificate required by Code 10-219 are incorrect. The current owner of the adjacent parcel is not correctly identified in the application. The adjacent property is currently owned by Grand Resorts 2 Fort Myers Beach, LLC, not by the applicant TPI listed on the application. Incomplete applications should not be accepted and processed according to page 86 of the agenda backup. The applications do not have complete sets of letters of no objection as required by Code 10-219. Under state statute and Code Section 10-220, the vacations were not noticed at least 15 days prior to this hearing. There is no list of owners within 500 feet who were given mailing notice. I am within 500 feet, but I was not given mailing notice. Applications 2 and 3, applications and procedures of Section 10-220C and D should have been followed. The notice required by Florida Statutes 17071, approval of plats by municipalities, 177101, vacation and annulment of plats, and 336.12, closing and abandonment of roads and termination of easements have not been followed, including failure to publish notice at least 2 weeks prior to the hearing as required by 33610. Further, AGO 75-17 appends that the municipality may vacate roads and easements by ordinance and not resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Donna Franzen. Donna, are you here? Donna has left, okay. And so the next speaker is Mr. Ralph Brooks. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ralph Brooks, attorney. I represent Christine Patton, who just spoke.
Yes.
There is a public purpose to keeping Canal Street.
Sir, that doesn't work.
Oh, okay. I guess everyone's familiar with it. But Canal Street is an existing street, and it has an existing pedestrian mobile, what they call a Moby strip, and it's used by handicapped individuals to access this federal beach renourishment project. I don't believe that the notice was correct. It seems it was advertised on November 11th. It has to be advertised 15 days prior, at least 15 days prior. Under 336.10 Florida statutes, closing and abandonment of roads, before any road shall be closed and vacated, before any right or interest of the county or public in any land delineated on a recorded map shall be renounced and disclaimed, you must publish in a newspaper and a notice of general circulation at least 2 weeks prior to the date stated for the hearing. In 177.101, vacation of plats subdividing land, which includes 2 of these applications are to vacate platted lots, must be published in not less than 2 weekly issues of the newspaper and must attach to the petition for vacation such proof of such publication. Under your own code, you also have to have affidavit of the public hearing confirming the legal notice must be presented to you at the time of the hearing. Under 10-219, you're also supposed to have, as part of the application, a list of property owners within 500 feet and mailing labels for those property owners. That does not appear in the application. Attorney General Opinion 75171 says that municipalities should do permanent vacations of streets by ordinance and not by resolution. On the Plat Book 4, page 39, I blew up the application. You can't read it in your agenda packet, but it does clearly state that the said streets and avenues to the use of the public forever. So the public has a prescriptive easement, a public easement, in addition to any interest that the city owns or town owns. It shouldn't be given away. You can see Canal Street is the primary means that people who live on Primo Drive access the beach. They walk down Primo Drive, they take a right, the closest one is Canal Street. It's also the only one that I know of in the area that has these Moby strips for handicapped individuals. We would ask that you deny the vacation applications also because the ownership affidavits are old. They're no longer the current property owners. They're not signed by the correct LLCs. TPI FMB 1 is no longer the owners. There are other entities, including Grand Resorts 2, Fort Myers Beach LLC, and TPI FMB 2 LLC. Thank you. I've spoken for my 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I don't have anybody else up here. I have Ms. Patton again, but she's already spoken. Is there anyone else who would like to comment during the public testimony? Yes, sir, Mr. Moyer?
Thank you, Mayor. Leon Moyer. If you could get part of the packet pages on the screens, it would be helpful for people to look at. I'm going to be speaking about pages 85 through 88 of the council packet on the website, page numbers, and ask your attention, starting at page 85, to the date that the application, this is Supplement PHG Application for Vacation of Platted Rights. It is dated 6/18/2018. That's June 18th. Now scroll down to page 88, if you would. That's where the signature of Tom Torgerson is, and it is dated June the 12th, 2018. How do you sign and date a valid application before? So anyway, I want to raise these issues. Second thing is, this action should be done by ordinance, not by resolution, and there are Attorney General opinions to that effect. I don't expect you to necessarily agree, but that's what we have found. There's not supposed to be any demolition done until all this has been approved, these vacations. and there has been demolition done. And demolition is a construction activity, and no construction permits can be issued until after the vacations have taken place. So something has been done in an unlawful sequence, I believe, and want to object to that. Also, I'll reiterate what prior speakers have mentioned. There are different signatures on different pages in this extensive packet from Grand Resorts versus TPI. Who is making this application? It should be uniform. Some of this was done before Ordinance 1804 was passed, back in 2017. And then it's continued in your packet today, which makes it very confusing to read some applications from 2017 and some from 2018. None of the taxes for 2018 are included, and they're required to be included to show payment. They were included back in 2017 when the issue was heard then, but you're continuing it. Shouldn't you have receipts of paid taxes? It's required. And this is also under, as mentioned before, your LDC code 10219. There are 9 vacations approvals that must be sought, and I do not believe merely calling in your staff, Chelsea and others, suffice today to do that. Look on page 88 of this here, and you will see the list of those 9, and I believe it's 80, yes. And they weren't checked. They're continued on page 88, and 2 of them were checked. The Lee County Sheriff's Office gave a signature, and the Fort Myers Beach office gave a signature. The rest were not checked, and this shows that they should have been checked, or they would not have bothered with those 2 people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, the public testimony is closed. Mr. Herron, could you please address the issue that's been raised as to ordinance versus resolution?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Patton, all the speakers who have spoken in opposition to the item have referenced AGO 75-171. I would point out a couple things. Number one, Attorney General opinions are advisory. They're not binding on municipalities. Furthermore, since the issuance of AGO 75-171, which was 20 some odd, 30, close to 30 years ago, the statute has changed, and there is no provision that it either, or mandatory provision that state that it has to be done by ordinance. And in fact, your code, which AGO 75-171 does recognize as that each local government has the authority and ability to adopt its own procedures for the vacating of right-of-way, specifies that the action is to be taken by resolution.
Okay. Could you also comment, please, on the complete list of owners with mailing labels?
Oh, yeah. Had that conversation with Mr. Green. I can't explain the why, but what your code says is that information has to be provided, but it doesn't go, your code does not take the next step of then saying that notice has to be mailed out to the individuals. The section of the Land Development Code dealing with the vacating of right-of-way that we're working under here today is silent as to that issue. It does not require that notice be mailed to any property owner within 500 feet. It does require that this public hearing be properly advertised. I think it's 15 days prior to the hearing. I do have the affidavit of publication, which is part of the record, that states that this item was advertised on November 2nd, 2019, which is within the time frame specified.
Thank you. Jason, do you have any other comment on that?
I just want to confirm that we do have that list and we do have those labels, but yes, correctly, it's not a mandatory to mail those out. But
A little contradictory, doesn't it?
Yes. So when it was modified in 2009, the application requirements required those, and there was clear edits to the procedure component that I think you've referenced, and it clearly added the 15 days, and then the second time before that. That was the procedures for advertising. I don't know why the disconnect, but it was very clearly in 2009 it was edited that way on purpose, and I can't quite figure that out. But they have met the application requirement component that those were provided. And we do have those in the record.
There was one other issue raised, Mr. Herron, relative to the public use forever.
Yes, the dedication is to the municipality. And the purpose of this public hearing is to determine that the use of that right-of-way and those properties is no longer needed and serves a public purpose. And as I understand it, that determination is obviously premised upon the improvements that the property owner is going to have to make to provide the same level of access to the general public and to the residents in that area along properly dedicated and open to the public streets and access ways. So to the extent that there will be a vacating of that right-of-way and that and presumptively an effect upon that access, it is specifically conditioned on the approvals that you've already given to this project to be replaced by like-kind access.
Okay, thank you. Joanne, would you like to start with questions for the staff?
Yes. When the new access is complete, will it also have the ADA Moby mats?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So that will be a complete.
It'll be ADA accessible through that technique or other techniques, but it will be ADA accessible.
And in addition, it will have parking, so it will actually be an expanded
Correct.
access.
Yes.
With parking and ADA accessibility.
Yes.
Very good. And then I asked this question earlier, and someone in community development mentioned the page, and I lost it. With regard to the tax, I think there is a sheet in here that says that the taxes were paid.
I missed that one.
Yes, and honestly, we have to get, before it's final, we can get another one for the new, because you're in the new tax
We're
year.
in the new,
so
right.
they're not late or anything.
But the last one was paid, and
Correct.
there was a page number that she referenced, and I'm searching through now, it slipped my mind, but I'd asked that already, so that is in here, you
Yes,
believe?
that they
Okay.
provided for that, and then we will follow up and make sure.
as we transfer into the next year.
Correct.
That would be done. How about the question with regard to any demolition before vacation of, has there been some demolition? Is there an issue with regard to demolition prior to vacation? It's been,
No, there's conditions of this, and for each of the vacations that are included in the resolution, that they're responsible for removal of utilities that were already there. So water department wanted to make sure that if there's a water line there, it's got to be capped and removed, that they're financially responsible for that.
okay. And Roger?
Counselor, just to be clear, notwithstanding this right-of-way, this access replacement, the current one for a proposed one, there are other parcels of land that are owned by the applicant immediately adjacent to these and across the street. And they have a right, just like any other person, independent of this action, to obtain demolition permits and demolish buildings or structures on their property. And to the extent that they make that application and meet our codes, we issue those demolition permits.
Very good. And then the last one was, wait a minute, had something else. I'm sorry. So you feel that the public purpose is, I know, the ownership affidavits with regard to TPI, FMB1, et cetera. How about that issue? Is that?
I checked last week, and I recall the two parcels that are adjacent to this right-of-way were the FMB1. So maybe perhaps that changed, or I missed that. But according to LIPA records, I saw that it was that title.
So that coordinates with current
That's
LIPA
my understanding
records.
from last week. That's what I saw. Now, there's other property owner names on the other parcels within the CPT boundary. I believe
Right.
they've changed some of those. But when I saw last week was the same FMB1.
Okay, so you don't have.
Adjacent parcels to the right-of-way.
So you don't have an issue with regard to that statement then, as far as you know?
I don't know.
Okay, very good. And then, in your estimation, then, the public purpose is served by vacating this and then creating the other right-of-way that's actually larger with parking and
Yes,
sidewalks.
based on the previous approvals and the guidance and conditions you've set for this property, absolutely.
That's all for me.
Roxanne, do you have any questions
I do not.
or comments?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
could we just get Mr. Lang on the record before we forget?
Yes, is he here?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Lang, if you would come to the podium, please. Mr. Herron, would you swear him in?
Mr. Lang,
Robert Lang, Finance Director for the town of
Mr. Lang,
Fort Myers.
you can raise your right.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Lang's been sworn in.
And so the question?
My question was with regard to section 10-220, procedures for vacating of property. The report from Community Development, of course, references the CIP program and goals, objectives, and policies of the town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. And so it, in number B, then asks that the town finance director has reviewed that and either provides comment or has no comment or concern with regard to the CIP within the community development, what do you call it, report.
Correct. We have no capital projects determined at this time or in the future that I'm aware of.
That relate to that.
Correct.
Very good. And so the report is fine with regard to the CIP?
Yes, it is.
Very good, thank you. That's
Thank
all
you,
for me.
Mr. Lang.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I'll move on to you, Vice Mayor Murphy.
Just a question for Attorney Herron.
Sir.
Attorney Brooks brought up a few procedural things as far as dates and so forth with the filings, that he mentioned that things weren't filed timely and gave the dates and so forth and so on. I presume that you take a different opinion about that.
I think that was he was arguing that the advertising for this public hearing does not meet the requirements of the statutory provision that he referenced, as well as the town code. And we have an affidavit of publication from the New Press Media Group stating that this public hearing was and these items were properly advertised on November 2nd, 2019, which is within the time frame that he mentioned.
Thank you very much.
Bruce? Nothing. Mr. Herron, I'm going to ask you a question, and if it's inappropriate, don't answer, and I'll remove it.
Fair enough.
In May of 2018, after many hearings, many hours, the town council voted unanimously to approve this project. As we all know, it's been challenged, and it is in a second appeal for a writ of certiorari. Is our decision in this, I'm asking this question because the plaintiff and her attorney are here present and have testified in this hearing. Is our decision on this vacation, could it in any way further delay or jeopardize our first decision relative to Margaritaville, or could this complicate the progress that the town hopes to make with regard to the downtown redevelopment?
The two votes, the previous approval of the commonly referred to as the Margaritaville project approval or ordinance, is separate and distinct from this application.
Okay.
However, it is conceivable that if someone disagrees with your decision here today, that could end up in judicial review at some point in the near future. Every property owner or any affected party has the right to seek judicial review of an administrative decision, including this item. But it would be separate and distinct from the other vote and that pending litigation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Hughes, you're here representing the LPA. Do you have any further comment or testimony to offer? Dan, would you just come up, please?
Couple of months, we'll be able to pass the mic back to you.
He knows better. Good morning.
Good morning.
Knowing how shy and retiring I am, I was hoping I wouldn't have to be called up on this. Daniel Hughes for the record, and I'm here representing the LPA. No, it was just our understanding that, very simply, that this was an implementation of what had already been approved.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan. Are there, Mr. Herron, did you have a comment?
I would be remiss if I didn't say that if there's any questions that this council has regarding the application that, can be answered by the applicant, you certainly can continue the item and have the applicant come before you and answer any the questions that you have already raised and hear directly from them, if that is your desire.
Well, I'd like to see if the applicant would like to make any comments relative to this, but it doesn't appear that they do. And Roxanne, you're leaning in. Do you have a comment?
I was going to move to approve Resolution 19-13.
I had one more question, if we might.
Roxanne, will you hold off on that?
Well, she can still discuss after we have a motion. Let's
Okay.
move it and second it.
Okay,
Second.
so there is a motion and a second. Go ahead, Joanne.
I just was going to ask, with regard to, I believe it's Mr. Brooks' comments on the notice, you said there was one November 2nd. Did there have to be 2 weekly issues, as Mr. Brooks addressed? And
No, and I do know that to the extent that the matter was first considered by the LPA, that public hearing was also properly noticed.
Michelle, you have any comment on that advertising requirement that Joanne has just raised?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Joanne, would you ask your question again?
Actually, it was the comment by the attorney, Ralph Brooks, with regard to the notice having to be 15 days prior, which we did do November 2nd, but he also mentioned that it needed to be 2 weekly issues. And I just wanted to follow through that, and if we ought to continue to put one more notice or not.
Well, the
if
clerk's
it's
office
necessary.
placed advertising based on the recommendations from community development and the town attorney, so I would defer to their response.
And there
Mr.
was,
Green?
he referenced the other advertisements, what Mr. Brooks did. So there was 2 advertisements. It's 15 days or more prior to the hearing, and then a second one prior to the hearing. And so it ended up being, I think, 5 or 7 days. What was it, the 11th, I think is what it is on the other notice. So there was.
So we did have a
there's
November
yes.
2nd and a November 11th.
Correct. There's 2 notifications, one 15 days or greater, and the other sometime at some point before the hearing of that.
Very good, and that was the point I wanted to clarify. Thank you very much.
So there is a motion to approve Resolution 1935, approving with conditions the request to vacate portions of town right-of-way and platted property as identified in applications VAC 18-002, VAC 18-003, VAC 18-004, and VAC 18-005 associated with the TPI Margaritaville project and consistent with the conditions of approval approved by the Town Council for DCI 17-002, Ordinance 1804, and consistent with Subdivision 2 of the Land Development Code.
And might I mention one other thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Should we, in our motion, reference the condition, excuse me, the conditions and reports of staff reports of page 57, page 60, and page 151? And include them?
Let the record reflect that those are included within this, this approval. Is there any further discussion? Ray?
Yeah. Just a little comment. I was taken with a sense of deja vu and irony when I was going through this in my packet, that it was just about 25 years ago right now that a similar vacation was taking place by the Lee County Commission for another hotel project here on Fort Myers Beach. And that particular hearing, the people had to get in buses here from the beach and put on red shirts or whatever they did at the time and take a ride downtown to the commission meeting to protest this particular hearing. And of course, that was for the vacation of the easement, Virginia Avenue, to build the Diamond Head Hotel project, which of course was granted. The vacation was granted, and as a result of that vacation, the incorporation movement started here on Fort Myers Beach, and subsequently, of course, the town did incorporate, and that's why we're all sitting here today instead of down in the Lee County Commission chambers. So, with that being said, it's my recollection of the time and of today that although the world was supposed to end when that hotel was built, it didn't. It didn't. Life went on here at the beach very well. But really, the beauty of that came about was that people here on the beach were able to appear before their locally, right here on Estero Island, their locally elected officials to air their grievances and petition the council for what they wanted to do here locally. And that was a big, big improvement to have home rule here on Fort Myers Beach. And lots of people in this room, I can look around and see people that have appeared before this council before and petitioned all of these councils over the years and have petitioned their own causes. And I think we all know who we are in this room. And so I would just say that as a result of these historical events that happen, things do improve for the better here on the beach. And I'm here to tell you today that they certainly do. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. This will be a roll call vote. The maker of the motion, Rexanne?
Aye.
Seconder, Mr. Murphy?
Aye.
I think it has seconder as me for some reason.
You think the
So-
seconder is you? Okay.
Yeah, on my computer it shows that. I just want to
Okay,
make sure you get
that's
it
fine.
correctly.
Joanne?
Aye.
Mr. Murphy, you said aye. Bruce? Aye. And I vote yes as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. Anyone wish to take a break before the next one?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
probably a good idea.
We'll take a 5-minute break that might stretch to 7 minutes between this and the next hearing. Thank you. All right. Got it. It's 10:58. We're back in session. The next public hearing and the final one is item C, dune walkover and boardwalk at 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard. This is a motion for a special exception application for a dune walkover and boardwalk within the EC zoning district. It's associated with 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard. Due to the failure to meet the minimum requirements set forth in the Land Development Code for a special exception, and inconsistent with the criteria for development within the EC zoning district, they are here for a special exception. We'll also treat this as quasi-judicial, so I will ask first the council if they have any ex parte communication. Joanne?
I went to do a site visit. I got a number of emails that are in the record, and I got a request to meet with the owners, but I didn't get the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Joanne. Rexanne?
I met with the owners, did a site visit, and received numerous emails, which are all part of my email record.
Thank you. Ray?
I did a site visit, met with the owners, and also got the emails as well.
Thank you. Bruce?
Site visit, met with the owners, got emails, used to walk through that lagoon. I know it well.
Thank you, Bruce. I also got many emails, especially with the owners. I was unable to meet with them, and I also received at my place of business on Friday a packet of additional information for their consideration. And I spoke with an LPA member, Jane Plummer, relative to this case. All right, everybody has been sworn in. If there was someone that's in the room now that's going to speak that was not sworn in, could you please stand to be sworn in? Okay, I don't see anyone. Somebody else? Yes, go ahead. There are two gentlemen standing. Mr. Heron, we have two new additions to the swear-in.
You affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Thank you,
Witness has been
gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Heron. Okay, Jason.
Good morning, afternoon almost. Jason Green, Community Development. I'm going to go over the staff report, but first I'm going to introduce Martha Collins, who's going to give you a background and presentation.
Good morning, Ms.
I
Collins.
believe you already received a letter with a summary of that, but she's going to go over some of those items for you. And then I'll follow, and some other staff will come up, and then we'll conclude our presentation after that.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Ms. Collins.
It's really nice to be here this morning, actually. This has been many years in the making. Mayor, Vice Mayor, respective members of Town Council, my name is Martha Collins. I am the founder of Collins Law Group, and I have had the utmost privilege of representing the town in this matter since pretty much the end of 2015, beginning of 2016. I have worked with everyone from Town Attorney Don Leonard to John Turner to now John Heron, who I know and respect tremendously. I've had the pleasure of seeing Ray Burns' tireless efforts in working on this matter. She's no longer with the town. I've had the pleasure of meeting Chad. I've worked with Mr. Hernstadt and Mr. Green, and I can tell you, you have a tremendous staff that you already are probably very well aware of, and it's been a pleasure to work with everyone throughout these years. So,
thank you, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. Thank you also for the break, because I really struggle in putting that together, and I did not want to have to do it while you all were standing up there.
Oh, your little tripod?
Yes.
We would have laughed at you.
Yes. So I'm not good with screens and clicking, so hopefully I'll get around to that. But, you know, I did provide a letter to Town Council on Friday, and, you know, one of the reasons I'm here today is to kind of give a history of how we got here and why we're here, and to make it clear in terms of the legal procedures, what's happened with the other hearings and how that differs from the hearing here today. And as I said, I mean, these efforts have taken us through multiple town staff meetings, town council meetings, circuit court, the 2nd District Court of Appeals, and the Florida Division of Administrative Hearings. So there has been no shortage of hearings on any of this. And I'm happy to say we've been very successful at district court. We were successful at the Second District Court of Appeals, which supported the town's decision at the time that this construction, this proposed structure, did not meet with the town code. Then what happened was we became involved in around September 29th of 2016 when the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, I will just call them the DEP so I don't have to keep rambling through that all the time. You're welcome. On September 29, 2016, first issued what's considered a consolidated notice of intent to issue an environmental resource permit and a consent easement to use a sovereign submerged lands. So the DEP is obviously the state agency. They have permitting authority under Florida Statutes Chapter 373. They also have authority to represent the State Board of Trustees to look at whether or not an easement should be granted over state lands. State lands are waters seaward of the mean high water line. And I have a picture, I'll kind of show how that's all gotten involved here. But that authority also falls under Florida Statutes Section 253. Separate and independent of the DEP's permitting authority under an environmental resource permit and a sovereign submerged lands lease is the town of Fort Myers Beach ability to manage its own lands under Florida Statutes Chapter 163, Part 2, known as the Local Government Comprehensive Planning and Land Development Regulation Act. But that's under a completely different section. So you have Florida Statutes, Section 373 for environmental resource permitting under the state, and Florida Statutes, Section 253 for sovereign submerged lands for the state. And then you've got Florida Statutes, which is what we're here under today, which is comprehensive planning, Section Florida Statutes, Chapter 163. So many times, as in this instance, when a person goes to build a structure somewhere, out in the coastal area or within wetlands, it triggers not only many times federal regulation, this instance also it will trigger federal regulations because there are wetlands, but it also triggers state permitting regulations and then comprehensive planning regulations. And that's exactly what we have here. And we've gone through the whole process. And that's what's gotten us here today. And why are we here? So your staff has done a review of the comprehensive plan and the land development code and has determined that the proposed structure is going to be built in the EC, or the environmentally critically zoning district, pursuant to Town Code Section 6-366A. And I'm here because I want to make sure that council understands the differences here between what has been happening at the state and what is happening here today. There was a great article in the Florida Bar Journal that I also provided you. It's entitled, Planning and Permitting to Protect Wetlands, the Different Roles and Powers of State and Local Government. This appeared in the Florida Bar Journal in April 2010. And I'm just going to quote it a little bit because I think this is really good to understand. I come across this all the time. So thus, while DEP and the water management districts have the authority and responsibility to ensure the protection of the state's wetland and water resources through the Environmental Resource Permitting Program, they do not decide whether a subdivision, shopping center, or other proposed land use for which the ERP, Environmental Resource Permit, is being sought is the appropriate land use for the area. That is the role and responsibility of local governments for all lands, uplands, and wetlands within their borders. It is not lost or preempted by the existence of a state or federal regulatory program or choice not to exercise regulatory jurisdiction. The Local Government Comprehensive Planning and Land Development Regulation Act, 163, Florida Statutes, Part 2, requires all local governments to adopt a comprehensive plan determining the allowable uses, densities, and intensities and development standards for all lands within their boundaries, and ensure that all developments be consistent with the adopted plan. Now, if you look at Florida Statutes 163, again, the section that falls under the Comprehensive Planning Act of the state and what regulates you all here today, there's one section 163.3161. entitled the Community Planning Act. And number 4 of that, and I'm happy to provide a copy of this and supplement the record.
Thank you.
Because I did provide the article, and I noticed throughout the years the number has changed, so it's gone from 3 to 4, just to make sure everybody has the up-to-date statute. But it is the intent of this act that the local governments have the ability to preserve and enhance present advantages, encourage the most appropriate use of land, water, and resources consistent with the public interest. It goes on and on and on. And then it says to also conserve, develop, utilize, and protect natural resources within their jurisdictions. So that gives you all a separate and independent authority outside of the State Department of Environmental Protection and the Board of Trustees to protect lands that fall within your jurisdiction. I think there's been some confusion as this has gone up through the Land Planning Agency and here today, which is why I just want to make sure, you know, people understand the different statutes, the different codes, and how we're here. So on October 13th, 2016, the town of Fort Myers Beach filed a petition for administrative hearing challenging the DEP's proposed issuance of the environmental resource permit and the sovereign submerged lands lease. On October 20th, 2017, and I want to be clear on this, the DEP issued an order dismissing the town's first petition on the basis that the town's allegations were insufficient, did not demonstrate substantial standing, and raised issues, quote, not cognizable in this proceeding. The issues that were raised that the DEP did not consider cognizable in the proceeding were the town's land development code, because the town, or the DEP itself said, that's not what we're ruling on, that's not what we analyzed. Your town has its own separate comprehensive planning. They take into account under their own analysis environmental considerations and impacts pursuant to their town code. So the DEP provided their dismissal with leave to amend. We amended. This is when I became involved with Don Leonard. And on November 4th, our petition was transmitted, 2017, sorry, transmitted to the Division of Administrative Hearings, or DOA. So if you hear me say DOA, that's what I'm talking about. So it's also important to understand that at DOA is the DOA acts under the Florida Administrative Procedures Act under Chapter 120 Florida statutes. They are a non-jury quasi-judicial body that decides both questions of fact and law that involve state agencies in their regulatory capacities. I know this is so fascinating, and I'm trying to make this as interesting as I can.
But you're very good. You're explaining this very well. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, I have not attempted to use that yet, and I hope to avoid so. But so what happens is an administrative law judge will, again, listen to both sides, kind of, you know, similar to this, present evidence, but it's based whether or not the DEP followed its own rules and regulations in granting an environmental resource permit and a sovereign submerged lands lease. Then what happens is the administrative law judge provides what's considered a recommended order to the Secretary of the Department of Environmental Protection. In this instance, the DOA judge did provide a recommended order to the Secretary of the DEP that said, okay, DEP has satisfied environmental resource permitting rules and regulations and sovereign submerged lands lease rules and regulations. And then the Secretary of the DEP ultimately makes the decision if they satisfy their own rules and regulations. So during that process of when you get a proposed recommended order, each side can file an exception. We filed one exception, and that exception was to make it very clear that any permit that was issued, and I'll go into it because there's another permit too that was issued by the Department of Environmental Protection on this, is that these permits are all contingent on each other being granted, and that the permits are contingent upon the applicants receiving written permission from the town that this is in compliance with the town code or are granted a special exception. So I want to be very clear, if the town does not grant this special exception, then they don't have any DEP permits. So what happened? During this whole process, our investigation, Collins Law Group's investigation through discovery, we realized that, and I can show this very quickly. I have to use the tripod. All right. So during our investigation, if you
Collins, would you make sure you're on the microphone, please?
And anything, I will supplement the record with these. They were just supposed to be demonstrative, but I will supplement the record with images of these. So you're going to see the red line there. That, when we were going through the discovery process, we realized that there was a state coastal construction control line. That's that red line. I will point out that the town has a separate coastal construction control line, different from this line. But again, for the state proceedings, we discovered that there was a state coastal construction control line, which means the applicants also needed a coastal construction control line permit. Huh. So now we're dealing with an environmental resource permit, a sovereign submerged lands lease, and a coastal construction land permit. So what happened was, as soon as the applicants realized they were going to have to go for that coastal construction control line permit, they asked that the case be abated. Went to DEP to try to get that permit. Well, they ran into some trouble. In getting a coastal construction control line permit, the applicants have to show that in essence they own the water or the land that this is going to be built on, and they also have to get approval from the town that they satisfy the town code. So, instead of going forward, well, actually, let me back up. So, on March 2nd, the town of Fort Myers Beach, excuse me, on August 30th, 2017, the town of Fort Myers Beach notified the applicants that their proposed structure violated town code and would require a special exception. Instead of pursuing the special exception process in accordance with the town code, the applicants chose to file in circuit court instead against the town and the town council's determination that a special exception is required, while also simultaneously filing with the DEP a request for waiver from the timing of these coastal construction control line requirements that to show that the town actually, or to show that the applicants own this land, and to get a letter that they are in compliance with the town code to obtain their CCCL permit. So, on February 7th, 2018, the DEP granted the applicant's request for waiver. While we got to go through circuit court, you know, on your upholding that your town staff recommendation that it was not in compliance with the town code. And we also challenged the DEP on whether or not they followed their own rules and procedures in granting the waivers for ownership of land and for granting them to be able to move forward with the coastal construction control line permit before having permission from you all. Then we had to file a petition with the ALJ on the waivers. We never got a decision from the ALJ on the waivers. Instead, before that happened, the DEP issued the coastal construction control line permit and made a condition of those permits that the applicants have to get a special exception from the town or written permission from the town that they can proceed in accordance with their land use code. That's a lot. All of a sudden, that all gets consolidated, and we're all going to DOA with the same judge on all of these hearings. So, what happens? As I said before, the DOA judge ruled that the DEP followed their rules and procedures in granting an ERP, sovereign submerged land lease, and a coastal construction control line permit. We filed an exception saying, wait a minute, the permit specifically, the coastal construction control line permit specifically has a condition in it that the town, they have to receive written permission from the town. The secretary of the DEP agreed. That was part of the final order. That's why we're here today. Not to go into ownership because that's a whole other big issue. But the applicants showed that for the DEP, they could provide an ownership interest through the sovereign submerged lands lease. That's how they're showing that they own the property, through the DEP sovereign submerged lands lease. Now, again, in circuit court, we were successful. Circuit court ruled in our favor, upholding town staff interpretation of the town code, and that this was not in compliance with town code and would require a special exception. Applicants appealed that to the Second District Court of Appeal. We were successful there also. My point is, you've already been successful at the Circuit Court and the District Court of Appeals. And DOA is saying, it's all on you. It's up to you all. And Chapter 373 is different than Chapter 163 in terms of the analysis that's supposed to be provided here today. The DOA ruling has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on whether or not the town can make its own determination on if this project will have environmental impacts on lands under the town's jurisdiction. The only bearing the DEP final order has is that it orders the applicants to get permission from the town and make any DEP permit contingent upon getting this approval from the town, which is written in the Coastal Construction Control Line permit, granting of a special exception. It's the town's obligation and duty to look at their own comprehensive plan and land development code and make its own determination on if this project should be granted a special exception, which includes looking at the town's comprehensive plan and the town's land development regulations. I would like the opportunity, because obviously I haven't seen the applicant's presentation, so I don't quite know what they're going to go into yet for their justifications of this. In seeing some of the materials, I have a feeling that they might be going into a theory called res judicata, which means that the DOA decision has taken care of all environmental concerns for this project. I would like a chance to rebuttal that with more specific legal theory, but that's simply not correct. So if it comes to that, I would just like the chance to rebuttal with more specific legal theory instead of going on it
Yes, Ms. Collins, of course.
right now. But the very reason Florida Statutes Chapter 163 Part 2 exists is to give the town its own ability to regulate its lands. That's why we're here today. Town council made this clear to the DEP, which I just absolutely commend the town on. I'm sure you've all seen it, but just as a refresher, Town Council passed resolution number 17-08, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Lee County, Florida, objecting to environmental resource permit on Little Estero Island and providing an effective date. And one of the whereas clauses is right on point. The proposed construction and action of the DEP are in violation of the town's comprehensive plan and land development regulations aimed at protecting the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area, Little Estero Island, and the coastal areas within the boundaries and jurisdiction of the town of Fort Myers Beach. That was resolution 17-08.
When was that dated, please?
April 17th, 2017. I have a copy of it if you'd like to see. Sure. I do want to point out also that Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission wrote at least 3 letters in objection to this project. And the DEP does not have to follow those letters. They can use them as a guiding tool, but the FWC does not have the right to turn down this project. I think that's also important to note, because the FWC, who created the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area, has some very serious concerns. I'm sure you've all seen the letters. If not, I'm happy to supplement the record with those as well. But it is important to note that the DEP doesn't even have to take those under consideration, or they can use them as a guidance tool only. There seem to be plenty of people here that are going to, I'm assuming, speaking on behalf of the area and the birds. I'm going to say, the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area is one of only 15 such designated wildlife refuges in Florida. So to have one here right in your backyard is quite amazing. Another point, as development of Florida's beaches and coastal islands increases, as you've all seen, especially on Fort Myers Beach, secure resting areas and nesting sites for shore and wading birds are becoming more and more scarce. Barrier islands and sandbars are favored nesting sites because they afford protection from traditional land predators. This is such a dynamic area. You're probably going to hear that word over and over again. Dynamic, dynamic, dynamic. This whole area, you all have seen it. If you've lived here for any amount of time, if you've walked this beach, you've seen how Little Estero Island, that sandbar moves. There's overwash. Material comes into the lagoon, material goes out of the lagoon. There's beach grass, there's shrub. I mean, this is all a very, very unique coastal system. The dynamism of that area is what made this a wonderful place for these nesting shorebirds. And the lack of human construction is also what has made this a great area for nesting shorebirds. I know everybody would love to find a compromise to this, but a compromise of a land bridge, in essence, is putting new construction where none currently exists. And that right there sets a very dangerous precedent for this area. It allows the camel to put its nose under the tent, so to speak. The town has a long-standing tradition of protecting its beaches and coastal systems, as well as the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area for the public at large. I cannot say, I work a lot with local governments. Again, I cannot say town staff should be commended for their professionalism and defense of the town's residents, economy, and natural resources throughout all of these proceedings, years and years and years of proceedings and meetings. They have put the public first. Town staff should also be commended for their thorough understanding of the town code, and the recommendation of denial should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Jason, do you have anything to add to Ms. Collins' presentation?
So I can go through the staff report if you want to go through that section.
Yes, please.
Which, of course, as I said before, is a collection of all staff. We try to get all that input. So the application before you, SEZ 2019-0049, has been, letters were mailed to within 500 feet. Postings were done properly at the site. The applicant picked those up and posted those. As was stated, there's really two properties here. There's the applicant owns the property that's within the residential single-family zoning district, but the rear portion of their property is in the EC, which by the plans is where it'll connect to these proposed structures, what we're determining or calling a boardwalk and a dune walkover. Those portions are primarily, or if not all, in the EC zoning district. Hence the reason for the special exception in front of you. So when staff reviewed the application, we've essentially, to summarize it, determined that there wasn't sufficient evidence, documentation, or information that showed compliance with the land development codes. Specifically, in Chapter 34, there's criteria for the special exception. There's several criteria in there. But most importantly, quote, special exception means a use or certain specified departures from the regulations of this chapter that may not be appropriate generally or without restrictions throughout a zoning district, but which, when controlled as to number, area, location, or relation to the neighborhood, would promote the public health, safety, welfare, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, or prosperity, and may be permitted in accordance with all applicable regulations. So we didn't go into the specific details about the design of it. It's really about, as Ms. Collins talked about, is the use, and then obviously the impact to land and water around it. So I think it's important to really pay attention to the language in that section that I just quoted, that there was no provided public use. Now, at the LPA meeting, they have provided some documentation with adjacent, they agreed, I believe, at the LPA meeting to provide access to adjacent property owners. I believe it was 3 on the west side and 2 on the east side, so to speak. Staff has looked at that and considered that since that time, and we still don't believe that that meets a pure definition of what public means. In most cases that you have approved a special exception for dune walkover for Lee County, for example, that is, for its true sense, a public access. That was also done essentially where a dune walkover already existed. They have the right to build boardwalk and other portions on their property that was outside of the EC, and they did a true dune walkover as part of the special exception application to you. That was for true public purpose, and so we have yet to see an explanation or a request that meets at least that standard. Lots 19 and lot 20, again, it's 81, if I didn't cover that, 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard is a joint application. It would be a joint access between the two as is provided. The platted lot lines have not changed from what we've seen with the application. The lagoon and dune system have been in place prior to the applicant's ownership. And again, the surveys and site plans that were provided, I believe they did adjust the site plan over the last few years, as Ms. Collins said, to remove the proposed structures out of the CWA, but our codes recognize and ask you to regulate not just what's in the CWA, but what's adjacent to it. So this will be adjacent to it, so obviously, again, within your purview. So again, the criteria of 3488, and I'll just go through those briefly, whether there existed change or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. In summary, I think the changing conditions of the dynamic system actually make it appropriate to deny the request. The testimony of any applicant, you'll hear that today. The recommendation of staff and local planning agency. Staff had a recommendation of denial, and your LPA, through a very thorough discussion, had a recommendation of approval. The testimony of the public, which we'll hear again, was also provided to the LPA, and those meeting minutes are included in your packet. Again, our take on what was requested, it was the applicant provided a narrative stating that the application is consistent with comprehensive plan FLU policies 4B6, 4B8, 4B9, and coastal management policies 5D1, sub little 2, conservation element policy 6E1. However, that last policy states sand dunes should be protected and recreated whenever they have been removed. Native dune plants should be protected and non-native exotics removed. Dune walkovers should be constructed where they do not exist, and existing structures should be maintained. Based on basically that policy and what the applicant has provided, that we have not been shown evidence that they will be going actually over the dune, and that they will not be impacting any dune or vegetation within that area. So again, where am I? Then F, I'll get to that. Whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and location standards set forth for the proposed use. The original application was requesting a 5-foot wide boardwalk. Town code requires a 4 feet maximum wide for residential, unless some kind of variance could be applied for, which was not. I believe they've agreed to the 4 feet, but again, the rest of that is really more of a detailed engineering specific component. We do have concerns over the design. They do have a dune walkover design that is similar to what DEP shows as a typical. However, what I want you to understand is, if you're dealing with a dune that's 40 feet wide, and you can do your stairs, your walkway up, and you create the elevation above the dune, you cross over the dune, and you bring that landing back down to the other side outside of that dune system. That has not been shown, and frankly, the dune is quite large potentially, where it could be I'm going to have Chad come up and talk about this, anywhere from 80 to 120 feet or more. So I want you to just understand that we're not talking about a 10 or 20 foot or 30 foot dune walkover potentially. We're talking about a very large structure that'll start in theory at the lagoon area and then cross over to the beach, out towards the beach. And again, included with that is the boardwalk that'll be transversing through the lagoon and basically bifurcating a navigable waterway was part of the concern. The dune walkover falls in the category of a permit structure, which would cause an alteration of the natural landscape. That was part of the rest of that letter F, if you want to go through that. So we just do not find that it's consistent with Land Development Code Section 6-366A and that 34-652D6, that the town's zoning requirements state that no land or water shall be permitted by right in the environmental critical zone, except for those uses and developments permitted by the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. These activities and uses include passive recreation, active recreation, that requires no permanent structure alteration of the natural landscape. And there's concern over, obviously, as I've stated, about altering that natural landscape. Let's see. That's that covered. And then H, whether the request will be, I'm sorry, let me back up. G, whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. Staff report simply says, see the previous environmental comments and concerns about that. So essentially what I've just been discussing is the same. H, whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. Without it being a true public access point, the code does require a separation of 150 feet between these structures if they're going to be improved at a minimum. What that does is essentially puts adjacent property owners at a disadvantage of trying to meet that 150 feet and also create the public access. And we don't see how it benefits not just the couple lots, but the neighborhood in general, the properties along Estero Boulevard, along the beach in this area.
Jason, can you repeat that?
Sure. So code requires 150 feet separation between them. So without it being a true public access, to incorporate all those properties at least within the 150 feet, or if they aren't included, then it's encouraging additional so that others can have access. Because when you look at the system that Martha was talking about, it's much bigger than 150 feet. So you have a substantial lagoon and other environmental areas that have to go through this process
Yep.
if they want to do walkover.
Got it.
It's a challenge to, if you're going to do one at a time or 3 lots at a time, it makes it nearly impossible to really truly provide access for all of them. So, in our take, when we say public access, this entire stretch should really be considered for public access. And then, of course, there's some environmental points to that. So, and then F, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locate, so that, again, that's the technical standards of that part. So, sorry, flip the page there. All right, I, I'm almost done. Whether request will be used in compliance with applicable general zoning provisions and supplemental regulations pertaining to the use set forth in this chapter. And again, that's the part about the 150 feet. The boardwalk part of it, the land bridge, if you want to call it that, again, goes through the lagoon, splits the lagoon, creates something that was once navigable, no longer potentially navigable. It is not enjoyment for the public. And then you have to add on to that a dune walkover that we have questions about the location, the size. And I don't think the size is being really shown appropriately, or is really clearly being shown to you. And again, Chad will come up and talk about that size. But I think that's a critical part. If you're going to look forward, if you're going to approve this structure, I think you need to understand what the potential is, because I believe the DEP permit says there can't be any environmental impacts and they shall move it or adjust it as. You need to be considering the size of that. So if it's a 50-foot structure versus a 250-foot structure can potentially make a big difference. We think obviously any of the structure makes a big difference. But so again, the special exception findings and conclusions, that Land Development Code in section 3488 provides a series of findings that the town council has to make before granting any special exception. And the town council must find that the applicant has demonstrated that the requested special exception complies with the Fort Myers Comprehensive Plan, complies with the Land Development Code, and complies with other applicable town ordinances or codes, and is also subject to any other conditions that you may want to place on it. So that, based on those findings and that review, that staff has recommended denial of the request of the special exception for failure to show compliance with LDC section 34-88. More specifically, failure to comply with the comprehensive plan and land development code requirements for location, type of use, avoidance of impacts of dunes and vegetation. And that the applicant has failed to provide sufficient information related to details of the landing area of the proposed dune walkover. Chad, if you want to come up. And then furthermore, a proposed easement or other means of allowing access to nearby neighbors does not meet the standard of providing a public benefit or access. Public access should be for the general public. And then I think we have some slides. How do I do that? It's, you gave them yours, right? Yep. This is yours? That's not yours, right? Sorry. Is that yours? I think that's the applicant's. Is it the other one? Chad's presentation. Sorry. Technical glitch.
Morning, Chad.
Good morning, Chad Schutz, town staff. Just get myself oriented. So, as you know, this project is located adjacent to the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area. As was stated, it's a dynamic system, which means it's changing a lot, composed of lagoons, sandbars, wetlands, dunes, and beaches. And as was stated, it's one of the last of its kind along the Southwest Florida coastline. I just wanted to illustrate how much it has been changing, and therefore staff wanted to see what is currently there today in terms or in relation to the proposed project. So I delineated the frontal dune area to determine which portions of the proposed project were a dune walkover versus a boardwalk to traverse over lagoon and wetlands. The vegetation and land features that I've delineated were ground truthed with a Garmin GPS device, and the coordinates were imported in Google Earth, as you see here. As you can see, The green is the mangrove fringe, the yellow is herbaceous wetlands, and the purple area is the actual dune proper. This was in accordance with 62-340, which defines what a wetland is in accordance with state Florida Administrative Code. So the mangrove fringe and herbaceous saltwater wetlands that you see there, you can see the star where this photo was taken. Again, dominated by obligate plants. As you go into the more waterward section, this photo is imaging the wetlands as you look towards the dune, and the dune is approximately 80 feet away from the proposed terminus in accordance with the plans. You can see that there is about a 3-foot increase in elevation. Again, this is, you have mangrove fringe, obligate wetland species, and you transition to facultative and proper dune plants, such as sea oats. This is looking back towards the whole project. So, you know, the dune proper is distinguished by dominance of sea oats and other dune plants. And I thought this was important for council to understand that the project as proposed in the site plan does not appear to include a dune walkover because it does not reach the dune. As it's laid out, as proposed, the boardwalk appears to terminate in herbaceous saltwater wetlands approximately 80 feet short of the dune. And in order for it to reach the dune, an additional 80 to 100 linear feet of piling supported structure would need to be added. And also to get over to the dune, that would be another 80 to 100 feet. So again, just for y'all to understand the project in its entirety, to be an actual dune walkover, you would have to add approximately 160 linear feet of boardwalk. Any questions?
Thank you, Chad.
You're welcome. So, yes, so that combined, as I mentioned, the recommendation of denial based on, written in the staff report, and incorporating those findings that Chad has presented to you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jason. Go ahead, Ray.
Excuse me, what's Chad's title?
What is it now? Environmental Project Manager?
Okay.
I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Place Ray
I'm
Burns.
sorry.
Yes. I'm sorry, we should have had that.
Okay, thank you.
Ray Jr.
Ray, do you have any questions for the staff or for Chad? Any questions, Ray?
No.
Bruce, any questions?
So what do you call a navigable waterway?
I don't have, I can look up the definition if you want in our comp plan, but generally speaking, we were just looking at it as being, utilize a boat within it. You can kayak and such, and this is a boardwalk. There'll be a low-level boardwalk that'll cross over that waterway. You won't be able to get under it. So you'll basically split that lagoon in half. You'll have an eastern portion and a western portion with the boardwalk from the properties.
Ed, want to add something to that?
He probably can define that answer to you.
As it's defined in the code, negative 3 feet at mean low water.
Negative 3 feet at mean low water.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that it is a navigable waterway?
I haven't measured it with the depth stick, but I would imagine that at mean low water that there is 3 feet of depth in that lagoon. I have not measured it.
No way.
Are you using a local definition, Chad, when you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because in the court decision, they're using state definitions, and the judge found it was not navigable in that definition.
Martha?
So this is where it gets tricky. Yes, in DOA, they were starting to discuss about what's navigable and what's not navigable pursuant to state law. The applicants and the DEP both wrote many different exceptions on the judge even going into that territory because navigability of those waters. Let me see if I can show you. So the reason that became very tricky at the DOA hearing, and which is why, again, this is a completely separate process, but at the DOA hearing, navigability also can go into ownership interests. And ownership interests were not a part of the DOA hearing. And so once the administrative law judge went into navigability, the applicants and the DEP wrote numerous exceptions saying you have absolutely no authority to rule on navigability because that goes into an ownership interest. So in terms of navigability here for the code, the applicants themselves have kayaks. They also have a Hobie Cat. Any type of sailboat like that can be used in the lagoon will not be able to traverse this area, let alone the birds that fly back and forth across the lagoon and feed like skimmers. This will also block their ability to be able to traverse the entire lagoon. So I hope that helps, but that, just to separate again, navigability at the state level versus navigability here.
Okay. Bruce, other question? No. Rexanne, questions for the staff?
No.
Joanne, questions for the staff?
I just have one question with regard to changing conditions. From what you can see of the changing, we know this is a dynamic area, but for how long the owner has owned this and what the condition of is at the time of the purchase, would you say that lagoon and these existed at the time? How long have the owners owned this? In other words, was it purchased basically knowing that this condition existed?
Yes, it's our understanding, yes. And I think Chad had some pictures, aerials there of how it's changed, but essentially there's been an environmental concern there all along.
So do we know how long the individual has owned this property specifically? I want to just state.
I don't know the exact date on that. It's been several years, but we can have them testify to that.
You can ask them that question when they
Very good, thank you. That's all, thanks.
Thank you. I'll invite the applicant up to speak. Ray, did you have a question?
I just wanted to ask one more question of Ms. Collins.
Ms. Collins, would you come back up for a moment? Thank you.
Apologize, I had an interesting picture on my lap someone was asking me about. Yes.
That's all right.
Hi. I'm just curious, since your history and involvement in this subject here, I don't see you listed in the LPA hearing. Were you not there?
I was not there.
Was there any reason why?
I was not given notice. Stuff happens.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Mayor and members of the council.
Yes, sir.
Because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, at this point in time, the applicant's representative does have the ability to ask questions of staff regarding their presentation, as well as present the case in chief with regard to the application. I'm not sure whether or not she wants to make the presentation first or ask the staff potentially questions first. I'll leave that up to her, but she does have the ability at this point in time, as part of her presentation, to ask staff questions regarding their testimony.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Amy Petrick. I'm with the firm of Lewis, Longman & Walker, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants. And on behalf of the applicants, I would like to thank you for taking time to consider their application for a special exception. As you heard from Ms. Collins and from your staff, there is a complicated litigation and administrative history here. There were a couple of things that I think might not have been technically accurate in the way that it was presented. I'm sure that was inadvertent, but I would like to correct the record on some of the procedural matters that were identified in the earlier presentation. I'm not going to be able to do this in any kind of order because I was just writing while the folks were talking. The first thing I would like to point out is there was some discussion about the circuit court case. Some of you may recall that during the process of getting the state permit, the applicants were required to get something called a zoning verification letter from the town. And a zoning verification letter is not the same thing as a permit. It is simply a letter that says what you're suggesting does not conflict with the town's code. And so staff, already in the process of being a litigant in the administrative permitting process, issued a letter that said, in order to get approval at the town level, you have to apply for a special exception. Therefore, until you apply, we are going to consider you as in violation of the town code. They weren't saying that the project could not be approved. They were saying you need to be approved. And we took the position, and we came here in a town appeal to say, the fact that we have permitting requirements in front of you should not mean that we don't get the zoning verification letter, because the zoning verification letter just verifies that there is not absolute conflict between the proposal and the code. That was the basis of the circuit court case. And the circuit court, sitting in its appellate capacity on the writ of certiorari, said, we are going to defer to the town in requiring the special exception. And that's all they said. They didn't say, as Ms. Collins said, that the application did not meet the town code, because that was not before them. Their question was whether or not the applicants were required to get a special exception. And the circuit court, showing deference to the town, said, yes, it's okay for the town to require a special exception. That's all that circuit court case, and then the following District Court of Appeal was about. Now, talking about the Division of Administrative Hearings procedure, you had 4 different decisional points that were made during that Division of Administrative Hearing. The first one was the environmental resource permit process, which has a number of factual requirements in order to be entitled to receive an environmental resource permit, several of which you're going to hear about today, involving impact to resources, impact to species, protected and otherwise, impact to navigability, impact to water quality, impact to dune stability. All of those things are squarely before the division, the Department of Environmental Protection, when they decide whether or not to give you an environmental resource permit. And this town joined the Audubon, who is Ms. Collins' primary client, in challenging the applicant's right to receive that permit. And we spent years and in the discovery process, and ultimately a week in the hearing. And your town staff testified, and DEP's experts testified, and applicants' experts testified. And at the end of that, the administrative law judge made several specific factual findings that are binding on the town. The administrative law judge very specifically said, I'm not telling you what your code means. That's not within my jurisdiction. And nobody representing the applicants would suggest otherwise. Certainly, the Division of Administrative Hearings administrative law judge could not tell you what your code means. However, the Division of Administrative Law judge was asked by you whether or not the proposed project would have an impact to birds, would have an impact to the dune system, would have an impact to navigability, would have an impact to turtles, that was talked about. All of these different factual questions were raised by the town, resolved by the administrative law judge, affirmed by DEP, and now both sides who participated in that process have to live with those factual decisions. It's not res judicata technically. That's not technically the legal theory, because res judicata is when you're talking about the same issue. So if they were to attack the ERP, the environmental resource permit itself, then that would be res judicata. It's a different form of claim preclusion, and technically it's called collateral estoppel. But it's the same notion as I think many of us are similar with the concept of double jeopardy. That the applicants have spent years and hundreds of thousands of dollars addressing your concerns about environmental issues. You explained your position to someone with expertise to make that decision. That decision has now been made. And so for those who have a vested interest in this issue to attempt to relitigate it in this forum, those specific issues is inappropriate legally. And therefore, we ask for the town to consider very carefully the decisions of the administrative law judge and the DEP. To that end, one of the things that I would like to ask you to do, at the LPA hearing, we brought paper copies of the actual Division of Administrative Hearing transcripts. In order not to kill more trees, I have placed the exact same volumes on this flash drive, and I would ask you if someone could make a motion to receive and file the Division of Administrative Hearing transcripts, because they are pertinent to exactly the issues we're talking about here.
I have no objection to that. Would somebody like to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I'll move to accept and make it a part of the record.
Okay. Any objection? All right. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Town
Michelle?
Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So that was one of the important points I wanted to make. The other important point that I wanted to make, there was a reference to the town's ability to manage its own lands. I just want to make perfectly clear that none of the actual physical property we're talking about is owned by the town. So this is not the town managing lands. This is the town wearing its regulatory hat. And wearing its regulatory hat, it has to abide by its own code provisions, which we're going to talk about in a minute. Okay, so I've addressed that. So the other thing that I think was a mistaken kind of just probably slip of the tongue is you heard that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission issued 3 letters of objection. In point of fact, in the Division of Administrative Hearing proceeding, it was pointed out that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has the ability to issue objection letters, and that what they issued was not an objection letter, it was a comment letter. There is a very big distinction administratively between those two things, and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission chose not to object to this project. They simply offered comments. So that is an important distinction, and I don't want the record to suggest that objections were made, because that is not a correct statement. Okay, so I think we're probably at a place where we can turn to the presentation in the case in chief, if we could have it placed on the PowerPoint. It was up before Chad started speaking, and if we could just get that back up, that would be very helpful.
If I could just ask Ms. Collins, did you object to any of your counterparts' comments relative to
Thank you for the opportunity. In regards to the FWC letters, it's important to understand, and this gets very complicated, so the DEP and the FWC are 2 different agencies. One's a statutorily regulated agency, the other one's a constitutionally regulated agency. Because FWC was constitutionally regulated, they could not provide a letter saying, we object to this project and want denial of this project. That too is in the record. So I'm glad you're going to have the entire transcript there. They didn't have the ability to say that.
Okay.
Pay particular attention to the words that are going to be used in front of you today by the applicant. They're having to call it a dune walkover because that's the language that they can best use to get it within your code. Zoning verification letter. They were given a letter from town staff that said, this project is not in compliance with town code. I don't know how much clearer it can get. That's what went before Circuit Court. In terms of the DOA final order, not the DOA recommended order, and the Secretary's final order, holding the town to certain standards, I don't know if you all are aware, but the applicants fought tirelessly to get the town dismissed from the entire proceeding. And the town was dismissed for lack of standing. So the DEP doesn't even think the town has the right to be involved in the ERP permitting process, the sovereign submerged lands lease permitting process, or the coastal construction control line permitting process. So I don't know how you're supposed to be, just legally speaking, I don't know how you're supposed to be bound by something that you weren't even allowed to be a part of. Outside of that, again, I think I made it very clear that what DOA decided factually and legally is pertaining to DEP regulatory standards.
We understand that.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me, point of
Thank you.
order.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
She had her opportunity to put on her case. Now it's the applicant's turn here. Why are we going back and
Ms.
forth? This
Petrick,
is not
Ms.
a courtroom here.
Well, in fact, it is. It's a quasi-judicial hearing, but Ms. Petrick
Yeah.
corrected some of Ms. Collins' statements. I was simply giving Ms.
Well,
Collins.
she was going to have an opportunity again at the end, right?
She
Isn't that
is.
normally the way we do it?
She is. She is.
If I may, as I understand it, and I don't mean, if I'm incorrect, Mayor, please correct me. So your question was, did Ms. Collins object to
Any of the comments.
And the comments, what she was entering into the record?
That's correct.
And I think that some of her comments more are rebuttal and you know,
Okay.
but with that said, you all have the letters from the FWC in your packet, and the point I want to make is you can review them and give them the weight that you all feel appropriate based upon both of their arguments as to what import or what weight you should give it, whether it was an opportunity for FWC to formally intervene in the DOA proceeding or not, et cetera. The last thing I will say as we proceed is, as the attorney advising you all, this is what I have to say, is that both the administrative law judge, Circuit Court, and Second District Court of Appeal have all ruled and all stated in one point or another that the applicant has to obtain a special exception approval from this body. That is what we're here for today. You hear the testimony, the evidence, give it the weight that you feel appropriate, and determine whether or not it meets the criteria.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Collins. Ms. Petrick, please proceed.
Okay. So the first couple of slides are just orientation slides. You can see the first is the future land use, and then the second is the zoning. And you know, certainly staff and applicants are on the same page as to how the future land use and the zoning are. This slide, the purpose of it has to do with the there has been a tremendous amount of mistaken assumptions that has plagued this project since its inception. For a period of time after...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you tell me where you are? We have a notebook and I'm trying to follow you, but...
Certainly. So this is a PowerPoint that works off of some of the material in the notebook, but the notebook is not this PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you.
So what you're going to see here on this particular slide, in red is the CWA boundary based on survey material that was elicited during the Division of Administrative Hearing matter. The green line represents what the original boardwalk structure's alignment was, and then the brown line reflects how it changed in communication with DEP. So there is now absolutely no question that the boardwalk or the dune walkover is not within the CWA boundary. And it seems that this, even as late as the notice for the LPA hearing, we were still seeing things coming from the town saying that it was within the CWA boundary. It is not. So this is another orientation slide, and this kind of tracks what is in the staff report about adjacent land uses. And one of the things that the staff says is that the CWA is directly south of the property. That is technically not true because of the way that the alignment has been revised. So that's the point that we're trying to make there. Now, again, here is the project survey. It's an actual survey of the project, so you can see there that it reflects where the CWA boundary is as to the project, and you can see that it is not within the CWA boundary. And then the final order reflects not in the CWA boundary. So we can put that issue to bed. Now, moving now to Mr. Green's testimony, he was talking to you about the definition of a special exception use, and he said that is the critical thing for you as the town council to consider in processing this application. And so the first portion of that is uses that may not be appropriate generally or without restrictions through a zoning district. Now, your zoning code expressly contemplates dune walkovers here. Section 6.366B1 talks about minor structures in the EZ zoning district and talks about perpendicular dune walkovers permitted by right. Now, staff has chosen to make this this new designation of this combination of boardwalk and dune walkover, which is not something that appears within your code as a single land use concept, and it is not something that we could find reference to in any other town project that has been approved that we could find. And so this is a unique notion that has come up during this particular proceeding. But regardless, conceptually and substantively, this project is no different than a dune walkover. It is perpendicular as per your code, which means it does not deflect less than 30 degrees. It is a walkover that is designed in accordance with dune walkover standards, and therefore it cannot be said that this use is not appropriate generally, because it is exactly consistent with how your dune walkover language tracks in your land development code. Okay, let's see. Now, the second piece of it, of this definition, says that when controlled as to number, area, location, or relation to the neighborhood would promote the public health, safety, welfare, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, or prosperity, that it may be permitted. So let's talk about first this controlled as to number, area, and location. It has to be noted that these two properties are unique in terms of where they are located because they're right on the edge of the CW boundary. To the left on this picture, you will see that all of those other properties would not be able to have a project's alignment that took them outside of the CWA boundary the way that these properties have. And then to the right of the two homes in this image, what you will see is that those homes are just differently situated as it relates to the natural obstruction between the houses and the dune. So they are uniquely situated in a way that naturally controls the number and the area of these kinds of events. More importantly, at the LPA hearing, the LPA asked for a condition of approval, and the applicants have formally committed to meeting their request, which was to make available to the 5 houses to the left of the picture and the 2 houses to the right of the picture a shared use access agreement. And so they've committed to doing that. And the reason was because creating a dune walkover that is available for all of these landlocked homes to access the beach is dramatically within the public interest in this case. Not that public interest or public access is even in this definition. If you see it, it says promote public health, safety, welfare, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, or prosperity. And those are disjunctive. You can meet one. You don't have to meet them all. But offering access to all of these landlocked homes, all of which have the potential for their property values to be significantly diminished if they cannot maintain access to the beach, all of these people who walk through the natural vegetation now, there's a tremendous public benefit that is being made available by the applicants to their neighbors and in protection of this, this natural resource. Okay. So DEP agreed that the property is unique and said that there are no existing permits, there are no pending applications. Given the presence of the CWA, applications for similar walkovers within the boundaries are unlikely, and if made, would have to comply with CWA restrictions. DEP understood that these two homes are significantly unique in terms of how they are situated. The bottom line, you do not need to worry about precedent as a condition of this project. This project will not create precedent problems. DEP understood that, and particularly with respect to the LPA condition regarding shared use, you absolutely are protecting this area from future applications. All right. So talking again about this idea of public benefit, you know, as a proxy for the public health, safety, welfare, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, or prosperity. DEP made a number of findings about the public benefits of this boardwalk, and they said it a number of different times in the final order, quoting from the administrative law judge and the folks who testified during the hearing. As you will see on this slide, at the recommended order, or I'm sorry, the consolidated final order on page 18. And just so that you know, the reason why there are so many quotes is because I don't want to get into a back and forth and have me tell you this is what the order says and have Ms. Collins tell you this is what the order says. You don't have to take my word for it. I'm telling you what pages you can look at and you can read it for yourself. Here on page 18, the DEP said, the dune walkover will have a beneficial effect on the native vegetation in the immediate area. That's what they said. Then they said, the ALJ found that the evidence in this case does not support a finding that existing pedestrian access will be increased by the dune walkover, but to the contrary, suggests that the walkover will allow access in a much less disruptive and destructive manner. That benefit is only increased the more people that are allowed to use this. So the fact that there's going to be a shared use access agreement means that this benefit is just magnified from the time that the ALJ considered it, because the applicants were always amenable to offering this benefit to their neighbors. But up until the LPA hearing, the town had never been willing to consider it, I'm assuming for strategic reasons. All right. Last thing in terms of this public benefit, another finding from the consolidated final order. Ms. Mills testified convincingly that the boardwalk in this area would serve to minimize unrestricted and unchanneled foot traffic and direct traffic so that people are not using other manners that aren't specifically defined, causing more adverse impacts through natural and sandy areas. So that's what happened after hundreds of thousands of dollars and years of litigation. That's what a full hearing concluded. All right. So staff has said, well, yeah, they're letting other people use it, but that's not true public access. First of all, at the LPA hearing, the point was made by one of the LPA members that a public benefit does not have to be public access at all, that the fact that foot traffic is being focused and limited through the natural areas is in and of itself a public benefit. So this idea that it has to be open to every person in the public is not what your code requires. There's no place that says it has to be true public access. That's just something staff is saying. Secondly, there is neighborhood access, which is a benefit. Your comprehensive plan on page 5-21 specifically calls this area out as needing beach access, and specifically calls this area out as a place where you're going to have a really hard time finding a way to create true public access because of how the properties are oriented and the development patterns that exist there. So you've already recognized it from a regulatory perspective that there's a need here. And you've already recognized that it's not a need that you are going to be able to directly fill through complete public access. That simply supports the notion that is being offered here, that this neighborhood can benefit from what the applicants are willing to do for them. All right, so once you identify that this is not a use that's not generally inappropriate, and that it's not a use, or that this is a use that offers some sort of benefit, then the question is, does there exist a change or changing conditions that makes approval of the request appropriate? Now, you've heard from staff the area is very dynamic, and that the area has changed significantly over time. From the landowner's perspective, one of the things that has changed is that practical access was blocked by a neighbor in 2015. And what you will see here on the screen is the place where beach access was closed. It used to be that the property owners would walk behind the houses to the right on the screen and then walk through the raked sandy beach area that is kind of off screen on the right-hand side. That route became unavailable to them. And so that was the change circumstance that brought them into this process. Now, the reason why that happened has to do with changes to the mean high water line and changes to the lagoon, which changed the title issues and the ownership issues in this area that convinced those landowners that they were able to build a wall so that their neighbors couldn't walk that way and get to the raked sandy beaches. And what you will see is that the ALJ himself found that over the last 50 plus years, and especially within the last 10 to 15, the shoreline has been accreting, which is part of what has created this separation. And the ALJ specifically said on page 12 of the consolidated order that the shoreline has been accreting at around a rate of 28 feet per year between 1999 and 2011. So on this page, these were your exhibits at DOA, not ours. You can see from 2003 to 2017 how different this area looked. And particularly for these neighbors, how the accretion has created this space between them and the water that made their ability to access the shoreline tremendously different than what they anticipated when they purchased their property, and tremendously different for this whole area because of the accretional patterns in this area.
Sorry, may I?
Yes.
What was the year of the earlier picture?
So to the left, you see 2003. To the right, you see 2017.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it would be very hard to argue that the circumstances here have not changed in a way that make practical difference in the ability for these homeowners to use and enjoy their property in the way that someone who buys oceanfront property would anticipate being able to use. And going back to the definition of when special exceptions are appropriate, one of the words that's in there is prosperity. And so as a town, one of your obligations is to protect property values. And property values are not protected when people are cut off from beach access because there is a substantial diminution in the value of the homes when they go from beach access to beach view. So this is one of the practical considerations that this proposal remedies. Now moving to the next thing that is required, which is proving that the application is consistent with your comprehensive plan. So all over the place, your comprehensive plan encourages dune walkovers as a means of facilitating beach access. Beach access is identified as a critical component of the town's comprehensive plan interest. And so what you'll see under policy 4-B-6 is how important the beaches are. And it says frequent beach accesses are essential to the town's character and shall be maintained and expanded where possible. So here is what I was talking about part of the town's responsibility when you're weighing and balancing land use decisions is to determine when you can expand access to the beach for your residents. And that's one of the solutions that this proposal offers you. Now, 5D1II says very specifically, sand dunes should be protected and recreated wherever they have been removed. Native dune plants should be protected and non-native exotics removed. Dune walkovers should be constructed where they do not exist, and existing structures should be maintained. Now, in the staff report, the staff argues that this means that dune walkovers should be constructed only where plants do not exist. But that's the quote, and that's nowhere in there. So the staff is reading something into this particular plan provision that's simply not there. What it says is dune walkovers should be constructed where the dune walkovers, do not exist, and existing structures should be maintained where the existing structures are. It's not a reference to the plants. I would point out that in the staff report, this notion of having to build 80 to 100 feet more in order to get outside of some area that has been identified as a wetlands by your staff is nowhere present in your staff report. Today is, after years of litigation, is the first time that that argument has ever been made. And in point of fact, DEP looks very carefully at where wetlands are. And the area where the boardwalk terminates was not defined by DEP or anyone else, including the town, as a wetland area. So that's important to keep in mind. The second thing that's important to keep in mind is that at the Division of Administrative Hearing proceeding, the expert who actually did multiple field studies out there said that what was in the location of where the surveyed exit point was supposed to be was facultative plants, not obligate plants. So Mr. Schutz's testimony to you is entirely inconsistent with what happened at the Division of Administrative Hearings and has not been disclosed. And I'd like to talk to him about that in a minute, but I just want to give you that context for that.
Could you just clarify me, what is a facultative plant?
So a facultative plant is a plant that is capable of, and I'm going to totally butcher this, so I'm sure that Mr. Schutz can articulate this. My understanding is, and it's in the Division of Administrative Hearing transcript, it was explained, but it's a plant that transitions areas into dune area. The plant is able to exist in a dune system, and an obligate plant is a plant that has that requires partial inundation, which is the definition of wetlands. So, so obligate is kind of a shorthand for a wetland plant, and facultative is a shorthand for a plant that can live in a beach dune kind of environment. I'm sure that when we cross-examine Mr. Schutz, he can do a better job of explaining that distinction. Okay, so then the last one of the policies that demonstrate the importance of dune walkovers and why this proposal is not only not inconsistent with your plan, but is in actuality supported by all of your plan provisions is 6E1, which says that for any beachfront development approved after the adoption of this plan, and for all public beach areas within the town, state-approved dune walkover structures shall be required at appropriate crossing points. These same structures are also encouraged wherever pedestrians will be crossing dune areas. And we know from the facts that have been presented here that pedestrians are crossing this dune area. We know that for a fact. There are actual pathways that have been carved through foot traffic into this dune system. And so your policy 6E1 says you should have dune walkover structures to facilitate the pedestrians who are crossing the dune in this area. So there really cannot be a reasonable argument that your plan policies are hostile to the notion of dune walkovers where dune systems exist. All right, so once you've addressed the comprehensive plan issue, there are a couple of points that the environmental staff attempted to make in the staff report that need a little bit of further context. The first one is 6B2, which is it's a comprehensive plan provision that just very generally says the town will protect the CWA and will develop guidelines to protect the fragile environment of the preserve. So the first part about the town protecting the CWA, this proposal does that. First of all, DOA has already told you that this is protective of the dune vegetation in this area because of the way that it limits and focuses foot traffic. But in addition to that, because of the LPA condition, this will reduce the pressure on this area because you will be able to say to other homeowners, hey, you don't need one of your own. You have the opportunity for shared access here. So this helps you get out from under the concern of precedent that everyone has.
Other homeowners being the 7 homes you've identified.
Correct, which are the ones who can make a reasonable argument of being landlocked by the CWA. The other ones are not similarly situated. And then the last piece of it is that there are ownership issues with the CWA land that have been kind of looming over the administrative proceedings in this case, and that if this proposal is approved, never need to be litigated. And so this is a way of keeping the CWA from having that kind of litigation pressure because it's a practical resolution. You know, I predominantly litigate, and whenever I litigate and we go—
That's probably why you said that.
That's right. When we go to mediation, every single mediator tells you, if you can take your fate into your own hands by mediating a solution, you are so much better served than trying to have a court tell you what the answer is. And so—
Well, thanks for that advice.
I don't know that it's my advice. It's what I've heard at mediations. But I do think that this proposal offers that opportunity. With respect to CB5, there is a requirement in this comprehensive plan provision that says that development adjacent to refuge areas shall protect the natural character and the public benefit of the natural areas, including scenic view. Well, staff has been very careful not to talk about the dune walkover design, but the design was very carefully modified in order to meet the concerns that CB5 addresses. The dune walkover was reduced in height. It originally had handrails. Those have been taken off. And therefore, it is now shorter than the signage in the area. It has an incredibly low profile and will have very little impact on the scenic views in this area. And so this proposal was developed with an eye towards exactly this issue. Now with CE4, that plan provision says that this provides the removal of dune vegetation and stabilization of the exposed beach by means other than sand is prohibited. This is not a stabilization project like you would have where you're trying to harden a beach line with a seawall or something of that nature. This is not an area where dune vegetation will be permanently removed. What this is a minor structure that the Division of Administrative Hearings has made a specific factual finding will have no impact on the stability of the dune. Okay, and so this is simply another portion of the consolidated final order that is talking about that the administrative law judge concluded At the end, if you see shorebirds, whether or not they are protected species, will not be impacted by the project. Then the next one says, the walkover will not adversely affect the conservation of fish and wildlife, including endangered or threatened species or their habitats. So these are factual findings of no adverse impact that the town asked for and now the town has to live with. Okay. So the next special exception requirement is whether or not the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards set forth for the proposed use. Your code has specific requirements for dune walkovers. A dune walkover should deflect less than 30 degrees. It does. You can look at the survey and sketch and see that. The walkover should be supported on posts embedded to a sufficient depth for stability and not encased in concrete. It does. Both the sketch shows that, and it's also a specific condition within the CCCL permit. The dune walkover should be less than 6 feet. This one is. The dune walkover will extend to the seaward toe of the existing dune vegetation. That's actually a special condition. It's special condition 6 in the CCCL permit. So there was all this talk about whether or not this particular thing actually goes over dune vegetation. It's in the permit itself that it has to extend to the end of the dune vegetation. So there's no argument about whether or not it goes over the dune. It's actually written to be a dune walkover that extends to the seaward toe of the dune vegetation. So then the next one, the dune walkover will be constructed in a manner that minimizes short-term disturbance, vegetation damaged during construction will be replaced. Again, special condition in the CCCL permit. The walkover will not be constructed during sea turtle season, general condition in the ERP permit. Dune walkovers at least 150 feet from the nearest existing walkover in a location where pedestrians need to cross. The survey shows there are none within 150 feet. The dune walkover is constructed within riparian extensions. That's shown on the survey. The last set has to do with whether or not you meet performance and locational standards. And so there's an argument about whether or not you can have dune walkovers, pedestrian boardwalks in the EC zoning district. It's an expressly allowed use within the EC zoning district. It says hiking or nature study, including pedestrian boardwalks and dune crossovers. So it's expressly contemplated in the EC zoning district. The dune walkover is supposed to meet side setbacks. It does. You can look at the table and see that what is proposed here meets that requirement. The dune walkover satisfies the prohibition against beach access directly over dune ridges or beach escarpments. That's the point. That's the point of the dune walkover itself. So this proposal absolutely meets every single one of your requirements, and you can look at the conditions in the state permits to verify that they will not be violated. All right. So number 7, this again hits on some of the things that we've been talking about, whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. And again, the DEP consolidated final order, this is a quote that I have included earlier, shows that the idea is that it serves to minimize adverse impacts by directing foot traffic. So it does conserve and preserve your natural resources. Okay. So I have to say this is probably one of the more curious things that the staff report has within it, this argument that the dune walkover will result in damage to the dune stability due to erosion. This argument was actually raised in the Division of Administrative Hearings, and the regional supervisor from DEP testified very definitively that the entire purpose of piling-supported structures like this and why they're used in dynamic systems is because they do not have an effect on the movement of sand. They do not create erosion or shoaling. And so that was a finding that was specifically made by the administrative law judge, specifically litigated by the parties. And it's simply just not something that is supported by any evidence whatsoever. And in fact, your code, as we've talked about, and your comprehensive plan encourages these type of structures, but so does DEP. DEP has a beach and dune walkover guideline, which is included in your binder, that talks about the value of using dune walkovers. It says in the bottom of this introductory section, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection encourages the design of beach access, including beach and dune walkovers, to protect the dune topography and dune vegetation from pedestrian traffic and allow for the natural recovery of damaged or eroded dunes. This is not a structure that will cause a problem to the dune in terms of dune stability. Okay. Finally, there are examples of this type of structure elsewhere in your EC district. So if this type of structure was so insupportable within your EC district, you would not expect to see these particular structures. So this is a boardwalk at Matanzas Pass Preserve. And then you have Lynn Hall Memorial Park Dune Walkover. And so just a couple of examples of similar type of structures that are supportive of pedestrians' use of your natural areas, not in conflict or incompatible with them. You know, talking about the EC area, it was very interesting. In the staff report, there is a quote that is in italics here that the staff seems to be suggesting that you cannot have this type of use within the EC zoning district. But the quote is incomplete and leaves out the section that says you are expressly entitled to have the hiking or nature study, including pedestrian boardwalks and dune crossovers. Dune walkovers are identified by the state as minor expendable structures. So staff saying these are permanent structures that cause an alteration to the natural landscape is inconsistent with the entire process of having dune walkovers. All right. Whether it will be in compliance with applicable general zoning provisions and supplemental regulations. Now, this is a curious argument that is made, which is that somehow the neighbors will be disadvantaged because they will not be able to ask for their own. Y'all don't want people to ask for their own, do you? It seems to me that the whole point of the benefit of this is that you have one for the entire line of houses and nobody else needs to. That's not a disadvantage, that's an advantage. It's an advantage for the environmental area, it's an advantage for the homes, it's an advantage for everybody that wants to use this space. So that doesn't make any sense. But even if that were an issue, as the Division of Administrative Hearing officer rightly noted, those houses are not situated in a way where they could ask for their own because they are landlocked by the CWA more than the applicants in this event. All right. So this is very interesting because we talked about the navigation issue, and Ms. Collins came up and said, oh, you can't talk about navigation because it goes to ownership issues. Ms. Collins, unfortunately, is conflating two different concepts, one of which is navigability and the other of which is tidally influenced. A tidally influenced water body, whether or not something is tidally influenced, implicates whether or not it's state-owned or it can be private property. And it's tidal influence that the state and the applicants did not want to get into. Navigability is actually one of the things you have to think about in the public interest test under the environmental consideration. So there are very specifically, as you see in front of you on page 29 of the consolidated final order, that's not the recommended order that the Division of Administrative Hearing Judge did. This is the final order. It says, the ALJ concluded that the preponderance of the evidence in this case establishes that there is no current navigational use of the lagoon. So this is not a lagoon that has a navigational use that you need to worry about being restricted by this low dune walkover traversing the end corner of it.
You'd agree, though, that the practical word there is current?
In this, yes, although there is another place in the final order where there's discussion, and I'm actually, thank you for reminding me, because I did want to point out that Ms. Collins said, well, the applicant has a Hobie cat. The administrative law judge actually pointed out that the Hobie cat cannot be floated in the lagoon year-round. And that was where the administrative law judge said, I don't see this as tidally influenced. I don't see this as navigable. So there is another place, and I can find the reference for you if you would like the page, but it's earlier in the final order where that specific issue was decided very differently than how Ms. Collins articulated it. Okay, so there's a conversation about walkover size, which is very interesting. I was kind of surprised at what was said here today, because initially the issue was raised about the boardwalk and the fact that it is proposed at 5 feet. The original design was 6. DEP asked for it to be reduced to 5. And the applicants agreed to 5 as the minimum amount to facilitate wheelchair access, which is going to be needed by one of the homeowners eventually. What your code says, now, what was told to you is that you can't have more than 4. That's not true. 4 is what you can have if you service single-family homes. If it's something other than servicing single-family homes, then you can have a maximum width of 6 feet. That's what your code says. And so the position that we have taken, and what we understand to be the position of at least certain LPA members, and what I thought that I heard Mr. Green actually say after the hearing, to me, after the hearing was over, was since the shared use access agreement was being a condition of approval, that going from 4 feet to 5 feet was supported under the code. This is not a single family walkover. This is a walkover that is intended to serve an entire neighborhood. And so if you think that your minimum wheelchair access is typically under the accessibility code 48 inches, if you are trying to service the entire neighborhood, if someone in a wheelchair, if you only have 4 feet, nobody else can use it. So if you give that extra 5 feet, people can pass each other, and the shared use access agreement will be more meaningful. And it is your right to conclude that the reference to otherwise the maximum feet is 6 feet applies here, and give applicants the right to have the extra foot without the variance requirement, because the variance requirement doesn't apply here because this isn't a single family home structure. Having said that, the applicants certainly would prefer an approval at 4 feet than not having an approval at all, and certainly that was what they indicated to the LPA. But the 4 feet, 5 feet conversation happened before the shared use access request was approved, and that changed the complexion of the width issue. And so it is completely code compliant for you to approve this at 5 feet. The last slide is just to let you know. So I'm switching things on my, okay, here you go. Just a few things to understand the position of the applicant, because I know when people, they hire a lawyer, it's scary, there's been litigation, and so you worry about kind of the attitude of the applicants. But in this case, the applicants have worked really hard to meet the concerns that have been expressed to them. They lowered the height, they narrowed the width, they removed the handrails, they removed steps and made it a ramp in order to remove some of the construction material. The supportive posts are moved from outside the footprint to inside the footprint so that the overall footprint has been restricted in width as well. So what you're seeing to the left here is the typical profile under the DEP beach dune guidelines, and you can see it's got handrails, it's taller, it's got a whole lot more happening with respect to steps, and then you see this very low profile, very low impact design to the right, and that was intentional because these applicants very much want to be good neighbors and to restrict the amount of impact that anything that they do has on this resource. Their whole point is to get to the resource because they love it. And so just in conclusion, after over 2 years, many thousands of dollars of litigation on whether or not the boardwalk would cause environmental harm, DEP has resolved that issue, and we don't need to relitigate the environmental issues here. Certainly it is within your both right and obligation to interpret your own code. But the way that your code reads, just in plain language, is to encourage dune walkovers. And this proposal meets each and every one of your explicit code requirements. It's been substantially amended not to cause harm. These are uniquely situated properties. There will be no harmful precedent. And so while we understand that there are many people who are adverse to the idea simply because they're anxious about building near a precious resource, this project is not going to cause the harm they're concerned about. And therefore, we respectfully request that you vote to recommend approval consistent with the LPA's recommendation and with the condition regarding shared use access. Thank you very much.
Ms. Petrick, thank you very much for your presentation. Council members, questions for Mrs. Petrick? Bruce?
That's the only question I had, was this idea of where the boardwalk or dune walkover ends. And I think you said it was going to be at the toe of the dune?
Yes.
So the representation that was up there, is that short by this 160 feet, or is?
Well, so as I indicated to you in the conversation, that kind of the vegetation that you see in the middle of this this kind of scoopy type
Oh yeah,
of
you were saying that
finger.
that's really dune material or dune plants and not water plants.
It is dune material, and it's the facultative. And one of the reasons why the original design looks like it did is because, as you'll see in the transcripts, if you're interested, or even in the final order, where you see this kind of what was referred to at the hearing as this salt and pepper vegetation, it is particularly ill-suited for the nesting birds. The nesting birds want plain sand. That's what they like. And so all of the surveys of where the birds go showed them predominantly in the raked sandy beach area because that's what they like. It's part of their it's part of one of the evolutionary ways that they've managed to deal with predators. Their baby chicks, they blend into the sand, so they stay really still so that the predators can't see them. So they stick out if you have too much vegetation. And that's part of the pressure that's on this area, is that the more that it vegetates, the less valuable it is for the shorebirds. So there's going to be a sweet spot where this dune walkover should end, where it's not intruding into good shorebird nesting area, but it's cleared the dune vegetation. And the way that it works in the state process is there is a field inspection that happens before you can commence construction, where the DEP people actually come out and they stake in real terms exactly where your ending should be, so that you know when you begin to put shovel to dirt that you're in the right spot. So that's the special condition that I was talking about, toward of the dune vegetation, with the understanding that they're going to hit this sweet spot to keep you away from the place where the shorebirds are going to most want to be. So, and that's already in the CCCL permit. So you know we can't do anything but it, because DEP won't allow the construction in a way that's other than that.
Other questions, Bruce? No. Mr. Murphy, questions? No questions. Roxanne, questions?
No questions.
Joanne, questions?
Where the proposed walkover originates on the landward side as compared to the seaward side, behind the properties there where it's all white, is that area currently all raked?
It is raked.
How is that raked?
They have a vendor come and rake it.
How does a tractor get there?
I don't know the answer. They apparently they're able to access the machines between the houses from the road.
Walk there, I didn't. So you bring the tractor down between the two houses? Okay. Why not allow all the homes, if you feel that they're all disadvantaged by having a CWA and the lagoon and all that, why would you limit it only to your handful of homes nearby you?
So there was extensive conversation about which homes to include in the shared use access condition. And so what you can see is that the two homes that are closest to the raked beach area are able to walk out back of their houses and access that raked sandy beach area. So they don't need to get over the vegetated area because they already have a path. 5 homes to the left, once you get past that 5th home, those folks have the ability, and it's easier for them to walk the other way. And so those folks wouldn't be benefited by walking all the way to where this proposed boardwalk and the dune crossover would be, because their shortest path to the water would be to walk on the other side of the CWA boundary.
It would appear by them walking there, they're walking through a lot of dune vegetation.
There are some established paths from those outer two, the last two houses that you see on the top left of the photo that get them out and around the CWA boundary, although there is some vegetation that they are impacting. But just the amount of area that they would have to cross, it was determined by the LPA that those folks would not be benefited by having access to this particular dune walkover because it would just be too long of a walk for them.
Now, when this area is very dynamic, what's your intent when that area washes away in a hurricane, which it might? I live on the beachfront. I've had a seawall you can dangle your feet off of, and I have 200 feet in front of me, and that's a span of just a number of years.
Well, so because it's a minor expendable structure, the intent for these kind of dune walkovers is that in the event of a dramatic storm, it is intended that the structure give way before the dune system will give way. That's why they're built the way that they are according to the beach and dune guidelines, and that's actually addressed by the Division of Administrative Hearing Order. So if you had an event that would wash everything away like that, this structure may not still be there. However, the homeowners understand that they don't have a permanent right to the structure, that if they had to substantially rebuild, they'd have to come in and reapply to DEP to understand, what impact they're having on the new condition. So there are limitations that are built into the state permitting system that recognizes that eventuality.
So when that walkover washes away in the storm, whose homes does it hit?
Well, the design is not meant to create the kind of debris that would cause damage to homes, and that's part of the way that these particular construction guidelines that are in the CCCL permit, they're very specifically designed exactly to make that not happen. And that's why you don't have big pieces that will break off in sections. It's intended to, in essence, kind of disintegrate under the super dramatic major storms. It'll survive regular storm damage, but if you have Hurricane Michael or something like that, this will not create debris. And that was actually very specifically litigated in the Division of Administrative Hearing case, because Ms. Collins made that argument. That argument was not persuasive to the Division of Administrative Hearing judge, because this dune walkover was designed with exactly an eye towards not having that happen.
I know at my house what happened to my little railings in Charlie and how it all broke and washed away, and so I am concerned about that, despite what anybody says. I've lived through it. Let me see. How
And
do
could
you?
could I just add on to something about the dynamic nature of that and the changing conditions? So I lived at the south end of the island for many years and walked this area, and, you know, to say that it's dynamic is an understatement. I'd just like you to address this tidal nature of the lagoon. So for many years, on and off, that lagoon certainly has been tidally influenced because it was open to the tide. How does that change? And let's not talk about a monster storm like Hurricane Charlie. We could talk about any kind of event, of storm event, which could, depending on wind, whatnot, could open a passage once again to that lagoon. Does that change your perspective or your presentation in any way, if that should become, in fact, tidally influenced?
So in answer to that, what I'd like to do is turn your attention to page 11 of the consolidated final order, where the administrative law judge exactly addressed this issue and talked about how you can have storms that create temporary overwash and open up drainage outlets to the Gulf of Mexico, but that in order to be considered tidal, you have to have an established connection that is permanent in nature, that allows for the regular periodic exchange of water through tidal ebbs and flows. And for that kind of tidal connection, what you need to do is look at how this area is performing over time. And what the virtually undisputed evidence showed, and what the Division of Administrative Hearing law judge concluded, was what's happening in this area is accretion, not the other word is reliction. So you're having more sand added to this area. So if this is occasionally tidal, over time this is going to be less tidal, and eventually, according to the geologists and the coastal engineers, there were two of them, and they both kind of agreed on this issue. Eventually, this is going to fill in, and this is going to be, it's all going to be upland. That eventually this isn't going to be water there at all. So you may have the temporary connection to the Gulf. That's not what makes something tidal.
Okay.
And eventually, you're not even going to have this.
Thank you. Go ahead, Joanne.
How is it that you will keep only a certain number of houses using this boardwalk?
In terms of the restriction?
Right. Because anybody walking along the beach is going to look at that and say, oh, here I go.
Yeah, the conclusion on how to monitor access has not been made, in part because up until now, nobody from the town was interested in considering shared access. And so we would anticipate, quite frankly, getting direction from the town on your preferred way of monitoring access, and then also coordinating with DEP on what they think is appropriate for this kind of structure. I mean, it could be anything from a gate to a lock to a keypad. There are a variety of different ways to manage access.
But that then creates the vertical thing we're trying to keep the birds and things
Yeah, I mean,
off
you might just have a chain or something that goes in the front of it with a key access type of thing to be able to open it and close it. There are a variety of ways to address that, and we would be open to whatever is most protective of the natural space here.
Joanne, may I add something to that? So I'm curious about this, the shared access versus your pitch about public access, and how important our comp plan finds public access. So public access is, to me, anyone in this room has the ability to access the beach at any of our public access points. But that's not what this is. This is a shared private structure which does not provide public access. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am, and
Okay.
that is very specifically the case because your comp plan acknowledges you don't have an opportunity for actual public access here. You would have a very difficult time because of the development pattern here, finding a way to say, hey, homeowners, you don't need your own. We're going to put something here for everybody. You're not going to have that chance. So this is a way to accommodate these homeowners in a way that you are not going to be able to do as a governmental agency.
Yes, but the way you presented it was that our comp plan says that we will have a difficult time providing for public access. And so this helps solve that situation, but it does not. It provides some private access, but it does not provide public access.
It is not a complete solution. You're absolutely right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Joy.
Thank you, because that's the point I was getting to. And I think that's all for me for now. How do you account for the fact that wildlife may indeed decide that this is a lovely place to sit or nest, since our section 14.3 of the LDC precludes all harassment of birds? So what would transpire if you get wildlife?
If the birds like the dune, the
Yeah.
walkover?
If they like the walkover.
The walkover itself?
Yeah. Because I have a deck, and they like my, I mean, I have egrets that come up on my deck, this
Okay.
far from my house on the coastal construction line, and they just park themselves.
Sure.
And I
So
don't feed them.
understood. So the concern that we had been addressing, particularly in the Division of Administrative Hearings, had to do with harassment of protected birds who are using the area for predominantly for nesting. Those birds need for the substrate to be a particular color, and this boardwalk will not be that correct color. So-
Really? What is that? That's the most curious thing I've heard today.
She's talking about a particular kind of nesting bird.
Okay.
Yes,
She's not
ma'am.
talking about all birds.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I was trying to say that was what we had been talking about in the Division of Administrative Hearings, was the nesting bird that requires the substrate to be a particular kind of color. Correct.
Got it. Thanks, Rex.
But my
Yes, ma'am.
concern is not just nesting birds, but resting birds as well. I mean, we have a wide variety of birds that frequent our island, and so my reference was also to resting birds. So that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Isn't that,
Ray?
isn't that why the handrails were eliminated? To eliminate that, the
To av-
birds sitting up there?
Yes, sir, to avoid perching. And that was a specific request from DEP that we did in order to not have, and particularly with respect to predators who perch and kind of look out for, for the babies to eat. And so that was part of why we took the handrails off, was so that it would be less attractive to birds to use for that purpose. But one of the things that I would point out is that the LPA has asked for the shared use access agreement to be written in a form that is acceptable to your town attorney. I would expect that the document would have within it certain operational requirements of people using this space that would put them on notice of how they need to behave with respect to wildlife that may be in the area, just as an additional safeguard. As a matter of housekeeping, you all have received an individual binder, as has your attorney and your town manager. If I may, I would like to have a copy of the binder placed into the record, and I brought an extra one. So if
Without objection.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Patrick, thank you very much. You did a very good presentation. Okay, so I'm going to open the hearing up for public testimony. Unless anybody wants a quick break or something before we do that. John, were you going to say
Yeah,
something?
under your rules of procedure, at this point, it would be actually appropriate to hear from to the extent that you desire, the LPA member.
I was going to bring him up after the public, but that's okay. We could do that in the interim. Mr. Hughes, is Dan still here? He is. Dan? Yes, sir.
Morning again.
Morning
Good
again.
afternoon.
It was a short day.
Daniel Hughes. I drew the short straw, and I'm here today representing the LPA. I think I'm going to lose some good friends here today, too.
We're glad to have you, Dan.
I'd like to, am I limited to the 3 minutes?
No, sir, you're not.
Oh,
You-
good.
But just remember, you're here to reflect the LPA's
Yes.
point of view,
The-
collectively,
Well, first of all, it was unanimously approved by the LPA.
right?
As to the substance of the issues involved in terms of its meeting the requirements of the Land Development Code and the comp plan, in which I was involved in drafting both of those. We felt that they did meet the intent and requirements as required by the various criteria set forth in the Land Development Code. Procedurally, I'm a little upset. The LPA itself was quite upset because there seems to be all this considerable background. It doesn't seem to be. There is all this considerable background that occurred that you're hearing about today that we had never heard about either. That is to wit, the circuit court proceeding, the certiorari proceeding, its appeal, the administrative hearing, that resolution that was referred to by the town council. The LPA was not aware of any of this until the meeting that occurred in October. So procedurally, we were a little concerned that there was all this background that we felt we should have been aware of and wouldn't have been made aware of had not the applicant brought it to our attention. And by providing us with the transcript of among other things, of the transcript of the hearing before the judicial law officer. As to another procedural issue that the respective councils have raised here today was the question of the difference between the issues that were litigated at the administrative hearing versus the issues that you are required to address and the LPA was required to address. We were clearly aware that there were different issues and that the administrative hearing did not resolve the special exception provision of the town. However, there were factual data included in the transcript of the administrative hearing that were, in our view, and in view of, I'm sure, all of the LPA members, that were critical to their review of this situation in terms specifically of its impact on the environment. So that those issues, and the two attorneys both mentioned res judicata, and I agree with them, having been a practicing attorney and 55 years involved in municipal law and as an elected official as well, that res judicata doesn't apply because of the difference in what was actually being determined at those separate hearings. But as to the doctrine of collateral estoppel brought up by counsel for the appellant, in my view, clearly collateral estoppel applies. If it would have been both judicial hearings, I don't know whether collateral estoppel would apply when one hearing is an administrative law procedure and the other hearing is a judicial procedure. But that's a technicality. The fact is that it was litigated and found in favor of the applicant in terms of the damage to the environmental aspects. So, in summary, I'd like to make one other point that was rather disturbing to me today. That is that we had two witnesses that appeared here that were apparently critical to the staff's presentation that were not at the LPA, and we've never seen either of them before, let alone having heard that testimony.
Would it have changed your mind?
No. And I'm glad you asked me that, because I was going to say that. It would not have changed my mind.
That's just him personally.
I could be glad to address individual issues that have come up during the course of the public hearing, but the bottom line is that we unanimously approved it, and I sincerely believe, and incidentally, I'm a lover of the environment too, and a supporter of Audubon, a wonderful organization. My son is a wildlife biologist and has devoted his life to birds, and he's with the Forestry Service. But nevertheless, we came to the conclusion that there was no really negative impact. In fact, we all preferred the boardwalk, which was contemplated and in fact promoted by the Land Development Code and the comp plan as a better alternative than individuals sloshing across the lagoon, pedestrian way, sloshing across the lagoon, or alternatively trespassing on adjacent people's property. And I was the one that suggested that one of the conditions be that the council for the town draft a document in the nature of an easement or a covenant authorizing the other individuals who do not have access to the beach except for crossing environmentally sensitive property to have the right to enter into an agreement with the applicants here. And that eliminated the issue of a multiplication of boardwalk requests by eliminating, if they had access there, that would eliminate that.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you very much, Dan.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. I'll now open this up to public testimony. Does anybody want to take a break? You want to keep going? Okay. The first speaker, hold on, sir. The first speaker is going to be Mr. Bill Veach.
Mayor and Council, may I ask those making public comment, if you have not been sworn in, please advise us.
Yes, I believe everybody has been sworn in.
Now, I do have a photo. A lot has been, let me give you kind of my experience is that, 10 years ago, I moved onto a beachfront property. And it is a bit of a rude awakening about all the restrictions and rules that apply specifically to people who are on the Gulf of Mexico. And it took me, as a fairly curious fellow in more ways than one, to try to understand why those rules were in place. And the big reason is not only because of the fragility of the environment and the way it changes. And we did some remodeling, and I built a deck. My deck went out to the coastal control line, and then it stops. My contractor also had to go and draw a line with all the neighbors to make sure that I was intruding out into the view lines of anybody else. These are part of the restrictions that were in place. Now, I didn't have certainly the endurance that these people have gone through to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to get this far years down the road. But it's a very dynamic and it's a very fragile environment. And I live in the middle of the island, where the beach, according to some documents prepared by the town, where the beach doesn't change that much. It still changes. It doesn't need to be a hurricane to change the environment. It just needs to be a fairly minor storm or a high tide. Sand comes, sand goes, the topography completely changes. This is a photo of the property that we're talking about now in 1998 from the LIPA, from the county assessors. Now they say that the beach is accreting, but the island has been here for 1,000 years, and those houses have been there for a long time when this picture was taken. So before this time, the beach was not accreting. So try to lay what their plans are now to what this looks like now. This may not have been a major storm to get here. It could have been a slow creep. As an example, too, if you the Caribbean Beach Resort, they have a little border that goes out there, and if you walk down in that part of the beach, you'll see sometimes it's a fence. Sometimes it's all sand and it's close to the tide line, and it restricts you from walking up and down the beach. Other times there's maybe some water in there, but whatever the situation there was existing when that was built is no longer there. This is very specific to a certain topography that I don't think will stand the test of time, even without the case of a major storm. Because living on the beach, you appreciate it's a gift. There's a lot that changes, but it's hard to do anything. The reason why the construction line is there is because things change beyond that line dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Interesting photo. The next speaker is Mary Rose Spalletta. And after Mary Rose is you, Penny, so if you'll come up and be online. Good morning, Mary Rose.
I think we have to say good afternoon, but
Or
good
yes,
afternoon
good
to everyone.
Good afternoon.
I just want to, whoops. I'm Mary Rose Spalletta. I'm a homeowner here. I'm a homeowner here on the beach, and I'm a permanent resident here on the beach too. I'm a member of the Marine Resources Task Force. I'm very active with Turtle Time, and I'm on the board of the Friends of Matanzas Pass Preserve. I stand in front of you to voice a strong opposition to the proposed variance for the boardwalk across the dunes on the end of Fort Myers Beach. This area is a vital and a productive nesting beach for protected and endangered wildlife. During the past nesting season this past year, this area of the beach hosted many loggerhead sea turtle nests, and it even hosted a green sea turtle nest, and they hatched. Very successful season there. The nestlings of several threatened seabird species were born and nurtured in this Fort Myers Beach area. The proposed structure, although it is outside the posted bird nesting area, we need to remember that wildlife does not respect human boundaries. We know that construction affects not just its immediate footprint, but also all of the surrounding areas. Birds need flyways. Animals need clear, undisturbed access and egress. This area has an international reputation for wildlife settings. There are many visitors who come from all over the world, and they're drawn to this specific part of Fort Myers Beach because of its rich variety of birds and sea life. Just yesterday, I saw an entire flock of avocets there, pretty near 20 of them. Very unusual, thrilling. If we allow this beach construction, it will set a precedent, and there will be more such construction. And all of this would further intrude on animal life, and it will lower the quality of all of our lives here on Fort Myers Beach. I know we are faced with a very difficult task of balancing the commercial and the need for preservation. I believe this area deserves to remain protected. I ask you not to let Fort Myers Beach become less natural, less wild, and less beautiful. Please vote down this boardwalk request.
Thank you, Mary Rose. Isn't that beautiful? Good morning, Penny.
Good morning, Penny Jarrett. I'm here also to support the denial of the boardwalk crossover through the lagoon area. And here you have actually a picture that is going from where the beach area is, that large accreted beach, looking into the lagoon where the proposed boardwalk is. When I worked as the biological technician for FWC in the Little Estero Critical Wildlife Area, I was under the impression, this number of years ago, that that was also part of the critical wildlife area. So I would suggest pretty strongly making sure that those boundaries are adhered to. However, also with Mary Rose, the wildlife, the birds do not know those boundaries. These roseate spoonbills, the snowy egrets, the great egrets, they nest out into the bay areas, the estuaries, but they feed and they rest in these lagoon areas. And that is critically important, hence why critical wildlife area. And another, right from that scene, right at that edge of that beach, you're having these very, very special birds that bring so much joy to the people of the entire world, as Mary Rose said. Whoopsie. Nesting birds. The American oyster catcher does nest in the vegetation areas, a sandy area, right, there's a lagoon right beyond there. So setting a precedent that other crossovers could be built would be just really be pretty awful. Next one, the critical wildlife area is used by so many birds. Just to give you an example of the amount of birds that rest and feed along this stretch of the beach is miraculous. This is an area where you start altering with boardwalks and everything, you change it for these birds. They are not as secure, they do not feel as if this area is part of their area. I've seen when a storm comes that the birds will actually go into which is a protected area. They know the difference between a heavily utilized area and not. You have large great blue herons, you have these tiny little shorebirds that have flown thousands of miles in order to rest and feed here. You have osprey that live in that area that you're going to disrupt. You have reddish egret, a very threatened endangered species that's utilizing the lagoon. That is where they feed. You have the great blue heron. You have all of these willets. There's a marble godwit, another marble godwit right in the lagoon areas. It's not just the large stretch of beaches that we do see the nesting birds. The birds rely upon multiple habitats. This is the Wilson plover that does nest in the vegetation of the dune areas, and you can see the very small, easily disturbed bird with its chick. Another two little Wilson plovers in the vegetation, the dune vegetation, that's going to disrupt them when more people are, and I disagree. I don't see a lot of people going through large areas of the dune vegetation. They find particular walkovers that are already present. Just as an example for us to all keep in mind, because we talk about the dune vegetation, but there's been a 70% decline in shorebird population since the early 70s. That is a dramatic decline. And if we continue to do that, we will wipe out these species. And so there are only 15 sites of this kind in the Little Estero Critical Wildlife Area. 68 species are found in this critical wildlife area that winter here, that feed here and rest here. So whether they are resident or migratory shorebirds, birds banded by researchers doing very important work, threatened beach nesting birds producing the next generation, or long-distance flyers who come here to rest and refuel, they all depend on the Little Estero Critical Wildlife Area. So I implore you to please keep that in mind as you're deciding one way or the other on this boardwalk.
Thank you so much, Penny.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brad Cornell, and Brad will be followed by Jean Hall.
Good afternoon,
Good
Madam
afternoon,
Mayor
Mr.
and
Cornell.
councilors. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I'm here on behalf of Audubon, Florida. Audubon, Florida.
Cheryl, could you pay the The timer doesn't seem to be going. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Cornell.
That's right. Audubon, Florida has a long history in Florida protecting birds, including shorebirds and coastal birds. And in fact, as testament to the importance of the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area and the surrounding areas, we've been investing since 2010 in both staffing and volunteer training. And as you've probably noticed, there are some of our trained volunteer stewards who are here today. And we do this in partnership with the town, with FWC, and it's an important and well-supported endeavor. FWC has been involved there since 1992 when that critical wildlife area was established. And as you've already heard, it's internationally recognized, so it was definitely a consensus. I want to point out that this is one of only 2 major nesting areas for shorebirds in Southwest Florida between Lee and Collier County. If you think of the huge expanse of coastline and beaches, there are only 2 places, one on Marco Island at Sand Dollar, another critical wildlife area, the Big Marco Pass critical wildlife area, and the south tip of Fort Myers Beach. So these are 2 really, really important areas for these species of birds that are both imperiled and listed. And I do want to second what Penny Jarrett noted about the Wilson's plover. There was a statement made that the vegetated areas aren't preferred by birds, but Wilson's plovers actually seek out vegetated areas on beaches. That's how they're solitary nesters, and they hide their nests in the vegetation. And in fact, they do it so well that we don't really even know how many of them there are out there. They may be just about ready to wink out, and we don't even know. They're so secretive, so that they do nest in that critical wildlife area vegetation. The boardwalk is going to introduce many new threats. Both people and predators will use that boardwalk, and they're not going to stay right at the base when they get off the boardwalk. They're going to disperse. And the only place they can disperse and get to the Gulf beaches is through the critical wildlife area. So even if technically the boardwalk does not end or go through the critical wildlife area, everything that goes across it, whether you're a rat, a cat, a raccoon, you're going through the critical wildlife area and into it once you've exited that. So that's introducing conflicts and threats to the birds, to the turtles. It's why we're here. And I do want to point out that this is a site-specific thing. Even though the applicant's attorney noted that there are opportunities that you can build boardwalks and crossovers, that this is a site-specific place where they're not appropriate. And I want to make that emphasis. That's Audubon's assertion that this is, while you may be able to in other places, not here in the critical wildlife area or near it. So we gratefully acknowledge the town's support of these special places in the past, and we urge you to continue to protect this part of the island that's very, very special and different. Thank you.
Mr. Cornell, thank you for being here. Ms. Hall?
Hi, my name is Jean Hall.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I've been a volunteer shorebird steward for 7 years, both in Collier and Lee. Yes, I drive up here from Collier, where I live, to educate the public during the heat of the summer about these nesting shorebirds, about the beauty of Little Estero Critical Wildlife Area. I also would venture to say I'm the only human in this room, probably in Lee County and Collier, who's been to every single critical wildlife area, all 15, specifically to photograph as a volunteer for Florida Fish and Wildlife 3 years ago when they wanted to establish these critical wildlife areas. And Little Estero is such a gem. All these tiny critical wildlife areas within Florida are pinpoints on coastal Florida, tiny, tiny areas that deserve to be protected and treasured. I'm glad that Penny mentioned that one study a few years ago about shorebirds and seabirds, but this one by Cornell just came out 1 month ago. It made the national news. I listened to Lester Holt talk about it. I just got Cornell's magazine about it. 3 billion, with a B, 3 billion birds have disappeared in the last 50 years in North America alone. That's not global. 3 billion have disappeared in North America, 29% of the entire population. And as others have said, shorebirds and seabirds are the most vulnerable. They're the fastest declining bird populations on the planet. Several state or federally threatened species nest at this critical wildlife area, as well as Penny noted, the reddish egret, which is federally protected. It's a wader, it's not a shorebird, but it's still in that lagoon, and it is the rarest and most endangered wading bird. All of you also have seen, everybody on this panel the council has seen firsthand in the last 2 years, the challenges that sea turtles are now facing. It's not just birds, it's sea turtles, and they're facing so many challenges, including red tide. We've had over a year of red tide, and it's claimed many lives. A boardwalk next to this critical wildlife area will introduce predators. Brad mentioned rats, feral cats, raccoons can easily just zip across to this important protected habitat. It will also bring noise and disturbance to this fragile and again, it's such a little treasure. Thank you so much, Town Council, for already denying this permit, which would add one more devastating challenge to the existence of these threatened species. You are the last soldiers defending this little jewel, this little territory. Florida has bowed to development and tourism for decades. We can set an example in the state. We can show that Southwest Florida does care about the natural beauty in Florida. Thanks.
Ms. Hall, thank you for your comments. Vice Mayor Terry Kane, it's so lovely to have you here.
I'm Terry Kane. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak about this boardwalk request for 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard. I just want to make a comment before I start my little spiel here. In regard to feeling a little schizophrenic in this hearing, mostly because I don't understand the definitions that are being used as far as a dune walkover. I know what our comp plan says, as Anita has told you. I worked here once. So this to me is not a dune walkover. This is a boardwalk. The other thing I'd like to comment on is that I'd like to let you remember the video, the slide that Chad had up. I want to comment on your staff. They did a great presentation because he was not saying you have to extend the boardwalk out to the dune. I believe what I took away from that slide was that he was showing where a dune walkover would be, because the dune walkers overs are supposed to protect the dunes and be over the dunes. I can sit here, as you all know me, and I can give you a class on Barrier Island Dynamics 101, but we will refrain from that. I don't have enough time. That is not in a dune system. This boardwalk is not being proposed in a dune system. It is behind the dune, and it is also in a wetland area. Those plants on Penny's photos, you know me, I regulate the different areas of the beaches, and plants regulate where you are. The plants not spoken of in this, the wetland plants, were the mangroves that are going to be, that are in this area. Okay, I better get to what I was supposed to say. So anyway, I want to make that perfectly clear. This is not a dune walkover. This is a boardwalk. It's going to go through mangroves, and it's going to go over 2 natural ponds. Those of you who know me are going to expect me to talk about the environmental impacts of this boardwalk, especially since it's being built right next to the Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area. As you already heard, 1 of 15 in the state, 2 in Southwest Florida. And how long it's going to take the natural area to recover from this extensive boardwalk, almost 1,500 square feet, of pilings, heavy equipment, contractors, and such on site for months. And I already told you it's crossing the 2 ponds. Well, this isn't the issue I'm going to talk about right now. Ha ha, surprise. There's another issue near and dear to my heart that some of you know about, and that's public lands. As I reviewed the packet and looked upon the Lee County Property Appraiser's office on the website, the 2 addresses that are being spoken about today have site-specific boundary lines and what their taxable property is. As it appears in the packet and on the property appraiser's website, it appears that the requests are outside of the property boundary, taxable property plans. I got to use my hands now. Oh no.
Oh no, I'm going to allow you extra time.
Oh
Go
God,
ahead.
sorry. So for me, this was a big issue because I'm thinking, how do you approve something that's not on private property. Okay, the request for the submerged land lease, you all know what a submerged land lease is. It's a lease. They're renting the bottom. So they're renting the bottom to put this in. That is up to you how you depend on what's being built in rental lands. Let's try to get done with this. This means that the public use of the beach will have the view of the construction. It's going to have the view of the boardwalk. I know it's going to be very low. Many who walk this area from Fort Myers Beach, and many people use this area of the beach from off of Fort Myers Beach for the natural area and what it has to offer. I want you to think about the long-term effect, 5, 10 years. You guys already spoke about a little bit about high tides, washovers, erosions, accretions. The pond is filling in some places, filling in with sand in some places. In 5, it's filling in fast. You already heard that. 5, 10 years, what's that area going to look like? What's going to happen when the boards from the boardwalk do pop up? We already have places on the island where we have pilings exposed. We know where they are. One's right across the street. People don't pull out pilings. They're left there forever. So this is something that will take place. We'll sit there, we'll look at rotting pilings for years to come, and which is not nice or appealing for the future. I also wanted to make a comment about Matanzas Pass Preserve. Of course, I have to. Because the boardwalk picture was up there, that was established in 1975, long before the town was established. We have to stay within very, very strict criteria when we replace those boardwalks, which will be happening this summer. And Lynn Hall Park, that public access up there is for the access for the entire county, not just for Fort Myers Beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. The final speaker I have on my list here is Seal Spuler.
I'm Seal Spuler. I don't have any background like a lot of people have, but I do live on the tidal pool. And it's because of that that I feel so strongly about this. For one word, serenity and quietude. When we have a storm, or if there's anything disruption, there are birds there. It is absolutely wonderful. And in this area, it's even more secluded. And that quietness, I'm going to put my pitch in here for serenity. The birds in storms, when they're nesting or whatever, that tidal pool I call a serenity pool. And anything that enters into that disturbs all of the wonderful plants and moss, whatever else is there, provides that quietude that our birds need. And so that's my pitch for not having anything to be invasive, is just remember the word serenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Seal. That concludes my list, but is there anyone else who would care to give testimony? Yes, sir. If you just come on up to the microphone, please. Thank you. And is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Come on, yeah, come on up to Amy, if you'll just take that microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dan Van Orman, and on behalf of Audubon of Southwest Florida, which is the Lee County chapter of the National Audubon Society,
yes, sir.
And as president of the chapter, I respectively urge Town Council to deny the special exception for the dune walkover and boardwalk into important shorebird and sea turtle habitat surrounding the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area. I am a biologist, and like Penny, I have done past few years done survey work, shorebird monitoring work in this area. And I can tell you that this is a rare and unique habitat, and the proposed boardwalk conflicts with the habitat values of this part of the island. And as Penny pointed out and Brad pointed out, Wilson plovers do nest within distance of where this boardwalk is to be aligned, if not within the alignment itself. And there are only 2 shorebird nesting areas of any substantial size in Lee and Collier counties, one on Marco Island in the Critical Wildlife Area, and this one at the southern tip of Fort Myers Beach. And I want to thank you for what you have done so far up to this point and trying to protect the habitat and the wildlife. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here today. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, we're at afternoon now. Good afternoon, Amy.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Amy Lefebvre.
Lowry. I'm co-owner of Distinctive Beach Rentals. My husband and I own Distinctive Beach Rentals. I know you all know us very well. Up here on a different occasion today, not short-term rentals, but one that I'm passionate about as well. We represent the owner of 8170 Estero as a short-term vacation rental. That is the Squeeze Me In, known to you all as part of this. We also own a home down in the 7900 block across the street from the Estero Critical Wildlife Preserve. And after sitting here listening to all of the comments this morning, I realized what I had written actually was had no bearing, because what I'm here to tell you is that I love the preserve. When we sell it to guests who are coming down, I tell them that it is one of the most beautiful natural areas of the beach that they're going to find, an area that they're going to love. A lot of our guests don't love that area. They don't like the fact that they can't get to the beach when they get there. And is the case, unfortunately, of the home at 8170. All of our guests enjoy the home, but they don't like the beach because there is no access. I can't tell you how many times that I've been down at our homes that we represent down at the south end of the island and watched my guests walk through those preserve waters without care, without regard for what we have down here, because they're ignorant. They don't know, they don't understand, but they don't have access. Where does that leave them? Where does that leave our environment and what we have? They're doing a disservice to us by not having access and not knowing what they are doing to our preserve waters. By having this boardwalk or dune crossover, whatever you want to call it, is going to help eliminate that. We're all concerned. We all want to preserve this area. We all agree it is very delicate. It holds great value to all of us, including myself that lives here. I don't want to see it destroyed either. I see the human invasion as being more destructive than the 2 weeks, possibly 3 weeks for a contractor to go in and build this dune walkover to make it so that future generations perhaps will still have this if it is still there, storms haven't taken it out or whatever it may be. So I would ask for you to vote yes on this to help to eliminate the problems that are being created by us as humans and what we are actually taking away from part of that.
Thank you for your comments, Amy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yeah, just both gentlemen comment. We got three, okay. Line them up. Were you gentlemen sworn in? Yes.
I'm Ken Drentha. I live at 8200 Estero Boulevard.
Hi, Ken.
Hi. When I bought the house in 2013, there was a path where everybody could cut through. My neighbor's the guy that put the vegetation in, put up a temporary fence with the sign, shut everything off. So we're forced now there's a vacant lot, 3 doors to the east, 3 or 4. That's our access currently. It's not a good feeling walking down Estero Boulevard with your back to the traffic with cars 2 feet away. I'm for this. I hope you pass it based on ruling of the state. What's the other governing body last month that approved it unanimously? Based on that, I hope you approve this.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi. Yeah, I'm at 8098 Estero. John Cameron.
Thank you.
Reason we're all here is a number of years ago, a big storm came in, put this pond right there. Everybody seems to love it. I think it's very pretty. But the fact is that if this had happened down at downtown, you would never have allowed it to remain. You would have done a beach restoration, and we wouldn't even be talking about it. But it was allowed to stay there. The property that belonged to me was put underwater, and then sort of like a government land grab, you come in and say, okay, now you can't do anything with it. I think the idea that people 150 feet, are going to be, impacted by, not being able to put that across. Well, I'm more than 150 feet, and I know if I put in a permit, I'm going to get denied just like he did the first time. He's given, and I don't have, hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight that. He's done that for me. He's given me a great opportunity. I hope you allow him to put this in. I traipsed through it. I walked through that lagoon. I traipsed through around the wildlife there. you know, sometimes using established pathways that other people walk through and sometimes not. I think I don't want to do that. I'd rather walk over a path, but I have no choice. So I ask that you please help me not do that anymore.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Moyer?
Mayor, Leon Moyer again, and going to be addressing pages 265 and 266 in your packet if you wish to scroll over there on your computers. And I need help because I'm addicted. I keep coming back to town council. I didn't intend to stay here on this here and make any comments, but I realize it is relevant to me also because I do walk out there, and I was on the back side of those houses trying to get to the beach, and I couldn't do it. So I went out through somebody's yard to Estero Boulevard and walked down toward the drawbridge to get out, and that's a long ways around. So a few things I'd like to point out here. On pages 265 and 266 is a list of people, the residents nearby, who are willing to enter into a contract to say they will help support this in perpetuity. It will run with their land, so that whoever buys their houses will also have access to this. However, I would like to point out that down at Lynn Hall, this council recently approved dune walkovers with railings, and not a chirp was heard about the birds that are going to be disturbed there. Now, maybe they're sparrows, I know, not endangered species, but nevertheless, the birds will deal with this walkover. They can. I've watched black skimmers out there in my boat. When they come up nighttime skimming the water, they turn, go around my boat, they can go over the boat, and they can go over the walkway. These birds will adapt. Nature is very adaptable. I do have a question, though, for council. I think you should make this public. We need public access down there. They can bring a tractor in to rake the beach. Somebody could donate a public easement. And maybe you want to make that a condition, along with what's on pages 265 and 266 for those names to be included. That letter was written by the attorney stipulating that they agreed to have this on there. So these are conditions I hope you put on when you do pass this, because I think it is important to have this down there. Actually, that's about everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moyer. Is there anyone else who cares to give testimony in this case? Yes, ma'am. It's a nice sweater you have on. You're welcome.
My name is Cindy Payne, and I live across the street from where they're wanting to put the boardwalk. And I think that we should address the fence, like this gentleman that has bought that property with the use of those paths. So those paths have been used for 30 years or more. So
what did you say? Address the what? Vent?
the fence.
Oh, the fence, I'm sorry.
So that those paths behind the houses can't be utilized. We used to utilize those paths. There's more than one route. There's a dry route, there's a wet route. So people don't usually go through those ponds. They go on the paths, but now they can't use the paths because of fences that have been put up. And are those legal? You know, are those actual fences on their property, or are they on state property? So I think that would be a solution.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd care to give public testimony in this case? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public portion of the testimony, and I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay, it is, if everyone, Mr. Eck, I'm going to have to shut you and Mr. Hernstadt down unless you want to step outside. It's 1:52 p.m. and we're reconvened. So I guess I'm going to come here to the council to see who has questions or comments. Let me start with you, Bruce. Do you have any questions for staff or for the applicant? Any comments to make?
Well, I'm looking to see if I've got any questions.
Would you like me to come back to you?
No, I'm just going to make some comments.
Okay.
And then you can come back to me. When I was a kid, we'd come down here and stay at Leonardo Arms before my parents bought a condo here. And we used to wade through that lagoon all the time. And I did not like wading through that lagoon. The muck would come up high on your legs, and it gave me the creeps. And today at Estero Beach and Tennis, where my parents ended up buying, the lagoon isn't there anymore. You walk out and you're on dry sand. That may happen again further down the beach, who knows. And today, I will also concur with some of the other public comments. Since I lived down there, I used to also go across the street at Tarpon to the vacant lot, turn left, walk behind the houses, jump on the seawall, and get to the beach. That was our natural way of doing it. And then another house was built, and the guy tore out the mangroves, and then put up a orange fence, and then started planting other things to keep people from walking in his backyard. And so that cut off the access for those 7 houses or so, plus, minus, to get to the beach. And I understand the inconvenience that is created for those people. So that's it. That's all I've got.
That's all you've got? Okay. Ray, comments? Questions?
Just a few comments. My history down on the south end of the island is long. I remember when the water used to lap up to where Island's End is now at the bridge, within a matter of feet of that building. Now, you have to cross probably a couple of football fields of sand to get across to the beach. I remember when walking up the beach in those days, where instead of going through a fence that somebody erected, the property owners back then, every home down there had a seawall in front of it. And some of the property owners back then had Doberman pinschers that they set loose in the backyard. Some had erected fences along the side of the seawall that separated them from their neighbor's seawall, and some of them even put them down into the water. So you could walk around the beach in those days. On the high tide, you were in the water. On the low tide, you had wet sand at the best, unless you really, that's about all you had. Years later, the beach started to fill in. All of those seawalls down there are now gone. They're not gone, they're buried by sand. They're all buried. So when you talk about dynamic, it's very dynamic. There was discussion about those pools being tidal pools. I remember when they were tidal pools. There was the tide was flushing that in and out every day, and it was quite a fishing spot. Used to catch snook back there, redfish, trout, you name it. It was in there. It was a great spot. And but that changed. It filled in. So it's continuing to change. It's continuing to change. Now, fast forward here to the relatively recent history within the past 20 some odd years or so, and with these changes came came the nesting seabirds. And they're there. There's no doubt about it. And I'll preference all these remarks by also saying that I'm proud of my environmental record here on the beach, and I'm a charter member of the Friends of Lovers Key over in Lovers Key. I helped hack the trails in that go out to the beach out there for what's now Lovers Key State Park. I've been a friend of the birds, the turtles, and everything else that moves around here for years. I have walked that beach. It was, I forget how long ago it was, probably about, let's see, the dog is 8 years old, so it was probably about 7 years ago or so, and one morning where we walked down, and it was bird season, it was bird nesting season, and me knowing what I know about the birds and the nests, we stay clear of that. And we turned around to walk back to the end of the island, and unbeknownst to me, a FWC officer was in hot pursuit of me, and then started yelling for me to stop, which I did. And then he threatened to arrest me and my dog for resisting arrest. Resisting arrest.
That would have made a good headline.
Yeah. Well, I was still president at the time of Friends of Lovers Key, and I had the opportunity to see him later sitting there in the office, but of course he didn't recognize me because now I was dressed instead of in my beach clothes. But my point to this matter is that that area is very well patrolled during the bird nesting season. That picture down there, now, besides the Wilson plovers, most of the birds that they protect are in the sandy area south of the area that was tended by tractors. That's where most of them nest, because that's where most of the fences are put up as they discover the nests. I imagine that they could do that even up further, and I'm sure that they do, just as they do the turtles. When they find a nest out there, they stake it and they protect it, as the members of Turtle Time here can attest to, and we all can. So I know that it's a critical area, and I also know that the wildlife there is protected, very much so. With all of that said, I see the public benefit of keeping people out of that lagoon, whatever's left of that lagoon back in there. I see the public benefit of that, and I'm going to support this walkover today, and I'll tell you why. And you Audubon folks, you all do good work, and I know you do. And but there isn't a park here in Lee or Collier County that I've been to, and I've been to state parks all over the state of Florida in my former position. I can't remember being in a park where there weren't walkovers. Now, Terry, you made a distinction about boardwalk and walkovers, but that's a fine line with me. And but these are very protected state parks. They're all protecting their own species that they have, and yet these structures are built to encourage all of us to be able to go out there and enjoy the wildlife, to observe the wildlife, to experience the wildlife. And Lovers Key, God bless them over there. They have the highest attendance, either the highest or the second highest attendance rate of state parks in the state of Florida every single year. And we built our fair share of boardwalks and walkovers over in Lovers Key. From personal experience, when we developed Islands End back in the 1980s, we made application to build a dock in the Estero Bay Aquatic Preserve, the first aquatic preserve in the state of Florida. We made application for a very simple little T-dock, which now is an observation dock. It's not even a boat dock. It doesn't even house boats anymore. But we had to go through the same sort of permitting application processes and so forth, and it was long before the town, of course, but we had to apply with the county and the state and the, all the regulatory, DEP, there was at least 6 different agencies. And of course the objections, although not too many, were that you'll disrupt the sea life and the bird life and so forth and so on, and and those are valid questions to bring up. The truth of the matter is that as time went by, it not only did not disrupt it, it enhanced it. It enhanced it. We have a sandbar out behind us there that boats used to drive up on, so forth. Over time, after that was protected, seagrass began to grow on it. After the seagrass began to grow, the spotted sea trout started coming in. After the seagrass began to grow, the manatees had another place to eat and to rest and so forth. So my point here is that although there may be perceived negative effects, there are a lot of times positive effects. And I think with in this particular case, keeping those people out of there, it came up earlier about people coming in there and chain link fences and so forth, and Joanne, you mentioned something about people using that. I don't understand that. On the boulevard side of this walkover, you have private property where no one really should be back in there unless they're invited in anyhow. From the beach side, you're going to have people walking down the beach, as they always do. And why would anybody looking over across there, why would anybody want it to go over that? I don't understand why they would. But that could be prevented, I suppose, if they really thought that was going to happen by signage or something else along those lines, or the enforcement aspect. But I don't see, and I also know, and it was noted here this evening, Matanzas has the walkover. We have them up in Lynn Hall Park and so forth and so on. And not to mention our beach accesses where we have the walkovers and dunes and everything else. And I've seen many times where the turtles will come up and nest right next to those walkovers. And of course, then they're protected as well. And they're as susceptible to predators as anywhere else on the island would be. I mean, that's a fact of life with the nesting turtles. They're going to have predators no matter where you are, no matter what you do. So I'm sure you can see which way I'm leaning on this, and I'm going to support this for these gentlemen in their project. And I'm going to support it because I believe that there's a public benefit coming out of it, keeping people out of there. I'm going to support it because it was supported by a unanimous vote of our LPA, who heard all the testimony, most of the testimony. They didn't hear all of the testimony that we heard. And for those reasons, I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Roxanne?
Well, my comments are going to be pretty disjointed because I've made a lot of various notes about various things, and First of all, I was on the council and voted in favor of the original action to stop this project from going forward. I am a bird person. I have volunteered out there. Having said that, I endeavored to go through this with a completely open mind because this is a different project than was originally proposed to us. It's in a different location. It's a different dimension. There's a lot of things different about it. It is a different project than what was originally proposed. I do like the changes that have been made, and I like the idea of what the LPA came up with as far as providing for access for all of those neighbors there. It does make sense to me that it would allow people to go through without traipsing across the middle of the lagoon. I am unhappy to hear people bring up the idea of litigating over the very existence of the Little Estero Critical Wildlife Area. It was almost a veiled threat. And if we granted this, then that would never happen. Well, I don't know how you can say that, because us granting this doesn't keep someone else from litigating that issue. So I want to tell you I was very unhappy to hear that. I'm concerned about the fact that doing all these signed easements, how tight can we make that? I see it as a very difficult legal proposition, and I also see that it's very difficult to enforce. People are going to walk up the beach, see a walkover, and assume it's a public walkover for use. So putting a gate on it or a chain on it, I don't think that's going to stop anybody. I just don't know how that's, I think it would be great if it worked, but I just can't imagine how it's going to work. The other thing that is running through my mind is the word dynamic. And all the pictures have shown us what a dynamic area this is. I can't imagine that if we build this, if someone builds this, not we, if someone builds this, that in 5 years it's not going to be useless in some way because the area has changed so much. It's either going to be inundated with sand or water or something. That area is not going to look like, you know, when you build something, you build it in an area that's not going to be changing. So I'm struggling with that. It also, to me, is very different than talking about dune walkovers that exist in other parks. They are parks that are open to the public. This is not a park. It is a critical wildlife area. It's a different designation, so I don't think you can compare it to dune walkovers that exist anywhere else. I would love to see a way to give these folks access. I just can't see how it would work. And I have struggled with this, read everything, truly given consideration to saying, yeah, let's give them the special exception. But something in the core of my being says, this is not the place to build something like this. It comes down, and this is not me. Anybody who knows me knows that I read everything, I make little lists, I try to be legal.
Yes,
She's
you-
laughing, because it's
yes,
true.
you do. You are a
and
list maker
I
and you-
tried to
yes.
do that. And I can see both sides of this question here. I can see that allowing these neighbors to go through might be a good thing. It might keep people from walking through the lagoon, et cetera. But I don't see how it can really work. It doesn't seem like you're going to be able to keep the public off of this boardwalk. I think it's going to attract people rather than cause less intrusion. And Again, it's different. The Little Hysterical Critical Wildlife Area is different. It's not a park. It is a very specially designated area. And having gone through things, tried to weigh them back and forth, I was, even Anita commented that I was being too quiet earlier. I was being quiet because I was struggling. And so when I got to this point where I struggled with this, I can see some aspects on both sides of the question. I've had to go back to my inner gut feeling, and my inner gut feeling is that this is not the place to build something like this. So I would not be in favor of granting the special exception.
Joanne?
Herron, the FWC, could I have those pages of the
Sure.
FWC
Yes,
that
ma'am.
weren't printed out? Thank you. This was sent to the town council. We all got it, but it was never read into the record, and I just wanted to read part of it. This one is from Patricia Clune from the DEP, and no, this one is, it's written to Patricia Clune from Thomas Eason. And it's, I'm just quoting, construction and use of the proposed elevated walkway will likely result in significant disturbance to wildlife using Little Estero critical wildlife. Such disturbance may constitute take in violation of Rule 68A-19.005, Parent 1, Parent B, FAC. Additionally, construction and use of the proposed elevated walkway may enable people to access the CWA in violation of Rule 68A-19.005, Parent 1, Parent C, FAC. Also, this one was written to, from Kip Froelich, Deputy Director. This one, of FWC again. Presence of an elevated structure would make the surrounding habitat less desirable for nesting and sheltering by beach nesting birds, as it will provide purchase for avian predators from which they may hunt adults, chicks, and eggs of beach nesting birds, and therefore will cause adverse secondary impacts. The lack of elevated structures is one of the characteristics that renders beach areas particularly valuable to beach nesting birds. Additionally, pedestrian uses of the structure will likely discourage future nesting on the area immediately adjacent to the structure. And then there was one other one from, that's it for now. The point I'm making is this: we think of this walkover as this passive thing that people walk on occasionally. But I live on the beachfront, and I know what happens when my kids come, my grandkids come, visitors come. We're dragging the chairs, we're dragging the beach stuff, we're bringing our towels, we're shouting, hey, did you remember this, whatever. It's not a quiet little way to walk. We, as town council here, are the final protectors and stewards of this precious beach environment. I often say, if all the structures and everything that we had here were inland, nobody'd be coming. It's the beach. It's all about the beach. And you can't be all about the beach without being all about the animals. So my point, short and sweet, and I know people hate tears, I'm sorry, is that I stand with the FWC, the Audubon, all of the wildlife stewards, MRF members, and staff who deny this. This is a very dynamic area. It has changed so much. If you look at the picture paints 1,000 words. That didn't used to be there. It is now. It won't be in the future. Rexanne said it very well. With the dynamic thing, you're putting a boardwalk for a current situation that may not be there in the next storm. My house may not be here in the next storm. This is not a public access. This is a shared private access that serves only the needs of those individuals in those homes to a very temporary current situation or area there that will fluctuate and change at any time. I believe that the town has indeed the right in the LDC, in the comprehensive plan, to deny this, and I will vote to do so.
Ms. Petrick, thank you very much for your rather compelling argument. I told you on the break that I thought you were feisty, and you are, and I liked it. You know, this was a very confusing case for me because I got wrapped up in what was happening with the state. And Ms. Collins, I thank you for very, very clearly clarifying that, and Mr. Herron last night in our conversation for clarifying that for me. And so as I looked at this, much like Rexanne, because I was conflicted, my emotional sense said, oh no, they can't do that. But, you know, when I sit here, I have to try and set that aside and look at what the regulations are and what the stipulations and standards are that you have to meet. And your application had to meet specific standards for a special exception to our code. Not the state, not DEP, not anybody else. I don't believe you did that. I think it very clearly does not meet the standards for a special exception for our code. I appreciated very much, Ms. Petrick, your arguments relative to the comp plan and public access, and that is a super important element of our community to all of us, and especially those of us, and there are 3 of us in the room who were part of writing that comp plan. Very, very important, but this doesn't provide public access. This provides a neighborhood access, which is not public. I thought there was an interesting comment made about potentially opening something up between properties to make it more public, but that's not what's on the table. I want to tell the applicants that I've appreciated the efforts to which you've gone. I was also on the council with Rexanne when we voted to stand in the way of that petition, and I continue to side on that. I believe that that particular area of our island, whether you want to call it Mulholland Point, or you want to call it Little Estero Island, or you just want to call it the south end of the island, it's critical, in my opinion, and to the future prosperity of Fort Myers Beach that it remains intact. And to that end, I would ask for a motion. Joanne, Rexanne, Ray, Bruce, I cannot support the request.
Well, I've hit the button. So I guess I'm the mover for a motion to deny the special exception application for the dune walkover and boardwalk within the EC zoning district associated with 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard due to failure to meet the minimum requirements set forth in the Land Development Code for a special exception and inconsistent with the criteria for development within the EC zoning district.
I seconded Rexanne's motion. Is there any further discussion? Bruce?
Yeah. It's odd that what I'm going to say, because I disagree with your comments 100% in that I thought that the arguments made the case that this should be approved based on our Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
You know what? Let me just tell you something.
Yeah.
She made a good argument for a dune walkover. It's a boardwalk. It's not a. It's terminating in a dune, and the dynamic nature of that. I mean, there are just some inescapable elements of that area that the whole dune walkover. They used Lynn Hall Park as an example. That clearly, there's a dune that's been created and it crosses the dune. But that's not what this does. This is actually a lagoon walkover.
But it is, that it is. And it's going to prevent people from walking through the lagoon and tromping through everything else, what they're doing now and will probably do in the future. So You can call it a boardwalk, you can call it a dune walkover. It gets you from a land side to the beach side. That's the objective, and it does that. So it's just the irony of it that I can remember some years ago when Rexanne was on council and I wasn't, and I mentioned to her, I said, I can't believe how you guys get up there and argue about stuff when you got the facts looking at you, and why you all can't see the facts the same way. I don't understand.
And now you know.
And now I know.
There you go.
And the problem is, it's not numbers. I was just so used to dealing with numbers for years and years and years and years, and when you had the numbers there, the numbers were the numbers. And
You've gotten good at this, Bruce.
yeah, I don't know. So that's my comment. I just see
Okay.
it, I see it differently. Ray, I think Ray was going to say
Okay, were you going to say something, Ray?
Nothing I say is going to change what's going to happen here in
I'm
a minute.
afraid not.
No, but I'm going to say a few things regardless. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that you're not going to get this. I'll say it again. I love the environment as much as anybody up here, but and I don't see that that this is going to have the impact that you all think it is. And I actually think, at the risk of repeating myself, I actually think, as Bruce just said, that by funneling the few people that will use this thing, and when you say you're against it because it doesn't provide public access, well, you wouldn't want public access through there. You wouldn't want it. You'd have more people schlepping stuff through there than and more noise and clanging and banging and everything that you're talking about, Joanne, than you'd ever have. Right now, what you're doing is you're limiting. Theoretically, you would have been limiting it to these two guys and whatever those number of neighbors to their 7 neighbors, and thereby keeping everybody else out of that lagoon. And because when they plow through the lagoon and come up on the other side, they're going through that nesting area. That's what they're going through. They're going through the nesting area. Don't make no mistake about it. But regardless of that, I hope that when I'm an old man, that somebody will put me in a wheelchair and push me across to get out to the water.
I'll do it for you right now.
Would you do that for me? Okay, I appreciate that.
I promise.
That'll be quite the sight at those days.
Certainly will.
But regardless, I disagree with the majority here, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So there is a motion and a second. If everyone would please log in, but I will also make a roll call vote. The maker of the motion was Rexanne Hossafras. How do you vote, Rexanne?
I vote yes to deny.
I also am voting to deny the request. Joanne?
Yes to deny.
Ray?
Nay.
Okay, and Bruce Busher?
Nay.
The motion does carry 3-2. Thank you all for your time, for participating in this lengthy hearing, and to the counsel for the town and the plaintiff, thank you very much for your participation as well. We're now going to be on a break for approximately 30 minutes. We'll reconvene let's say we reconvene at 3 o'clock. have one Snickers. Don't start yet, Amy.
I know.
Okay, everyone. It's 3:02 p.m. We are reconvened. Thank you for the patience with us today. It's a very long agenda. We're going to skip to item C on the administrative agenda to allow one of our people to do things that she needs to do. So that's to award underground utility construction and emergency services. This is an approval of the Selection Advisory Committee's recommendation in response to a request for proposals RFP 19-22-UT, underground utility construction and emergency service, and authorize the town manager to enter into negotiations with 3 recommended firms: Conaderis Builders, Mitchell & Stark, and Gianetti Contracting Corporation. Christy, you want to come up?
Christy
Nice to
Corey,
see
for
you.
the record. You too.
Your team's doing well this year.
Yes,
I'm
they
not
are.
commenting on it, though.
Okay. Go Gators.
So what do you need to tell us, Christy? Anything interesting?
Nothing interesting. It was time to take the underground utility work back out to bid, which we did. As you all know, we have worked with Conaderis Builders for many, many years, probably about 18 years. So we felt comfortable with continuing to use them. They obviously respond to our calls at midnight and 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. and they're here rapidly. We've worked with Mitchell & Stark since the project has begun, and when they're on the island, it works out great for us to use them for our breaks. Gianetti was a new one to the package. We went over it, and we were glad to bring them on board also.
Well, thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for Christy on this? If not, may I have a motion, please, to move this forward?
Motion to approve the Selection Advisory Committee's recommendation in response to request for proposals RFP 19-22-UT, underground utility construction emergency services.
I'll second.
Okay, gosh, now look, this is, oh, you've got it up, okay. Well, there's a motion and a second. For some reason, these computers are not syncing, Michelle. There we go. All right, so there's a motion and a second. And is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Still says waiting for Ray.
Aye.
I know, I see you doing it. I see it, so. Okay, we'll move back up to item A, which is Resolution 1937, Division of Emergency Management Mitigation Bureau. This is a motion to approve Resolution 1937, authorizing the town manager or designee to apply for and administer a grant from the Florida Department of Emergency Management Mitigation Bureau in the amount of $118,125 for residential intrusion prevention drainage.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or any other comments? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. I'm skipping this because it's just not syncing. Okay, next item is with regard to intersection improvements with traffic signalization. This is a motion to accept the recommendation of the Town Selection Advisory Committee and authorize the town manager to award a contract to Agnoli Barber and Brundage Incorporated to design new traffic signalization and associated intersection improvements for the Old San Carlos Boulevard and Estero Boulevard intersection in the amount of not to exceed $71,600. May I have a motion to approve that?
So moved.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor Murphy, and just skip this. Okay, there we go. Nope, that's not that one. Oh. There's a motion by Vice Mayor Murphy, seconded by Roxanne?
Sure.
And
I was looking to.
I know you were looking for that, and there we go. Okay.
Okay, comment?
Yes, sir.
Roger, when this guy does this, this may not even be important at this stage of doing this, but we talked about having 2 lanes of through traffic on, I call it north of Estero. Sorry, not 2 lanes of through traffic, but through lanes of traffic from Estero to Old San Carlos Boulevard, and 1 lane being a right turn and 1 would go forward, north. Will that have any impact on what this guy's studying, or can he modify and adjust for
We're
that?
talking about Center Street, no, not Center, Fifth Street, extension of Fifth Street, the road in front of Wynn's?
Yeah. Is that Fifth Street?
I think it is.
I thought Fifth Street was behind Lynn's, or I get confused.
That's Center Street.
That's center.
Fifth Street, then.
The answer to your question, Counselor, is yes. What we asked him to do is basically all these faces of a traffic signal are called phases. And we instructed him to get a computer that could handle a maximum number of phases that the Lee County Traffic Operational Center can process, so that we have the maximum flexibility with that signal with respect to the issue you raised, being able to set the timing, being able to manually do it with a push button type of thing, and a variety of other things. So and one of the things you want to be careful of is that they design it and they pick the phasing as part of the design, and then in the future you want to add a feature here, and the controller doesn't have the capacity, and you have to upgrade the controller. So we told them to get the biggest controller that Lee County can handle in terms of phasing.
So then the point is, my view of that intersection should be, that's an all-walk intersection. When the lights turn red, they turn red every which way, and people can walk diagonally across the intersection or not. I mean, that's just my personal view. What's that?
Oh, no, we can't, you can't talk.
Don't
Go.
say that again. And I think he's designing the intersection markings as well, or did I misread that?
He's going to set the markings to be with the initial phasing plan that is going to work with in conjunction with the signal at the foot of the bridge if there is one, as well as the one at Crescent when there is one. So that'll be the initial phasing plan. Those 3 locations will be in synchronization. And then if you change it prospectively, you would have to redo the markings to coordinate with
Well, no,
that.
what I'm talking about, maybe I didn't make myself clear.
He's not doing any road construction, if that's what
No,
you're
no,
asking.
no. I thought there, in here I said something about he was going to lay out the crosswalks or things like that as well.
That's correct. That's in conjunction with the initial phasing plan, which is partially the subject of the meeting I'm having with the mayor and the county on Thursday. And all of that will hopefully result in a singular plan that will go to via Lee County to FDOT for approval, and then the signals will be laid out initially to coincide with that plan.
Again, I'm just talking about the pedestrian crossing at Old San Carlos and Estero Boulevard.
Right, well, the idea there is that you get sort of traffic go, traffic stop, and when you get the traffic stop, the pedestrians move.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is that they're able to go catty corner, diagonal whichever way they want to go at that intersection,
And why is that better?
because then you're not stopping the flow of traffic twice. You're not stopping it so people can cross Old San Carlos Boulevard. Because right now, if they come out of that ice cream shop, they come across the Winds, they want to go to the other side, now they have to stop and they go across that other street. If they come out diagonally, they just cut the corner. They cut the intersection diagonally, and it just reduces the number of people events going across streets. Just
I
makes
guess-
everything move faster.
Well,
Maybe-
sorry.
I'm just trying to figure out, I know the normal pattern is not to go every which way. Why is this intersection different that it makes it better to do that?
As I said so,
So the answer to that question, unfortunately, is going to be probably no. It's going to be set up to direct people to cross when given the signal at the marked crosswalks. And then when it's not sort of functioning in that role, it'll be flashing yellow.
And
then you
what
can
it
cross wherever
does,
you
it
want.
just allows, when you go red for all the traffic, it's a one-time, everybody goes whichever way they want to, and it's done. So you're not stopping traffic here, stopping traffic here, and stopping traffic here 3 different times or 2 different times.
Oh, yeah, well, you're correct. At that intersection, there's 2 movements. There's the straight through the signal movement onto past ice cream shop, down past the sandal shop onto Estero. And then you're controlling the people making lefts from Old San Carlos onto Estero. That's what the right-hand turn will continually move.
Yeah.
Other than when they freeze it in peak periods for crossing.
Okay, well, anyhow, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and we're just waiting on Joanne and Bruce's buttons here, and the motion carries unanimously 5-0. And the next item is a discussion about guidelines and regulations for murals. Oh, no, yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay, Joanne, this is with CRAB. They've been talking about it. Would you like to start this?
Yes, I think Bill Veach earlier in his, made a public comment, sort of try not to make it too cumbersome. They have a building in mind, and they're worried, that people won't want to do it if it's too cumbersome. So they were concerned about fines and penalties or different things. If you look at that page 290, that was their only comment. They're really enthusiastic about it. So they're hopeful that we get this going. They like the concept of public art in this fashion. And they actually have a building in mind that they're trying to work with right now. It's highly visible, and so, they'd like
We
to.
don't know what that building is.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I can say what it is, I suppose.
Well, before you do that,
yeah.
Counselor, so there's an issue, there's 2 issues. One is, which of these suggested guidelines, if any, that you're uncomfortable with? And then the second part of this thing is whether as part of this item, we want to basically invoke zoning and process so that between now and the time that this item is finalized, someone can't come in and do a mural under our pretty much undefined regulations right now.
You have a comment on that, Joanne?
Yes, I think that it's ideal that we do zoning in progress, invoke that immediately. And with regard to page 290, I wasn't sure why the 80% maximum of 1 of 4 building walls. I mean, I understand one wall perhaps, but why the 80% maximum, I'm not sure, maybe to contain size. But in aesthetics, the remaining building shall be repainted, does not need to match mural. I wondered, if the building doesn't need to be repainted, the whole building, then why would we require that? I think that's a little onerous.
Well, I think what we were trying to do, and maybe we didn't do it as well as we had hoped, is that we didn't want just the mural to look nice and the rest of the building to look poorly. So, we welcome any suggestions, had to say that if the building hasn't been painted in 10 years or some number. I don't know if the vice mayor has any suggestions about that, but
But I mean,
that
isn't
if it's
that part
one
of our
face, that,
routine?
and the rest of the building is kind of dated, that the whole building get painted, but if the rest of the building's in good shape, it doesn't. But, You know, we were just trying to put some number on
But
that.
isn't that part of our IPMC anyway?
Well, no, because it could be in a state of being warned, but not warned to the point where it would be a code violation.
Well, I have concerns about that. Everybody else can talk
No,
about it.
I don't like the 80% maximum of one of 4 building walls, because, well, look at Town Hall. Or look at if I could pull up.
Oh, when you look at the windows and the doors, you're probably at 80%, but if
But
that's
of
what you
one
think.
wall.
Of one face. The question
Yeah.
is, do you want 2 faces, 3 faces, 4 faces? Of course, you
I
could,
don't know why it needs to be limited.
that's up to you all.
I had a whole bunch of pictures that I would consider flashing up on the screens, but we were just in Miami at the Walls, the Wynwood. I mean, there is some incredible stuff out there. Quite frankly, I have a hard time with most of these things, like no symbols. Well, what the heck is a symbol, and why wouldn't you be able to have a symbol? I mean,
So someone's not painting a swastika on the side of their
well,
building?
okay, say no swastikas.
Yeah,
Well, you
it
can't be
could
that
something-
specific.
But you could.
Why not?
It could be something, you could have something that there's nothing offensive, or there'd be a way to word it.
But that's subjective.
So, the town attorney will tell you that, because of free speech and other things, you can't, it's either, once you say people can go put words and symbols, you can't control the words and symbols. So you either have to allow words, and you get whatever words they want, they can do, or if you allow symbols, it's whatever symbols they want, they can do. You can't
So if I can't have
control.
words and symbols and logos and signs, what can I have?
Well, it's not supposed to be a sign, it's supposed to be a mural, we're trying to keep it
I know,
different.
it says words, signs. So is this a sign like a cross? Is that a sign or is that a symbol?
No, a sign like the sign for
Let's say you had a
business.
mermaid, and
You
then
get
she was
raised.
holding a sign that said something. I
35
couldn't put a
miles an
sign
hour.
within my- Right, whatever.
I don't know, I mean, I was glad to see they had Portland, Oregon's in here, and I was hoping, I was gonna ask the question, is there some other examples we can look at? Other cities, municipalities, and what
So-
they've done?
The reason this is on for discussion is because from here, it's going to come back through the legislative process, and we wanted to try to, rather than bring something back that you've all had a major issue with, we want to give you a chance to give us some feedback on the front end, so that hopefully what you get back on the back end is how you would like it to look. So that's why we wanted to spend a few minutes on it today.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We certainly can provide additional examples of other regulations that have been adopted by other jurisdictions, both, in the state of Florida and other states. The Oregon one, the Portland, Oregon one, was provided as an example, frankly, because it's pretty simple and straightforward to understand and to implement. It's not, I'm not suggesting, or staff suggesting that this is it, but it can be used as a starting point, and we can give you all examples of other jurisdictions very quickly.
One concern I had, I noticed they mentioned in here with regard to zoning districts, but I think that there's a difference between the commercial buildings and residential
Absolutely,
areas.
absolutely.
So, I think that the commercial building, if it has a wall facing the residential, if they're on the borderline, just like we have buffers for trees, that wall probably should not be a giant mural. Let me throw a couple ideas out here, and then you guys can react. But also, I'm concerned about residential, and I saw a picture online, I know the attorney has seen it too, where, it could impact your property value. If somebody, quite frankly, paints their home with a giant mural, and then you have to live beside it. And I saw one instance where a neighbor was having disagreements with the other neighbors. They painted their house bright yellow, like smiley face yellow, and did smiley faces, but they were with the X's, and they were frowning and sticking their tongue out, the entire house. Now, everybody has to live with that on their street. If you don't think that would reduce your property value, to me, that's a concern. So I personally don't think it belongs in the residential zoning districts. Now, condos, we've all seen them, like the one at the corner of Dakota, different ones. where there've been tall buildings and they'll have like a palm going up the side or something. So I'm concerned that there's something in there, in those regulations that address those concerns, from my point of view.
I agree. I can see the detriment in the residential areas, neighborhoods.
So if someone has a house and they want to paint a palm tree beside their door, that's prohibited?
Oh, you know what? I wrote a couple other notes about that. I didn't go far enough, Rexanne. What I've seen is, I think if it's like facing somebody else's house, I'm going to give a couple examples to continue on, and then your question too. But like I've seen walking up the beach now, somebody just put a giant turtle on the back of a brand new house where they must have an elevated pool, so they have that blank wall, and now it's a giant turtle. It just appeared there the other day. It's quite pretty, but that is on a residence. But that residence doesn't face another residence. So on the back bay too, it wouldn't face another residence if it were on that. And I know other people will sometimes paint. I've been to people's houses where by their pool, down low, they'll paint something cute, da-da-da-da. But because of their border or their landscape, it's sort of for their enjoyment. It's not seen by the other residents. So
What if
it
it
gets
was
a
a
little
house
complicated.
that fronted a residential street and somebody wanted to paint palm trees on their front door, like Roxanne is saying? So your impact would be from the street.
I'm concerned about that because it can be in great taste or it can be bad taste. And then, maybe it's the percent. I mean, maybe on your doors, fine, but not all over the house. That's to be defined, I guess.
Okay. Roxanne, you have any comments on this?
I don't think we should be saying that residentials are prohibited, because that's what that says right now. And all sides of my house face another house, so I would be, even under your new modified version of the rule, I still wouldn't be able to paint a palm tree on the side of my house. It just seems overly restrictive to me. We're supposed to be funky town here. We're not a gated community. We're, where everybody has to have everything exactly the same. So I would say let residences have them as well.
Ray?
Art, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder. And I don't know, I've seen this in action down in Naples Park, back in behind my office down there. Different people have their idea of what's artful and decorate their garage door in that style, and I look at it and think, oh my God, that's terrible, and yet other ones I've seen look pretty decent, but I don't know. I would think with the way the property values are going these days that there would be fewer and fewer people who would want to risk their value with someone on a whim. Funky town, yes, Rexanne, but not crazy town. I mean,
That's subjective too.
yeah, but I don't know. I have to agree that I'd be in favor of a little regulation within the residential areas. Now, what that is, I don't know, but like I agree, if you had something down around your pool or behind your bar or whatever else, the tiki hut, that's not a big deal, but you start doing the side of your house, that's something else, So I don't know. It's worth some more discussion.
Bruce?
Well, like I said, I'd like to see some other examples,
Yeah,
just
me
to
too.
learn from it. And I give you, Hermosa Beach would be a good one to look at. They have a lot of murals there, and they're all done in good taste, in my opinion. And not the houses, it's just down in the commercial area.
I would specifically like to know about how other communities are handling the residential issue. Because I agree there has to be some sort of limitation there. And so.
But we don't have any limitation now, and it's worked fine for years.
Oh, that's true, until there start being a proliferation of murals, and then You know, I don't know. I'm just saying I'd like to see some more examples. I guess that would be my bottom line.
So we need to move this to an MMP with more examples?
Yes. Okay. All right, the next item, item E, the weekly vacation rental, we've also moved to a management and planning zone. And so we're here for final public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to make final public comment? That was hard for me to say. Gail Mason, you're on my list. Would you like to say something? You're welcome to speak again if you'd like to. If you don't wish to, that's fine too.
Come up, tell us how wonderful we are. No, I'm teasing.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? All right, we'll close the public comment and move on to the town manager's items. Roger?
A couple of things, Madam Mayor, members of the council. First, one of the speakers and citizen comments earlier today clearly didn't understand how gifts for elected officials work. So just to remind everybody that if you receive a gift of any type, there's a threshold, and above that threshold, you have to report. And if you have any questions about how to do that, the town clerk and the town attorney can assist you. So just so we sort of clear the decks of that one. The other thing I wanted to mention is that as we approach the holiday season in earnest, as typical, I will be planning my vacation for the second half of December. I'll be traveling with my wife to our house in Belize, so if there's any rumors out there that I'm traveling with anybody else, doing anything else, those are not true and accurate. I'll be gone for basically the middle of the month to the end of the month, so just so you know, and we'll handle that through the same protocols we had on my previous vacations, which seem to have worked very well, at least as far as I know. As we go into this part of the year, you will start to see more of the projects and more sort of the initiatives coming forward. I think it'll be good to get the strategic plan goals and objectives clarified together so that we can move those forward as we enter to 2020. As you know, we have ongoing the activity of the designer for Times Square, Bayside Park, the entrance into Bay Oaks. We're looking at the Bay Oaks property in its entirety. We have the marketing consultant working already, and so we have many initiatives going on, and I'll continue to update you on, report on those during manager's items.
Excuse me, Roger, I'd just like to ask you a question about the Bayside Park, and specifically Bayside Park and the, I'm going to call it the Estero Boulevard entrance to Bay Oaks. I heard from a few people who actually were part of the presentations, who had seen the thing, and they weren't thrilled. Well, what is the planning group's next step?
Or you're talking about for Bayside Park or for?
For both.
For both. Well, they're taking in all the comments that they received at that meeting that they held, and we will probably be having a meeting with them in a week or two to go over those with them to say, okay, exactly that question. What's next? Are you sort of back to the drawing board for Bayside Park and the entrance into Bay Oaks, or you have a way to incorporate some of these comments, or exactly what you're going to do? So we'll have a meeting with them. I'm going to say, if not this week, next week, just to see how they're progressing in light of all the comments that they received.
Will they be making a presentation to town council anytime soon?
When they have another concept to show you, they will.
Okay.
Separate apart from that, I am meeting with the Culture, Parks and Recreation Director about the comments we received about the Bay Oaks campus. We have a meeting tomorrow, in fact, to go over those and to do some sort of staff planning so that we could begin to move forward and, as I said earlier, have a better idea of what additional land, if any, we might need to implement our plans there. So that's pretty much it for my reports for now.
Okay. Town attorney items. Yes, go ahead,
What
Bruce.
about this Arches thing?
Yeah, it's on
It's on
council
some
members'
items.
items, number 15.
Oh, that's,
And
okay.
John, you're going to go over this motion part? That was the other thing I had on my list, of why the items are reading motion to approve?
Let's deal with that. I've already explained briefly to the Vice Mayor and share with you all that how the agenda items for consent agenda generated motions is my fault. When I receive the blue sheets, one of the things I do is I type in the motions, because I remember distinctly about a month and a half ago, Councilmember Hasselfrost and maybe the mayor had mentioned, well, what is the appropriate motion? So I'm trying to be more particular in helping staff write into the blue sheets that then serve as the basis for the generating the agenda, the specific motions that we're asking you all to approve, and you may have already noticed a change in that regard. With regard to, so this most recent agenda, this particular agenda, it just didn't register with me at the moment that those 3 items or 4 items I was reviewing were for the consent agenda and should just have been the description as pointed out by the Vice Mayor, and that won't happen again. I'll make sure of that.
Well, John, I think more importantly, it's the quasi-judicial ex parte land use cases where we're meant to make a decision based on what transpires in the course of the hearing.
And that is correct. And again, I will go back, but I can tell you that personally, when I see the quasi-judicial agenda items, I'm writing into them motion to approve with conditions, or deny the agenda item and then go. It may have, after I may have made that change, it may have reverted back because frankly, I'm still finding out and understanding the particularities of the minute track system that we operate with. But we're working on that. But I can tell you that from my perspective, when I get the quasi-judicial items, I do draft it generic for you all to have the opportunity, because we don't know whether or not you're going to approve with conditions, or deny any particular quasi-judicial item. So to the extent that the agenda item today reflected a motion to deny, that was inappropriate. We'll make sure it doesn't happen again. So.
On the other hand, I do like seeing the staff recommendations. So
Correct.
I don't want you to think this means that we don't want to hear what your recommendation is. I do want to hear what the staff recommendation is.
And that is the critical distinction, is the
Where it
staff
appears.
recommendation versus what is the requested motion. And I think that historically, what staff has done with quasi-judicial items is that they've defaulted to whatever their staff recommendation is. That's what they put into what is the requested motion. And again, it's a process of making sure it gets done correctly.
Okay. What else, John?
I have 2 other items.
John, just be clear real second. So we have the title, we have the staff recommendation, and we have the motion. We'll try to make all 3 of those distinctly clear, and the words in all 3 of those might not exactly be the same.
It's just,
Right.
one is a blue sheet and one is an agenda.
Well, when I look for the recommendation, I want to go to that blue sheet and see the recommendation. When I look on the agenda and what the public's getting as the agenda, I just want them to see the item that's up for discussion, without any bias towards,
Right,
either
that's the
way.
title.
Right, the title, right, okay.
Okay. The next item is we've distributed to each one of you all, in conjunction with working with the clerk and the supervisor of elections office, proposed language on the ballot that is going to go to referendum because we have to stay within the 75-word limit. If you have any questions, please let us know. But we believe that we have satisfied the concerns or the issue raised by the supervisor of elections on both of those referendum items as we move forward. My last item is, as I've mentioned to a number of you already, it appears that my contract, not appears, it is a fact, the contract under which I operate provided for you all to hire me in December of last year, and it was to run through the end of the fiscal year, September 30th. That was just identified. And collectively, it was an oversight. And so I will be putting that item on the December 9th agenda for your consideration to extend that. And in the meantime, I would like to meet with each one of you all individually to go over any questions or concerns you have about the quality and cost. I mean, we are within budget. We're well within budget. And answer any questions you may have regarding the quality of services and how I can improve in that regard. And then we'll have the agenda item for you all to consider on the December 9th meeting.
I have a couple of comments about this. Number one, I think rather than just having a contract placed on the agenda, that we need an evaluation process. We've done it for the town manager. I think in the past we have done it for an attorney when I was here before. So I don't know if it was ever clarified in our policy manual. I know we had lots of discussions about that, but I would like to see some kind of evaluation with that. The other thing that I would mention, and John, don't take this personally. I like you, John, you're a nice guy. But when I was here before, I fought really hard to have an attorney who was here in Town Hall, an attorney, and if we don't have an attorney who is here in Town Hall, I think we need to have an attorney from Southwest Florida. It doesn't make any sense to me that we have somebody from so far away as our town attorney. And again, this is nothing personal, John. It's just my preference. I think we functioned better when we had an attorney who was present. Staff could go and talk to them. They were here on certain days. They were part of the staff. There was more of a feeling that they were part of this town. And there are so many people in Florida who I think would be looking for a job like that would be happy to be a part-time attorney and have one town that they represent, not representing lots of various clients. I understand you need to do that to make a living. You're a full-time attorney. We don't have enough business for you to make a living. So I would like to throw it out there for my fellow council members that I thought that worked better for us. I liked it and would like to consider in the future going back to that at some point in time.
Okay.
Might I ask Mr. Herron how much time he spends here?
I spend on the average at least one day a week here at Town Hall, not more on some weeks. By way of example, I'll be here 3 days this week, today, tomorrow, because there's a special call PA meeting, and I will also be here on Thursday all day for the special magistrate hearing. You are my primary client. Yes, I do have other clients, but a significant portion of my time is devoted to providing you all, the appropriate level of service that, and if that needs to, if there's a desire or need for more, well, that's certainly something that we can discuss and try to address. I really enjoy representing you all, and I enjoy working with you all. Hope the feeling is mutual. But certainly, that is the purpose of meeting with you all, to get that feedback. And certainly, at any point in time that there's a question or concern, please reach out to me. I am available 24/7, and will make myself available as needed to meet with each one of you all, or come to Town Hall on a regular basis, more so than I already am, which is fairly significant. And I don't disagree necessarily. If you all wish for me, I can find an evaluation process and work with the manager to provide that to you all, and go through that process.
I think we should have that and have it complete prior to, perhaps that evaluation form should be completed during our conversations with you. And then we should have them available or ready for the
December night.
review in December.
Okay.
Yes, so Roger, could you see to it that we get some sort of evaluation form? That would be very helpful.
Don't have John.
If I may.
Don't have John draft the evaluation.
No. You have
And ask your wife how she feels about the West Coast when you go home.
As I indicated to you all during and you weren't here at the time, Mr. Murphy, my wife's from Cape Coral. And so she grew up here on the West Coast, and then went away to college. Regrettably, she then met me. It's been downhill. She'll tell you it's been downhill from there, but she was just actually making the comment to me that she hopes to come with me over to Fort Myers Beach in the near future. I can tell you more in private about some of the reasons behind that, but there's backstory.
Leave that. Bruce,
That's
do you have
all.
any comments?
Excuse me, Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, just for the council's consideration. Resolution 1847, the council adopted procedures for evaluations of the town manager and the town attorney. Would you like me to forward you a copy of
Yes,
that, or you
please.
want something
Yes,
else?
please. No, that would be just fine.
I'll be
That would
happy to
just
do
fine.
that.
Thank you. Joanne, were you just going
Mention
to
that.
bring that up?
Yeah, I was going to mention that. And I would also like to say, however, that I've called you all days of the week, including Saturdays and Sundays, evening hours, at rude times when things come up. And you've always been, answered the phone instantly or returned it instantly. And I appreciate it. I feel like I get great service, so.
And my comment about having somebody local was not to infer that John has not answered my questions. But to me, a lot of law is local. You know the local judges, you know the local attorneys, those issues. But it's not to infer that John's service.
Yeah,
So-
and I do practice over
Yep.
here on the West Coast as well.
Yeah, all right, we'll save all that for
Yeah.
individual conversations, but I will
you.
tell you, Roger, when I had this conversation with John last night, why didn't this come to us? I mean, if his contract expired in September, technically, he shouldn't be being paid right now. He's here kind of free. I mean, I know he's not, but how do those contracts, I mean, are they flagged for expiration dates? How does that happen?
Amy Baker is the
Our
one who
contract manager.
monitors, as part of her responsibilities, contract expiration dates, and this will just slip through the cracks.
Okay. All right. Anything else, John?
Nothing. Thank you.
Next item is council members' items and reports, and let's just bring right up in front the arches. Roger?
So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, we had heard that there was going to be an item on the Lee County agenda dealing with this issue. It subsequently, I guess, didn't happen. There were a couple of stories that got reported in the local papers that we made copies for you and put in the agenda kit. And I just wanted to be sure that, if the county's doing a project in the corporate limits of Fort Myers Beach, that hopefully before they implement something, they come here and either talk to you or send us a letter saying they're contemplating doing something, or trigger some type of opportunity for you all to have a discussion about what they're contemplating doing, so that you have the opportunity to give them some feedback and don't feel you're sort of playing defense, that something's already in motion and now you have to try to play defense or recover to try to affect the outcome. So I guess fortunately, the county item didn't go forward. Clearly, this is something that at least one of the county commission is contemplating as an initiative to move something forward. So I wanted to be sure that this council had an opportunity for discussion and to give, if not approval, some meaningful feedback to the county so they can anticipate what your reaction would be or might be to their plan.
Okay. Bruce, I'll start with you on this. Any comments on this?
So is the county going to vote on it tomorrow, or do we not know?
They're waiting to see what we say at this point.
So if we say something, they're going to vote tomorrow?
Yeah, I tried to communicate with Commissioner Pendergrass, and I think I have the wrong number, because I'm sure I would have spoken with him, because I think both Roxanne and I individually spoke with him at the TDC meeting on Thursday. And I told him that I would get back with him before this meeting, and I think I have a number switched. But anyway, so I believe that he is waiting to see what consensus there is from this town council before proceeding.
Okay, I spoke to him at one of the meetings I was at last week, and he says, look, I'm just trying to do the right thing here, you know, what's
what he
going
said to us
on.
too.
And quite frankly, I don't exactly know what the right thing is, other than if someone's going to do it and the county's going to pay for it, I think that's the right thing. Where it needs to be, you know, how big is it going to be? I don't know. And then I guess the other thing, I'm fumbling around here, is the parking lot over on the other side of the bridge on San Carlos Island. Is that roughly where they used to be?
Maybe that was kind of the landing point of yeah, because that's where the bridge went.
So I was wondering why it wasn't ever considered there, and maybe it was considered there. I don't know the history on it all that well.
I don't know.
So I guess that would have been my first thought, is that the Lee County parking lot next to the foot of the bridge coming over, that looked like that might have been an interesting place to put it.
Okay.
And then I guess the other thought was that Crescent Beach obviously is being considered by the county, but Bay Oaks, there was something in the comp plan about the historic there. And do we know how wide that lot is that we've acquired? It's 7,500 square feet. That's there by Bay Oaks. And the
Not nearly
walkway.
big enough.
I don't know the width off the top of my head.
Yes, and it's maybe only 50 feet, plus the walkway would be 60 feet. If you did it at the back of that lot, between that lot and the parking lot. I'm just throwing out thoughts. So that's my thoughts.
Ray, you have any comments on it?
I don't want to discount the efforts of the people that have worked on this. I know you folks have been hard at it, and Ray McDonald and his group. But I don't think, number one, I don't know how much of that the original arches they still have. My understanding is that there's only about half of it left, and the rest is rubble. So, it was historic and iconic to all of us, for years and everything else, and I get all that. But certainly, it's not going to go back up where it was. Personally, I don't feel it's appropriate out there on that beach. I think, somewhere else possibly. But, I don't think I would support putting it out on Crescent Beach. I don't think that's the right place for it. I mean, we obviously think a lot of it. Here it is, our mural right here. But you know, it was stated in the paper by someone that it really wasn't even a Fort Myers Beach. The arches weren't even for Fort Myers Beach. They're really for what wasn't even San Carlos Island at the time. It was just the mainland when those were erected. But be that as it may, it became all of ours, I guess, personally, I suppose. But anyhow, if there were to be another spot identified, possibly I could get a little more excited about it. I know it's not going to cost the town anything, you know, as far as TDC funds and all that go. But I don't know. I'd have to see something else first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Roxanne?
Well, first of all, I've followed it very closely, and I've been in communication with them, and I know how hard they've worked to find a location, and it's very difficult for them to find a location. I think it's not a good idea that they be put anywhere where traffic goes underneath them, because if you go to San Carlos Park, you'll see theirs are regularly torn out by a truck that's too tall driving through there. I can't tell you how many times those have been knocked down. So I don't think that they should be put across any roadway or entrance or anything of that nature. What I thought when I heard about Crescent Park is, hey, this is a good compromise. Not everybody, nobody is getting everything they want, and that's because it's not possible to re-achieve the past. But I'm not against putting them in Crescent Park. And that's all I'll say about it.
Okay, Joanne?
Well, I love historical things, I do. But I feel like these were not original to the island. And I don't think that Crescent Beach Park is the place for them. I do think that they don't have all of the original stone. They're not looking at doing the whole original size. It can't be driven under, by today's standards, it doesn't function the way it would have historically. So if you're going to do a replica, then why do a giant replica? You can do something smaller that looks better in photos. And that could be almost anywhere. I mean, that could be by the Historic Society. It could be but even more interestingly, I'm going to really go around here now, is I was thinking about the conversation of Bayfront Square and all the different, that was a real confusing, all the different things that Crab wanted, A, C, whatever. And I saw at Naples, you know, they've got the Naples City Dock. And all of a sudden I thought, you know what? How about Fort Myers Beach Town Dock? Because that brings in the people from the AAC. It lets people know that there's something there to see out there. That bridge did used to, I mean, the swing bridge that the arches sort of introduced you did used to come down to that piece of property. And the Crab wants to do a lot of historic stuff there anyway, historic signage, talking about the shrimp industry, talking about what purpose that bay has served or does serve. So to me, maybe there's a way of coordinating a lot of things in that kind of concept, and maybe a very small replica of the arches that would just be a photo opportunity might even be interesting there, because at least you landed there before, correct? I mean, it's the most accurate spot as far as landing. So that's my feeling. If it's going to be smaller than the original, let's do something that's interesting with what few stone you can't drive under anyway.
You are aware they turned down the option of a smaller version.
I am,
The
but
group turned down the
The
option.
group, yes, so
but we're
this
giving
is
our
a
opinion.
compromise already.
But it's a smaller option now.
Right, it was a compromise. So you're asking them to compromise again.
Yes, I am. That's what we're giving is our feelings, and I am, yes. It's a way of doing something. And I just need to make one other point, and that is that I really appreciate that the county wants to work with us. We appreciate a cooperative, a positive working relationship with the county. So I appreciate that this is coming to us, since it's going to be within our municipal limits. But I want to remind that we got stalled in our conversations about what Crescent Beach Park was going to look like, because we had some designs. We had a whole committee that recommended some stuff that got turned down. They said they didn't have the money to do it. But now they have the money for this. So I guess my point is is that if they're going to use some TDC funds, and there's some TDC funds to use there, other people made public comment too, maybe they might slow down and let's really talk about Crescent Beach Park as a whole package with or without these arches in them, and what TDC funds might be used and how that park is best designed. Especially since we're going to talk about the traffic coming down the base of the bridge and maybe a new trolley pull off where, wow, you've arrived to Fort Myers Beach. I mean, there's a lot of different things that may go on right there. By just putting the arches there right now, you're going to have a mishmash of throw one piece, and it won't be a coordinated design. So those are my convoluted feelings. So I guess at this moment in time, I say no or delay, or this requires a lot further discussion from my point of view.
I just want to tell you all thank you for all of your effort for trying to preserve something which clearly is very important to everybody who lives here and who grew up here. I do not believe it belongs in Crescent Beach Park. I appreciate enormously Commissioner Pendergrass's enthusiasm and willingness to get involved in Crescent Beach and our community as a whole. I mean, he's always been a great supporter of our town. Every location that you listed, Joanne, is exactly where I would discuss it. I would discuss it at Bayfront Park. I would discuss it at the historic cottages, part of the heart of the island, just in a historical context. But to me, it's completely out of place and off kilter at Crescent Beach Park. And so I'm hoping that somehow this message can get communicated. Roger, maybe you can speak with Cecil just to let him know what our feelings are, and to tell him that we certainly don't want the conversation to end, but perhaps maybe this is just a jumping off platform to begin a conversation about the future of some arch replication here on the island, where that could be, how it could be. But, you know, one of the things Joanne mentioned, I had actually said to somebody else about Crescent Beach. You know, we had a whole ad hoc committee that talked about what was going to be at Crescent Beach, and that just sort of died a slow death, or a fast death, actually. And so I think that maybe that door could be opened up. Maybe we could even discuss it with Commissioner Sandelli this Thursday, excuse me, when he's here. So, okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
So I think you just hit on a very good point. We can communicate that, you know, we would like to discuss it with the county administration on Thursday when we're there. And we can tell them at that point that of the locations we have sort of maybe a tie for first place, and then, you know, we have a distant last place or whatever for a location, and share that with them. And further explain our desires for improvements at Crescent Beach Park.
Yes.
And communicate to them that in detail on Thursday. And of course, we'll you know, with your colleagues' support, and we'll communicate to ask them not to do anything till we have that conversation with them on Thursday.
Great.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
could we memorialize that with a vote, a unanimous vote here, so the picture is clear to the county commissioners?
We certainly can. I don't think it's a unanimous vote, though, because Rexanne likes the idea of Crescent Beach Park. But if you'd like to make a motion, please do.
I just had one other comment.
Go ahead.
All the other locations that have been mentioned, I don't believe will be available for TDC funding. So these folks are going to be coming to us and saying, hey, town, you said you wanted to put the arches in Bay Oaks or wherever. You going to help pay for it?
Well,
I just want to put that out there, that by going this direction, that's where you're going.
Did you want to make a motion, Ray?
I would rather it have been unanimous, but if that's not going to be the case, maybe we can just get the message over to them.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let's move on to individual items and reports. Bruce, do you have any?
I do.
Go ahead.
I was hoping to give a very detailed comment about streetlights today. And after that last meeting we had that, Anita, you missed for the.
I listened to it, though.
Did you?
Mhm.
Happy with the way that turned out, that people wanted to reinvent the study. But I did a lot of side work, talking to people, the consultant. I talked to the Cree lighting manufacturing company, several of their technical experts. I reached out to Florida Power and Light and didn't really get the full information that I was looking for to be able to present something. But, you know, one of the comments was, well, this lighting study didn't consider crosswalks. Well, it did consider crosswalks. The whole idea of the study was to make it safe up and down the whole length of the island. And
If I could interject here, I think I was misquoted when they mentioned that somewhere, because I was asking about lights on the street
Right.
at the crosswalks, and they just didn't include that idea at all.
Right.
So I understand they included crosswalks in the overhead lighting, but we had hoped for more innovative ideas about different types of lighting.
Lighting the
well,
crosswalk.
those
yeah.
were warning lights rather than lighting lights, if I can say something. The lights that's in the pavement are warning lights, not necessarily lighting people up. It's like, what was that thing Roger had earlier?
So you have
The lights.
safety lighting, which is the overhead lights,
Yeah,
and you have, and then you have, you know,
warning lights.
you have warning lights for crosswalks and other things.
I know down at Bonita, I definitely can see people better when those lights are on in the crosswalk. So they do light the people as well as being a warning.
Well, go ahead, Bruce.
Okay, so, and then people were talking about, well, geez, you know, anything over 3,000 Kelvin is daylight, and, you know, it's going to interrupt the sleep cycle of everybody. Well, the reality of it is that 4,000 Kelvin versus 3,000 is not much gradient difference in terms of the lighting. If you had blue sky lighting, that's a factor of 10 times 10 more. And people, to me, were just talking about headlines of information and not understanding what they were talking about. Also, I did confirm, but I'm looking for the confirmed data that I haven't gotten. And the people I spoke to said it is for sure a fact that if you use an amber light, it is going to take much, much more energy than a light blue white light at 4,000 Kelvin. So I'm still going to do more work on that. I'm like I said, I was disappointed we couldn't go ahead and go forward with that. And so Roger, what is your next steps now in terms of looking for information?
So my understanding of the instruction from the council was to find out the cost differential for the amber LEDs, which we have done, and I believe the information was communicated to you all electronically. At least that was my instruction to the staff. Okay, well, I'll double,
Haven't gotten it.
all right, well, I'll double check with Chelsea. We're gonna distribute that to the staff, to the council. I think there'll be some sticker shock when you see that number. And then put it on an M&P for further discussion, you know, what you want us to do. I think you're clearly facing a situation of conflicting priorities. And something's going to have to give. If you have budget, you have protecting the wildlife, and you have safety lighting. Those three things are in conflict with one another, and you'll have to compromise a little bit on each one, or a lot on one, or whatever you all decide you want to do. I don't believe you'll be able to achieve all three, but we can have that discussion and try. And I guess I'll just close by saying, Counselor, you're right. The warning system for the crossings is not just to light up the sign that here's where the crosswalk is, but you don't see the person going through actually crossing. It's to light up the sign so people know that there's a crosswalk, and light up the person in the crosswalk. It's a combination of both. And then, of course, when no one's in the crosswalk, those lights, you don't see those lights. So your point is well taken.
Okay, Bruce, so you're going to continue to work on that?
I am.
What's your next item? I'm glad to hear it.
Notaries on permits. Why are we doing that now?
Well, we've unfortunately had some cases where the qualifier, the local contractor and the owner were not fulfilling all of their obligations, and to try to put some responsibility behind all that, particularly if we're going to refer parties who are not performing to the contractors board, that we have something that we know is signed in the presence of somebody, so that it's not just I'm signing for John as he's my qualifier, that John himself signed the document. So if the council's interested in us to be able to pursue enforcement of underperforming contractors, we really need to have documents notarized so we know that everyone who was supposed to sign did sign. Yes. It's either notary or witnesses, and since we have notaries here at Town Hall, it makes it pretty easy for when the person comes in and drops off the paperwork.
I sign those all the time down in Collier County. Commencement of work, building permit, all kinds of documents like that. I always sign those.
I
And
was just
notarized.
curious, because I'm a big proponent of making the contractor responsible for these things rather than just the homeowner, but anyhow, I've had two contractors tell me that, hey, geez, I was surprised. I went to turn my permit in, now they tell me it has to be notarized. And they said, well, they sent an email blast out to everybody, and I know there was an email blast sent out to many people, but it apparently didn't get to everybody, or they're like me, they got it and they didn't see it. Anyhow, I was just curious about that. Thank you. I'd still like, and maybe we have it on the NMP agenda, to understand what our new process is going to be for applying liens and foreclosures. Because I know you're working on that, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then Monday, I was supposed to meet with a guy about, tampering for gas pumps and yeah, skimmers, thank you, that's the word. And I don't know why he called me, I guess because I brought it up one time, and so he wanted to introduce me to his systems. And so ended up having a phone call, and he sent me some emails with pictures and things about how they work to prevent this, and it seems very elaborate, and it's a new technology, an ongoing technology, and so on. And I said, listen, really, you're talking to the wrong guy. You ought to be talking to the gas stations and the banks and people, and not me. But thank you very much for your information, and I'll pass it along if somebody ever wants to hear it. But it was interesting. They had some really sophisticated protection devices. Now I've got to go back over here, sorry. That was Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday, we did the Horizon Strategy Day and talked about some activities for the future. Nothing really to report much about that. We had the MPO executive meeting on Thursday, talking about the long-range planning to 2045 and the road plan, and trying to set some criteria and priorities for what gets funded and how we do that. I went to the Southwest Florida Management District at Florida Gulf Coast on Thursday, and I was very impressed with the meeting. It lasted a long time. Unfortunately, I had to leave like at 3:15. I couldn't stay for the whole thing, but it started at 9. 3:15, they were still going. And I spoke a little bit there and mentioned that, in my opinion, we need to put equal emphasis on stopping the polluted water. Don't have to mitigate dirty water. Let's make clean water more available and not spend billions of dollars fixing the problem, but not the root cause. And several other people got up and voiced the same thing. And I gave the example of Lake Erie when I was a kid. Some of the rivers were so polluted, I was asleep in a boat after fishing. We pulled in the river, and the toxic fumes from the river woke me up with a headache. And through the Clean Water Act, they cleaned up all those rivers, the Cuyahoga River, the Raisin River, and so on. But they still have blue-green algae problems on Lake Erie due to farming, they think. But anyhow, the point I wanted to make was the people on the commission, Chauncey Goss and his commissioners, these people are engaged. They are passionate. I was very, very impressed with their desire to make something happen better than it is, and it was really
It's a
refreshing
complete
to see that.
turnaround.
Yeah. And then on Friday, the Horizon Council had another meeting, and they brought this guy in from the Space Coast, Florida Space Coast thing. And they talked about the booming activities going on around Cape Canaveral. What did he call that thing? He's the Vice President of Government and External Relations for Space Florida, and the importance of aerospace industry in Florida and the role that Lee County will play. And he spoke about how the airport, the port of the airport, is a big piece of real estate that they would look to put businesses in because they want to have government land, basically, when they support these new businesses, like people are building plane wings and space capsules and all that stuff, and how big that business is over in Cape Canaveral today. It's adding many, many jobs. So, all right, that was my week. That's it.
Thank you, Bruce. Ray, you have anything?
You mean to tell me they're going to be shooting rockets over the beach now, too? We don't have planes, now we're going to have rockets? I've got just two things here. One, I wanted to ask, what did I want to ask Roger?
While you're thinking of that, I just want to mention one other thing. It came up in the meeting that Sanibel had amber streetlights. Sanibel does not have streetlights at all, 0 streetlights. They may have amber lights in parking lots and at commercial establishments, but they don't have streetlights.
Bad information, huh? Oh.
Somebody did.
I had something up in my mailbox about taking an ethics class. Do we have to, everybody has to do that now?
Every year.
Every year?
Yep.
Okay.
You can do it online, and,
Okay.
hey, Michelle, you have anything else on that? You just, yeah.
Well, I have it. You can either do it at the convention or the online or somewhere, or the local
And then it's reported when you file your
disclosure.
financial disclosure,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. There was something else I wanted to ask Roger. I can't think of it right now.
If you think of it, I'll
Okay.
come back to you.
All right.
Roxanne?
I had previously asked about moving forward on the updated turtle ordinance, and I wondered whether we had made progress with that.
So Chad is working on that. I think what we've confirmed is this initial thought that, it would just be easy piggyback on, I want to say Sarasota, whatever the other county was. And there's a couple things we have to do that Chad is working through. I'm sure we'll make sure we include an update on that in our next report to the council.
Okay. I've had a question from the public, and I thought rather than emailing you, Roger, I'd have you answer it publicly so that hopefully will quell rumors. The question is code enforcement using drones?
No.
Thank you. I thought that was the answer, but I thought we'd have you say so in public. The last
There are
thing.
a lot of people using drones on the island, though.
Right, but it's not code
A
enforcement.
lot of realtors.
Yes.
Glad that was the
FPL's
question.
using them on the, FPL's using them on the island.
It's not us. is the answer. And my last question is about our branding. I was under the impression that we were going to get public input on the branding. And when I went back and looked at the agenda item, we were promised that they would get stakeholder interviews and focus groups, IJ exchange stop-ins, charrettes, and social media. I'm now learning that because we asked them to move a little more quickly, that they aren't doing those things, and I wondered, is that true?
No, I think they were here 2 weeks ago.
Right?
They had some individual meetings with yourselves and I think the chairpersons of the committees
Right.
who discussed it at the committee levels. There were some committees who hadn't got around to have their committee discussion, so we're in the process of organizing a conference call in lieu of that meeting with the committee chair and the branding company. And then I think that's the sort of the initial phase of, okay, I'm getting the locals' perception, and then that part that you just described will start following that. The actual detailed.
What's a timeline for following that?
Well, they're under the goal of having the plan to the council before the end of February, beginning of March. That's the timeline we're working on. So, councilors, in your report, I'll include a schedule of the next upcoming activities, say over the next 2 weeks, month, so you'll know what will be happening.
Okay. I wish I had the editorial with me because it was in the Sandpaper, the Island Sandpaper, who indicated that they were trying to find out about public input and had been told that there wasn't going to be public input. So,
I don't know who they talked to.
okay, so they
They didn't talk to me,
They
I can
didn't
tell you
talk
that.
to you. Okay, so there is still going to be public input. We're setting up stakeholder interviews, charrettes, et cetera.
There'll be public meetings set up for public input on the plan. That's for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure that was happening. Those are all my items.
Joanne?
Number one, did we invoke zoning in progress properly, or did we have to actually vote on something
No.
with regard to the murals?
It's going to an M&P. We haven't taken any action on it.
The moment that you begin the process of directing staff to implement new regulations and discuss, that under Florida law constitutes invoking zoning in progress.
So we're
So
there.
we're covered.
We're there.
Yes.
Very good. With regard, I believe it was Ms. Gunther or something, we've all received emails regarding the easement and a response from you, some stormwater easement and some, I believe, a response stating that you
Yeah,
believe that we do have an enforceable easement.
Yes, based upon the limited information that was provided to me, the town has an enforceable, valid easement across the property in question for the purposes of putting in and maintaining stormwater improvements.
With a reminder to town council that there's an open invitation to go to the Traffic Operations Center at Billy Creek. You can arrange that, I think, through Commissioner Sandelli or Randy Searchy, is that correct? But it's at Luckett and I-75. If more than one of us go at once, we'd have to announce it as a meeting. But you might want to see that because that shows you how they can time traffic lights, how they observe traffic flow and all that, and especially anybody who's going to be working on that would want to go there. So
What meeting is that? Sorry.
no, it's the
Under
traffic
meeting.
it's the Traffic Operations Center.
Oh.
If you want to take a tour, let us know. We'll
If you want
arrange
to
it.
take a tour, they'll arrange it, and you can see how it is that they control, that they might be able to use on the beach. So I just want to state that to everybody again. And then we all got this letter from Lee County Coalition for Drug-Free Southwest Florida. And of course, what they're asking for is a proclamation about Drug House Odyssey, and then somebody to actually attend February 4th, 5th, or 6th. And I don't know if anybody wants to attend that or not. I didn't know if it would fall under your is it human services?
Michelle, that was in your packet.
I've already been contacted to do
Yeah,
it.
good.
And are you thinking about doing it then?
I
So-
am.
Oh,
Good.
okay.
But if you want to go,
No,
I'd be
no, it's
happy
not
to
that,
let-
but I'm just wondering, then we need to get the proclamation going at some point.
This is
so-
not till February.
I put that in
Okay.
Michelle's hands
Terrific.
earlier.
That's it for me?
Okay. Roger, I've had several requests from LPA members asking if they can possibly receive their packets earlier, because they are, when they receive it on Friday for a Tuesday meeting, especially something cumbersome, they're requesting more time with their packets, if that's at all possible. Is it?
It is in most cases. One of the things that unfortunately happens, and it's not an excuse, is that we, with the applicant, they say, we want to be on this agenda, but they continue to send information. They send information, we start analysis, and they send supplemental information, and we have to, I guess, say to them, like, hard deadline. If you don't get it to us by this date, we're either not accepting any more information, you can present it at the meeting, or we're going to push you to the next meeting, because that's the only way we can make sure we give the LPA adequate time to do their review.
Well, for example, it was concerning to me when Dan Hughes was saying that, there was a lot of testimony that was given here today that they did not have the benefit of, and, or information that they did not have the benefit of, and it just would be nice that we could all be on the same page, so.
Yeah, I think what I took his comment to be was that Ms. Collins wasn't notified of that meeting, and she wasn't there to make the same presentation she made to you all this morning.
Is there a reason she wasn't notified for that?
I'll have to talk to Jason and find
Okay.
out what happened there.
Okay. The PIO, I know you've put that out, have you? Are there applications?
We have 20 resumes, plus or minus, and
Okay.
we have a screening committee that's starting to work on those, and narrow it down to a half a dozen
Okay.
for interviews.
Okay, excellent. There was something else I was going to bring up. John, in the meantime, between now and the next meeting, could you forward all of us a copy of your current contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
course.
And, I'm brain dead, sorry. I have nothing else. Did you remember
Yeah,
what
I
you were
do.
going to say?
Yeah, I
Okay,
have
good.
2 items, quick ones. I'm just wondering if the staff, if anybody's been notified by the county of any updates on the Big Carlos Pass Bridge? Has there been any communication whatsoever with the county?
I heard the other day at the MPO meeting that they thought that they were going to do another presentation to the public, but they were going to wait till January or February to do that.
Okay, that's the last I heard several months ago, that
Heard the same
there was one last meeting.
Yeah.
But I wanted to make sure about that.
And
Okay.
is with that, with the 60% plan, or some,
Well, I think this is probably to make the final decision as to
Okay.
Yeah.
which way
Well,
to go.
I'm kind of hoping we will reinforce, wasn't it the prior council's position for the lower bridge?
yes.
And
That was by letter.
by letter. Well, there's a new council now, and I'd like to do that again, if we could, reinforce that again with another letter.
Sure.
And we can talk some more about that, but, and then the other item is much more important. St. Patrick's Day this year falls on a Tuesday, March 17th, which is Election Day, all right, on the beach. So, needless to say, there will be no parade on Tuesday, March 17th. Monday, March 16th, we're scheduled to have a council meeting. So here's what I'm asking. I'm asking is if we can reschedule that council meeting either to Wednesday, 2 days later, or one day, the week prior, or I could say just have it without me, but I'd rather have it some other day and have everybody else participate on that day and have a fun day of it before the day before Election Day. So I'm just throwing that out there. We don't have to decide right now, but if we can all chew on that.
I would say we don't want to move it afterwards, because the first meeting after
Yeah,
the
you
election,
have to
we'd
swear
have
in
to,
the new people.
we'd only have a day or two to.
True that.
they
True
wouldn't
that.
even have a chance to know who they were and start working on it.
That's true, that's true.
So
Well,
that
then
that
maybe
would
the
be
week-
my only comment.
Maybe the
Can't go
week.
back.
Yeah, all right, maybe the week prior then would be,
Okay.
would
Well, we
be
can look
better.
at that.
Thank you.
Anything else,
That's
Ray?
it. Nope, that's
It's
it.
4:25. May I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any objection? We stand adjourned at 4:25 PM. Oof. That was a long one. Amy?
You got your hourly